his vote in the ongoing phase 2 of Gujarat elections. Hiraban Modi has also reached a polling booth, currently at the polling booth, all set to cast her vote. 100 years of age, but so very high in her spirits as she is all set to cast her vote. This time around, once again, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, remember yesterday is when met his mother, took her blessings, also thereafter interacted with some of the BJP leaders ahead of phase 2 of Gujarat polls. And on your screens, those visuals coming in live from Gujarat. The largest team of reporters continues to keep you ahead with the latest coming in. In the meanwhile, let me quickly introduce our guests as well. Shekhar Iyer, senior journalist, joining us live along with political analyst Mr. Ravi Srivastav. Mr. Shekhar Iyer, you know, the messaging here is also very, very important, especially if we talk about the BJP, the kind of leaders they have sent in for campaigning, aggressive campaigning that's been witnessed by the BJP all through the last couple of days. The Prime Minister, the Union Home Minister taking charge of the BJP campaign. Yesterday he could be seen interacting with her mother. Today she, after having given blessings to Prime Minister Modi, he went ahead, casted his vote. Now we see his mother casting the vote. The BJP really confident of a win, of a re-victory.
Oh, there is no doubt about the outcome in the minds of the BJP leaders. But the visuals of the Prime Minister's mother, who is 100 years old, a centenarian coming to vote, and reinforces the Prime Minister's appeal and message to all voters to come out and vote. Even today you would have seen the way he walked to the booth for a long time and then cast his vote, came out, and again he appealed, and he also felicitated the election commission, saying good arrangements have been made, more and more people should come and vote. Because Prime Minister has been quite clear in all his election rallies, where he has been urging the people of Gujarat to give a good number of seats, because he wants the record to be broken. He kept on saying, let Narendra's record be broken, so that let Bhupendra make a record. Bhupendra Patel is the sitting chief minister of Gujarat, and he has been talking of Narendra and Bhupendra as the double engine Sarkar. So the whole purpose seems to be to ensure a good percentage of votes is cast, and lot of that votes goes to the BJP, and BJP gets a record number of seats in its tally.
Okay, we'll wait for that, and we'll wait for the 8th of December to reach to that conclusion, if at all. But in the meanwhile, Mr. Ravi Srivastav, as we keep up with these visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother at the polling booth, casting her vote, much politics has also erupted over the kind of mega entry of the Prime Minister we saw as he walked towards the polling booth. People queued up on both the sides of the road, Modi chants reverberating across, but the Congress says that in itself is nothing less than a road show.
Absolutely, this is only an optics, nothing more than that, and this is despite the EC taunting that everywhere for some people come out for vote and all. In the first phase you have seen already it has dropped the voting percentage by more than 5%. And Mr. Modi and his entire team is grossly rattled in Gujarat because of this inroads made by the Aam Aadmi Party, who is talking on issues, who is talking on the water, electricity, education, health. This Vikas, I have not seen there. I went around Vikas, I was just returning there day before yesterday. I remained there for 7 days. I traveled across the Gujarat state and I could not see anywhere any Vikas. They are not talking about schools, not hospitals. They are not talking about the water problem in the Saurashtra. They are not talking about the tribals, the OBCs and everyone. They are just the incident of Morbi you have seen. The people died of the huge liquor consumption, more than 100 people. The entire cabinet was dissolved. The entire chief minister was changed. And who is the face there, I am asking? Who is the BJP leader from Gujarat? No one. Even Bhupendra Patel, the chief minister, just walking behind the Narendra Modi's cabinet over there. This is the status of the BJP leaders in Gujarat. So I am asking, why not talk about the issues? Why about the optics of a 100-year-old woman going to vote or Prime Minister on making a kind of a road show over there for voting and all those things?
Now,
this is all optics only.
Now 32 seats are up for grabs in North Gujarat, 61 in Central Gujarat. We'll talk about the past record as well of the Congress and the BJP. Of course, it's going to be interesting to see how much of a dent the Aam Aadmi Party is able to make this time around. That's something that we're still to watch out for. In the meanwhile, let's go across to some ground action playing out. Gurpreet is also joining us live from Virangam, another key constituency that is voting today. Gurpreet, what's the mood there? Mr. Ravi Srivastav says that the BJP has failed totally in the state of Gujarat, but voices on ground suggest otherwise, at least since early this morning. Not quite sure if Gurpreet can hear me. Ishan, if I take that to you, what have people been saying? You've been speaking to a couple of people who've come to the polling booth to cast their vote.
Well, some of them say that they want, some are talking about the nation as a whole, that they want a political party in Gujarat which can keep the nation together. Some of them have been saying that there are developmental issues and politicians should focus on constituency development. Then there are some who say that they have development in their areas, but they are voting because it's their right to vote, and that is why they are still thinking about who to vote. So that means that there's a mixed view on the ground, that voters have a different opinion. Even if you move from one polling booth to another, people are talking about different political parties, different issues, and different, some have water issues, some have issues related to electricity, somewhat education to be more better and more, cost friendlier. And then there are certain people who think that inflation is a cause of concern and government should be able to bring it down. So there are issues that we are seeing are different from one place to another. I've been in Surat. There people have a different issue. Now I'm in Ahmedabad. Today I'm hearing different issues that people have. So it is varying from a place to place and location to location, where people are choosing, according to their needs and demands and what they basically want. But message on the ground is that, all those who are coming to vote, they are saying that maximum people should come to polling stations and vote, because last time when EC also said that the voting percentage has been less, that was a cause of concern, and that is where the entire debate about increase in the number of voting should go and people should come out to vote. Although from the day one onwards, it was Modi, Rajnath Singh and every politician asking people to go to their polling stations and choose their franchise.
Okay, all politicians certainly urging voters to turn up in as many numbers to cast their vote in the ongoing phase 2 Gujarat polls. Let me quickly go across to Madhav as well. Madhav, if we talk about the 2017 results pertaining to North Gujarat and Central Gujarat, some of the key constituencies that are voting today, BJP managed to bag 14 of the 32. If we talk about North Gujarat, 37 of the 61. If we talk about Central Gujarat, the Congress having bagged 17 of 32 in North Gujarat. So in that sense, if we compare these statistics to 2017, certainly the Congress posing a little bit of danger to the BJP.
Well, 2017 is one election where, in fact, the BJP had come below the psychologically important mark of over 100 seats. At 99 seats, certainly, of course, that was a result that the BJP managed to very narrowly scrape through. This time around, despite the threat coming from the Aam Aadmi Party, what is clearly being stated is that they believe, the BJP at least believes, that they would be able to still get numbers on their side, that they will still be able to get, more than 100 seats. Is what their prediction is. In fact, predicting as much as 130 to 150 seats also several times in the recent past. So that's as far as things stand. Where I'm currently at is where Prime Minister Modi's mother, Hiraben, is currently exiting a polling booth after casting a vote. Over 100 years old of age. She has been assisted with a wheelchair and other family members who have in fact been along with her as far as her journey to this particular polling station is concerned. And you can see in fact in those visuals how she's exiting this polling booth in Gandhinagar area of Gujarat, where in fact she is now beg your pardon, going to be going into a chair, going through the wheelchair to the vehicle. In fact, that she has come in. Her residence was about a kilometer away from this particular place. You can see how Hiraben is being taken into this vehicle with the help of a wheelchair. Family members, the brother of Mr. Modi and other family members are here to assist her. And after casting a vote, she is now exiting. In fact, and even as we we speak, being escorted out of the polling booth, being lifted from the wheelchair to the vehicle in which she has arrived at this particular location. So these are the live pictures that you can see of the Prime Minister's mother, who is in fact arrived to exercise her franchise, and just a short while earlier has voted. She has just exited from that particular polling booth and is in fact being allowed or is being helped rather into the vehicle that she has arrived here with her other family members who have come accompanying her for the vote process. So a very, very important day today. Last evening we had seen pictures of the Prime Minister, who had, along with his mother, spent a few moments, had a cup of tea with her, and now in fact even as the Prime Minister has cast his vote at around 9:15 this evening, now his mother around noon is casting her ballot at the Gandhinagar area of Gujarat. A very, very important election for the BJP, one where her son's charisma, her son's appeal is something that the BJP is certainly banking upon to be able to attract voters in this election. He has had, of course, a massive amount of campaigning on ground, road shows, rallies that he has held. The BJP hopes will hold it in good stead as far as his goodwill that exists with the people of Gujarat is concerned, and some of that on display even at that particular polling booth, where people turned out in large numbers to actually come there and in fact get a glimpse of the Prime Minister, someone who in his earlier avatar as Chief Minister of Gujarat has worked. Many of the people who were gathered there shared with us for the development of that state, and that's something that they hope and they haven't really forgotten. So just a few moments ago you saw how the Prime Minister's mother was exiting from this particular polling booth in the Gandhinagar area of Gujarat. She has now left this particular location, has cast her vote, and of course all eyes will be on in fact the final outcome as far as today and the first phase of elections is concerned, where the results come out on the 8th. Certainly, of course, the challenges for the BJP continue. Despite a 27-year incumbency, the BJP is still confident that it would once again be elected to power. It would better its performance in 2017. But really, of course, that is as far as the BJP's claims are concerned. Will the threat from the Aam Aadmi Party hurt the BJP more? Will it hurt the Congress more? These are some questions that certainly many are posing. But at any event, very significant day with leaders of all political parties.
The BJP continues to send out that message of unity, especially with the Prime Minister himself walking that way amid several people to cast his vote, following which his mother also cast her vote just a short while ago. Mother, we'll keep coming back to you. It's a non-stop rolling coverage here on Times Now as phase 2 of Gujarat polls currently underway. Heading into a quick break for now.
Salve, we are talking about transparency. Do you believe the government too needs to be transparent? For instance, if it chooses to return a file to the Supreme Court, collegium of a judge who has been nominated or cleared for appointment, should the public also not know why the file is being returned? To take this a step further, should the IB report and the background checks, etc., made public? Should it work the other way also?
This whole process, quite frankly, and if I may not mince my words, this whole process has become pretty hopeless. I'm sorry to say so. Today, the IB gives a report. Today you ask a person to become a judge. You ask the IB to report. The IB reports partly gossip. Do you want that to come in public domain? I don't want my personal life to come in public domain. I may not even want to be a judge. So this whole process, this whole system is incompatible with transparency. Let me tell you 3 reasons. First of all, and this is my firm belief, all judicial institutions hear cases in public, recess into their chambers and deliver judgments. What goes on inside chambers is never, ever the subject of public scrutiny. And if somebody was to ask a judge in your meeting, when you arrived at a consensus or dissent, what did you discuss? It would be the worst form of contempt, because you're trying to undermine the judiciary. You're trying to interfere with the process by which this beautiful system works. So the judiciary's transparency is the judiciary speaks through its judgments. And that's the transparency. What judges discuss once they go into their chambers has to be protected. Here is a function where the judges are trying to come into public domain. You want one judge to pass comments on a sitting colleague in the High Court. I don't think that's the right thing to do. 3 judges or 5 judges consider the appointment of a judge to the Supreme Court. I'm not going by the gossip you've heard of what discussions take place. I am telling you on a principle, please consider. One of the judges may say, frankly, I think his judgments are third rate. You want that to come in public? The person is a sitting Chief Justice. You are considering his name for the Supreme Court. This is a process which has to be fundamentally different. If you have this kind of a tension between the government and the judiciary, and we have seen that the government says on the one hand, you've reduced us to a post office because the last word is with you. Many times, late Mr. Jaitley used to say, don't blame me, I'm the post office. I receive the file, I send it to the High Court, I get the file, I send it to them. In a situation like this, who takes responsibility? It's the court which has to today take responsibility. And in that, I don't think this system is compatible with the kind of transparency which you must have in the appointment of judges. We have to think of another way in which it is done and in which the sanctity of a person's integrity is maintained. Look at the American system. You know, if you're agreeing to be appointed a Supreme Court judge, you will have a Senate hearing, and that Senate hearing can be excoriating. All sorts of things come up in a Senate confirmation proceeding. That's one system. Will it work for us? May not work for us. We have to find some institutional mechanism by which the institution and not our court does this job. Otherwise, the judges are bringing themselves and their
Welcome back to Times Now Live and a very good afternoon. I'm Siddharth Talya. Now the Akhilesh Yadav-led Samajwadi Party is facing a crucial test today of saving its bastions of Mainpuri as well as Rampur from an ambitious BJP in a high-stakes bipole battle. Akhilesh's wife Dimple Yadav is pitted against the BJP's Raghuraj Singh Shakya in the Mainpuri bipole, who by the way is a Samajwadi Party turncoat who's crossed over to the BJP. Now, even as the voting is currently underway in Mainpuri, Rampur as well as Khatoli, among other areas, the Samajwadi Party has alleged rigging by the BJP. Akhilesh Yadav, Dimple Yadav and other Samajwadi Party netas have alleged that Samajwadi Party voters are being stopped by the police from voting and that the cops are allegedly checking their voter IDs to harass them. The Samajwadi Party chief also alleged that the Mainpuri district magistrate is not receiving their party's complaint call. And the Election Commission, Mr. Yadav says, has turned a blind eye to this reality on the ground.
इलेक्शन कमीशन गाइडलाइन ये नहीं है कि आप पुलिस को ये आजादी दे दें कि आपका चेक करेंगे। जो उनके पास आईडी हैं, जो निर्धारित आईडी होते हैं, उनके तहत जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उन्हें वोट के लिए वापस किया जा रहा है। बल्कि रामपुर विधानसभा में जिस दिन से हम लोग वोट मांग करके आए हैं, जिस दिन से शुरुआत हुई है, उस दिन से प्रशासन लगा हुआ है कि वोट ना पड़ पाए। उन्होंने अपने अधिकारियों को मॉनिटर करने के लिए बैठाया हुआ है कि केवल आपको मैनपुरी लोकसभा मॉनिटर करनी है। बड़े बड़े अधिकारी बैठे हुए लगातार डीएम, एसओ, डीएम को फोन कर रहे हैं। सोचिए आप, लखनऊ से ये चल रहा है।
जो प्यार और स्नेह और आशीर्वाद मैनपुरी लोकसभा क्षेत्र के लोगों ने दिया है, मैं उनका तहे दिल से धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगी और कहना चाहूँगी कि वोट डालें। प्रशासन और सरकार चाहती नहीं है वोट प्रतिशत बढ़े और लगातार अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वे में काम कर रहे हैं, अनडेमोक्रेटिक वे में काम कर रहे हैं ये लोग। ये हमारा अधिकार है कि हम वोट डालें और जिस तरह के हथकंडे अपनाए जा रहे हैं सरकार द्वारा, प्रशासन द्वारा, मैं चुनाव आयोग से भी अपील करना चाहूँगी कि इस पे वह देखे, गहराई से देखे और आने वाला जो लोकसभा चुनाव है 2024 का, उसमें भी इसी तरह के हथकंडे अपनाए जाएंगे तो लोग भी सतर्क हो और चुनाव आयोग से भी अपील करेंगे।
प्रशासन पुलिस अधिकारी ड्यूटियों में हेरफेर कर रहे हैं, प्रशासन के अधिकारी। चुनाव आयोग का ये आदेश था कि रैंडमाइज करके ड्यूटी लगाई जाएंगी और मेरे पास उसकी कॉपी थी, मैंने जब रिप्रेजेंटेशन दिया था उस पर स्पष्ट निर्देश था, रैंडमाइज करके ड्यूटी लगी, कंप्यूटराइज करके। लेकिन जब पोलिंग पर आ गए, पोलिंग पार्टियां बन गई, आ गई सब मंडी में, मैनपुरी में, तब उसमें लगभग 2000 कर्मचारियों को रोक के रिजर्व में इसलिए कर दिया गया कि उनके नाम के आगे यादव लिखा हुआ था। तो सब चुनाव आयोग के निर्देशों का उल्लंघन है सारा चुनाव में। लेकिन ये भूल जाते हैं कि समाजवादी पार्टी को सिर्फ यादव ही वोट नहीं देता है।
Now the situation appears to be similar according to the Samajwadi Party also in Rampur, where voters have alleged that the police checked their IDs, tore it down and that they were also beaten up. Voting is also currently underway in Mainpuri, Rampur and Khatoli, and amid these allegations the BJP has exuded confidence that they're going to win these polls by a significant margin, while the Samajwadi Party is determined to keep its foothold even stronger in what have traditionally been the bastions of the Samajwadi Party. Let me in fact go across to Mayank for more on this. Mayank, this is of course a high stakes battle in areas that have been previously considered bastions of the Samajwadi Party. Rampur of course was something where the Samajwadi Party lost in the Lok Sabha bipoles, but now are determined to preserve the assembly constituency which has been Azam Khan's stronghold in the past.
Well, absolutely, Siddharth. This is another prestigious battle between the Samajwadi Party and there have been similar claims by Asim Raja, who is with me. Sir, आप सुबह से ये शिकायत कर रहे हैं कि पुलिस जो है बहुत ज्यादा ओवररीच कर रही है, लोगों को पहुंचने नहीं दे रही है।
हाँ, पुलिस ने बूथ भी कैप्चर कर रखे हैं और जितने बूथ तक लोगों के पहुंचने के रास्ते हैं सब पर इतने पिकेट बना रखे हैं, इतनी बैरिकेडिंग कर रखी है कि लोग वहां तक पहुंच ही नहीं सकते।
सर, आप किस बेसिस पे ये दे रहे हैं? आपको लोगों के फोन आ रहे हैं जो आपके वोटर्स हैं, आपके सपोर्टर हैं, उनके या आपके पास वीडियोस एविडेंस?
मुस्तकिल फोन आ रहे हैं, वीडियो भी हैं, सब चीजें हैं। और रामपुर का जो अभी तक का पोल है वो भी ये बता रहा है कि वोट नहीं डालने दे रहे हैं।
आपके पार्टी चीफ अखिलेश यादव ने मैनपुरी के बारे में भी सेम बातें कही हैं।
जी, बहुत बुरा हाल है। यहाँ पुलिस ने एकदम लोगों पे अत्याचार शुरू कर दिया है, डांटी डंडे मार रहे हैं, लोग जख्मी हैं, लोगों के हाथ टूटे हैं।
आपके पास अगर एविडेंस है तो इलेक्शन कमीशन में जाएगी समाजवादी पार्टी?
इलेक्शन कमीशन में तो हम कब से जा रहे हैं कि पुलिस हमारे साथ ये अत्याचार कर रही है। इलेक्शन कमीशन संज्ञान नहीं ले रहा है।
भाजपा का कहना है कि आपकी जो पकड़ है आपके गढ़ में कमजोर हो रही है, इसलिए आप ये सब बहाना कर रहे हैं।
नहीं, हमारी पकड़ कमजोर नहीं हो रही है। हमने तो ये कहा फ्री इलेक्शन करा लें, हम तो कहते हैं आर्मी में इलेक्शन करा लें अगर ये सीट 1 लाख वोटों से नहीं जीते हम तो।
Well, that's the challenge coming from Asim Raja, that if there is a free and fair election in Rampur and other bastion of the Samajwadi Party, like this area in the Rampur, there will be, humongous margin victory for the Samajwadi Party candidates. They are alleging since the morning. We have also seen that many people are coming and saying that police are overplaying their hand. However, police are saying that they are only trying to maintain law and order in the areas where polling booths are there, and that's why it is leading to scuffles, verbal arguments between the voters, the supporters of the Samajwadi Party and the police officials, that they are not playing overplaying their hand. They are trying to just ensure, viable security measures outside polling booth here in Rampur. Also, one thing is very noteworthy here is, Siddharth, that there has been very minimal vote. Only 11.3% was voted, of votes were polled by 11 a.m. and that's a very significantly lower number considering a by-poll election where and this has been a Samajwadi Party bastion. Because remember,
Mayank, those numbers of course are worrying. Only 11%, like you said. We'll of course wait to see more updates about the turnouts as to how it pans later in the day. But stay with us. There are some more reactions coming in with respect to what's been happening in Rampur. Let's listen in.
आपका वोट कहाँ पर है रामपुर?
हमारा वोट है घेर कटरवासा में, बूथ नंबर 86 पे।
वोट करने गए तो क्या हुआ वहाँ?
वोट करने गए, हम वहाँ खड़े हुए थे, मशीन खराब थी वहाँ। उसके बाद में पुलिस वालों ने आन के हमसे ये कहा कि आईडी दिखाओ, तुम बाहर निकलो। हम बाहर निकल गया, आईडी दिखाओ, हमने आईडी दिखा दी। उन्होंने वो पर्ची जो थी पोलिंग बूथ वाली जिससे बोर्ड वो फाड़ के फेंक दिया। मैं 10-12 आदमियों को भगा दी।
आपने बोला नहीं कि क्यों बाहर निकलो? मेरे पास
आपके पास हम बोलते तो डंडे खाते क्या? डंडे मार रहे थे।
किनको मार रहे थे? आपके सामने मारा किसी को?
अरे दो जनों को मारा मेरे सामने, यहाँ पर मारते हुए ले गए।
किस बात पे मारा?
वो बात देखा, वो पहचान पत्र वो मारते हुए ले गए।
तो देखा सीधा मारने लगे।
आपको भी मारा?
जी हाँ, मैं मारा, चाटा मारा, आड़ी छीन ली हमारी। हाँ, दोनों छीन ली, भगा दिया। एक लड़को सामने में मारा। विरोध नहीं किया आपने? ना, विरोध इनके सामने मारा, इनकी पूछी, इनकी मारा।
ये पासपोर्ट छीना मेरा, पहचान पत्र, अब वो आधार कार्ड छीना, और मैंने सर ये मैं वोट डालने जा रही हूँ यहाँ पे, बोलेगा वोट निकल गया, छीन छान के, और मतलब ये डंडा लगा है, और एक लड़कों को बहुत मारा, मुल्ला जी का लड़का है, वो घर में पड़ा हुआ है।
Now it's a battle of prestige for the Samajwadi Party. Of course, the seat in Mainpuri fell vacant following the death of its stalwart Mulayam Singh Yadav, and the Rampur Assembly seat fell vacant following the conviction of Azam Khan in a hate speech case. Let's listen into some more reactions that have come in.
जीतेंगे, बहुत वोटों से जीतेंगे।
बीजेपी कह रही कि पहली बार यहाँ कमल खिलाएंगे।
अरे लगाओगे तो सब ढूंढती है।
फिर से शुरू करेंगे, एक बार पांडे जी कैमरा लगा लीजिए। बताइए, वोट देकर आएंगे जी, क्या समाजवादी पार्टी का
पार्टी बहुत वोट
लग रहा है बीजेपी
नेताजी भी यहाँ की जनता को बहुत प्यार करते, तो अब यहाँ पर नेताजी से लेकर के हम लोगों ने बहुत विकास किया है। उसकी वजह से जनता, जब नेताजी नहीं है तो नेताजी श्रद्धांजलि स्वरूप यहाँ के मतदाता वोट डिम्पल यादव को करेंगे।
देखिए, 50 साल से रामपुर की जनता एक अंधेरे में थी, और वो अंधेरा इन्हीं लोगों के द्वारा दिखाया गया था। आज अंधेरी रात छट चुकी है और सवेरा होने को है। हम रामपुर में उद्योगों के मुद्दे को लेकर जनता के बीच हैं, और रामपुर का आज हिंदू, मुसलमान और नौजवान ये मन बना चुका है। 50 महीने में हम वो चीजें करके दिखाएंगे जो इन लोगों ने 50 साल में नहीं की। आज रामपुर के मुसलमानों में योगी आदित्यनाथ जी का विश्वास जो है वो एक अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी चीज है। यहाँ का मुसलमान योगी सरकार में अपने आप को बहुत सुरक्षित समझता है। तो यही सबसे बड़ा कारण है कि आज जो मुस्लिम समाज भी है वो भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ लगातार आ रहा है।
Well, let me go across to my colleague Amir Haq, who's been monitoring the bipoles in Mainpuri very closely. He was there during the build-up to these polls as well and during the campaign. Amir, tell us about how the situation is right now on the ground in Mainpuri. What's the turnout been like? Because Akhilesh Yadav held a press conference not too long ago alleging malpractice on the part of the UP police.
Well, that's right, Siddharth. Akhilesh Yadav, along with his wife and candidate for Mainpuri from Samajwadi Party, Dimple Yadav, actually held a press conference after they cast their vote in a polling station right behind me in Saifai. This allegation has been consistently put upon the Yogi government by the Samajwadi Party and its leadership, that they've been trying to rig polls, somehow influence the poll in favor of their party, BJP, and which is what was said again this morning by Akhilesh Yadav after he cast his vote, that the government, the local administration as well as the police personnel are actually siding with the BJP. They are discouraging all such supporters and members of their party, workers of their party who want to venture out to cast their votes. And in fact, many such voters, they say, have been turned away from polling stations because they were carrying, weren't actually carrying their voter ID cards, but in fact Aadhaar cards, while they should actually have been allowed to cast their votes even with their Aadhaar cards. So number of such allegations coming in from the side of Samajwadi Party, although so far about 20% votes have been cast in Mainpuri. The percentage obviously is much less in Rampur, as was being cited by Mayank over there, while in Muzaffarnagar, in Khatoli, about 21% voting has taken place. So clearly, while allegations fly thick and fast, the onus clearly remains on the Election Commission and the police and local
Absolutely, Amir. Relatively low voter turnouts, like you said. Rampur has only had a voter turnout of about 11.1% so far. We'll slip into a short break for now. We'll of course keep coming back to Amir and the others in Uttar Pradesh tracking the bipoles. We'll slip into a short break. See you on the other side.
pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivchakkar.
हम ये भी पूछना चाहेंगे आज कि जब आपकी पार्टी एक रेप अक्यूज्ड राम रहीम को पैरोल पे छोड़ती है और मंत्रीगण
कोर्ट कौन चलाता है?
पैरोल कौन देता है?
कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है?
पैरोल कौन दे रहा है?
कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है? मैं दोबारा कह रही हूँ, कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है? आपको लगता है कॉन्शियंशियस सरकार जहां पर मीडिया की नजर 24 घंटे है, जहां सिटीजन्स एंगेजमेंट है 24 घंटे, वहां पर इफेक्टिवली खुद को कटघरे में खड़े होने के लिए कोई भी राजनेता इस प्रकार का कोई कदम लेगा?
पर लोग जा रहे हैं,
नहीं है।
उनके प्रवचनों पर आपके मंत्री जाते हैं।
मैं दोबारा कहती हूं, अगर एक लॉ के मर्यादा में कोई भी कोर्ट कोई निर्णय लेता है, मैं दोबारा सीजीआई ने हाल फिलहाल में ये कहा कि भाई कोर्ट डरते हैं, मैं उस पर भी टिप्पणी नहीं कर रही हूं। मेरा ये आपसे पूछना है कि आपको लगता है कॉन्शियंशियस एक पॉलिटिशियन इस प्रकार का निर्णय लेगा? नहीं लेगा।
नहीं लिया, और पैरोल पे अगर कोर्ट की वजह से बाहर भी आए राम
तो फिर
रहीम,
दोबारा तो आप जब प्रश्न पूछ रही थी तो आपको कोर्ट के संदर्भ में कहना चाहिए था।
लेकिन वो बाहर अगर आए हैं तो आप उनकी
मैं दोबारा कह रही हूं कि अगर वो कोर्ट की वजह से बाहर आए हैं तो आप कटघरे में पॉलिटिशियन को क्यों खड़ा कर रहे हैं?
क्योंकि पॉलिटिशियन वहां बैठकर सत्संग देख रहे।
मैं गई थी।
नहीं, पर आपकी पार्टी के लोग गए थे।
मैं गई थी। इसका मतलब कोई पुरुष नेता कुछ करेगा तो आप पुरुष से नहीं कहेंगे, महिला आपके सामने आएगी उससे पूछेंगे।
हेडलाइन?
नो, नॉट अ हेडलाइन, दिस इज हार्डली वन।
नहीं, पर
जी नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन।
ये सब आपके कॉलीग्स हैं, ये वहां जाकर सत्संग में बैठते हैं, आपको बुरा नहीं लगता?
पहले तो मैं दोबारा कहती हूं, आप जब सत्संग शब्द का इस्तेमाल करती हैं, कहीं ना कहीं आप इस बात को कुरेद रहे हैं, सिंस यू कॉल्ड मी अ हार्डकोर हिंदू टू बिगिन विद।
मैंने नहीं कहा, वो जवाहर सरकार ने कहा।
बट आई नो दैट यू हैव रीपोजिशन्ड इट एंड योर जक्सटापोजिशन इज वेल नोटेड। आप ये इसलिए कह रही हैं ताकि मेरे अंदर के हिंदू को कुरेद दें और बार बार कहें अरे सत्संग में गए, सत्संग में गए, सत्संग में गए। दूसरे धर्म में आपको दिखाई दिए हैं कोई जो रेप के आरोपी हैं, मर्डर के आरोपी हैं? आप किसी भी मंच से किसी और धर्म के बारे में ऐसा बोलती हैं? या आपको हार्डकोर हिंदू आज मिला है मंच पे तो इसलिए हिंदू है तो इससे पूछ लेते हैं?
अच्छा, अब सवाल पूछने के लिए पहले
हिंदू विद अ सरनेम कॉल्ड ईरानी। हाँ,
आप हिंदू हैं कि पारसी हैं? शादी के बाद
देखिए, पारसी रिलीजन में धर्मांतरण नहीं होता, और धर्मांतरण होता तो भी मैं गर्व से हिंदू हूं, मैं नहीं करती।
पहले कहा जाता था कि कांग्रेस तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करती है।
पहले ही कहा जाता था,
अब भी कहा जाता है। तो कांग्रेस तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करती है और आप मेजॉरिटेरियनिज्म की राजनीति करते हैं। आप पर
80 करोड़ नागरिकों को उनके घर में 28 महीने से मुफ्त का राशन मिल रहा है। 19 करोड़ आयुष्मान भारत के कार्ड डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हो चुके हैं।
Welcome back. News coming in from Tamil Nadu. There are the visuals of VK Sasikala, who's part of the AMMK, and she's paying tribute to J. Jayalalitha at Marina Beach. It's been 6 years now since J. Jayalalitha, the former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, passed away. Let me go across to Prapanch for more on this. Prapanch, this is the 6th death anniversary of J. Jayalalitha, and one of her colleagues at one point in time, Sasikala, who's now of course part of the AMMK, paying tribute to her at Marina Beach.
That's right. Sasikala, VK Sasikala, one of the senior leader who was earlier with the AIADMK. Later on, she was removed from the AIADMK party by the same the duo Edappadi Palanichami and O. Pannirselvam, because when they joined, one of their concern and main pointer was to remove Sasikala and her family members from the party. Now, in fact, now we could see that O. Pannirselvam has cozied up with the TTV Dinakaran and VK Sasikala, and in fact they have been making statements in favor of each other in recent times. But however, we could also see that Mr. Edappadi Palanichami has been making statements against Mr. O. Pannirselvam, and he has been tacitly calling them traitors. And recently, even when we asked about what was the future of ADMK, in fact he said that there was no place for O. Pannirselvam also in the party, and he was expelled recently in the General Council meeting. Now, however, Mr. O. Pannirselvam, while after paying tributes to the late Chief Minister Jayalalitha, he was saying that he was...
Right, Prapanch, thanks for that update. Visuals, of course, of the cadre of the AMMK and, of course, VK Sasikala paying her tributes to Jayalalitha at her memorial in Marina Beach in Chennai. We'll slip into a short break now. We'll come back with more on the other side. Stay tuned.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी में अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं देश की जनता को कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाने के लिए अड़ीग है, ऑफर है और हम लाकर रहेंगे। देखिए, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनसंघ से लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हमारी यात्रा का, आज तक की हमारी राजनीतिक यात्रा का एक वादा रहा है देश की जनता से। और न केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी, संविधान सभा ने भी देश भर के विधानमंडलों को और संसद को ये सलाह दी है कि जब भी उचित समय आए यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड इस देश में आना चाहिए, क्योंकि किसी भी पंथ निरपेक्ष राष्ट्र के लिए, राज्य के लिए धर्म के आधार पर कानून नहीं होने चाहिए। अगर राष्ट्र और राज्य पंथ निरपेक्ष है तो धर्म के आधार पर कानून कैसे हो सकते हैं? हर धर्म के मानने वाले के लिए एक कानून होना चाहिए जो देश के विधानमंडल और देश की संसद पारित करे। परंतु ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम सबने संविधान सभा के एक कमिटमेंट को भुला दिया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अलावे आज कोई पार्टी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के पक्ष में नहीं है, ना बोलते हैं। हाँ, हिम्मत कम होगी तो विरोध नहीं करेंगे, मगर ये नहीं कहेंगे कि हाँ लागू करिए, हम आपके साथ खड़े। हम लोकतंत्र के अंदर है, लोकतंत्र के अंदर एक स्वस्थ बहस जरूरी है। जब इतने सारे राजनीतिक दल का एक अभिप्राय हो और मेरे राजनीतिक दल का दूसरा अभिप्राय हो, मनसा चाहे कोई भी हो, वोट प्राप्त करने की हो या जो हो, अगर उनका एक अभिप्राय है कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड अभी नहीं लाना चाहिए, तो इस पर एक स्वस्थ और खुली बहस की जरूरत है। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जहां जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शासन है वहां 3 राज्यों में अब तक, हिमाचल, उत्तराखंड और गुजरात में, हमने एक पैनल बनाया है और पैनल सुप्रीम कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड जज और हाई कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड चीफ जस्टिस की अध्यक्षता में बनाए हैं। और सारे दल, समाज जीवन के सारे लोग और सभी धर्म संप्रदाय के लोग उनके सामने अपना अपना पक्ष रख रहे हैं। उस पर जो एडवाइस आएगी इसके आधार पर हम काम करेंगे। और स्वाभाविक रूप से इस प्रकार के शिखर सम्मेलन और इंटरव्यू में भी इस पर एक स्वस्थ बहस छिड़ी हुई है, तो देश की जनता को भी मन बनाने में इससे बहुत बड़ा मदद मिलता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी में अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं देश की जनता को कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाने के लिए अड़ीग है, ऑफर है और हम लाकर रहेंगे, परंतु सारी लोकतांत्रिक चर्चाओं की समाप्ति के बाद।
So Justice Lalit, Kiran Rijiju, the present law minister, has also made this point about certain degree of exceptionalism to the universal rule, so to speak. On that, I would like you to elaborate, obviously, and also, would you welcome it? Obviously, you're not in office right now. But theoretically, if the centre were to decide to file a petition against the NJAC judgment, do you think if you were...
Big news coming in from the Supreme Court. The parents of Anamika, the victim in the 2012 Chawla gang rape and murder case, will now be filing a review petition in the Supreme Court against the acquittal of the three main accused in this matter. Let me go across immediately to Harish Nair for more. Harish, this comes after the LG of Delhi had okayed the review petition to be filed by the Delhi police in this matter as well.
Yes, Siddharth, this has been filed on behalf of the victims' parents, and I have with me the advocate for the parents, Mr. Sandeep Sharma. Sir, what is the exact main grounds taken in this?
There are various grounds that we've taken. One is concurrent findings. Then there is clear evidence available on record against which we have filed a review, because according to us, the judgment given by the Honorable Supreme Court, with great respect, does not deal with all the evidences which were available on record, which clearly prove the guilt of the accused. Like, there are so many issues, call records, and the presence of the victim on the spot, the car, the broken bumper. There are a lot of issues there, which we have pointed out in the review. So let's see, we filed it today. We are very hopeful that it will be taken up and it will be taken in the right perspective.
Okay, we also have with us Nirbhaya's mother, who has come here to express solidarity and support Anamika's parents. आपको क्या कहना है इस पे? The review file हुआ है।
देखिए, मैं 3 साल बाद इसी ग्राउंड में फिर आई हूँ। निर्भया को यहाँ से इंसाफ मिला है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इस अनामिका को इंसाफ मिलेगा।
Right. So that was, of course, Asha Devi, the mother of Nirbhaya as well, lending solidarity to the family of Anamika in that review petition. We'll slip into a short break now. We'll come back with more on the other side.
Mr. Salve, we are talking about transparency. Do you believe the government too needs to be transparent? For instance, if it chooses to return a file to the Supreme Court, collegium of a judge who has been nominated or cleared for appointment, should the public also not know why the file is being returned? To take this a step further, should the IB report and the background checks, etc., made public? Should it work the other way also?
This whole process, quite frankly, and if I may not mince my words, this whole process has become pretty hopeless. I'm sorry to say so. Today, the IB gives a report. Today you ask a person to become a judge. You ask the IB to report. The IB reports partly gossip. Do you want that to come in public domain? I don't want my personal life to come in public domain. I may not even want to be a judge. So this whole process, this whole system is incompatible with transparency. Let me tell you 3 reasons. First of all, and this is my firm belief, all judicial institutions hear cases in public, recess into their chambers and deliver judgments. What goes on inside chambers is never, ever the subject of public scrutiny. And if somebody was to ask a judge in your meeting, when you arrived at a consensus or dissent, what did you discuss? It would be the worst form of contempt, because you're trying to undermine the judiciary. You're trying to interfere with the process by which this beautiful system works. So the judiciary's transparency is the judiciary speaks through its judgments, and that's the transparency. What judges discuss once they go into their chambers has to be protected. Here is a function where the judges are trying to come into public domain. You want one judge to pass comments on a sitting colleague in the High Court. I don't think that's the right thing to do. 3 judges or 5 judges consider the appointment of a judge to the Supreme Court. I'm not going by the gossip you've heard of what discussions take place. I am telling you on a principle, please consider. One of the judges may say, frankly, I think his judgments are third rate. You want that to come in public? The person is a sitting Chief Justice. You are considering his name for the Supreme Court. This is a process which has to be fundamentally different. If you have this kind of a tension between the government and the judiciary, and we have seen that the government says on the one hand, you've reduced us to a post office because the last word is with you. Many times, late Mr. Jaitley used to say, don't blame me, I'm the post office. I receive the file, I send it to the High Court, I get the file, I send it to them. In a situation like this, who takes responsibility? It's the court which has to today take responsibility. And in that, I don't think this system is compatible with the kind of transparency which you must have in the appointment of judges. We have to think of another way in which it is done and in which the sanctity of a person's integrity is maintained. Look at the American system. You know, if you're agreeing to be appointed a Supreme Court judge, you will have a Senate hearing, and that Senate hearing can be excoriating. All sorts of things come up in a Senate confirmation proceeding. That's one system. Will it work for us? May not.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome. Thanks very much for tuning in. You're watching Newsroom 365. My name is Ahmedabad and these are the headlines. Stage 2 of the Gujarat elections underway. Over 19% votes that have been cast till 11 a.m. this morning for 93 seats. Prime Minister Modi vows Ahmedabad as he walks down the street to cast his vote this morning amidst Modi chants by his followers and supporters. Congress and the TMC alleges Prime Minister held a roadshow. He continues to campaign on polling day in a bit of violation of the Model Code of Conduct. The BJP says loser Congress is left with no issues. Union Home Minister Amit Shah along with his family also cast their vote this morning. Visits the temple right after casting their vote, seeking blessings with a set tradition for the elections. Rahul Gandhi claims Congress candidate Kantibhai Kharade was kidnapped by the BJP. Kantibhai himself surfaces late at night, claims that he was beaten up allegedly by the BJP goons. Survival test for the Yadav family as the Mainpuri area also votes for the Lok Sabha seat as Mulayam Singh's demise right after that as the SP alleges poll rigging by the Yogi administration. Anti-India lobby in the West once again at its work, where the top UK college gives a platform to anti-India Islamist Muzammil Ayub Thakur. Kashmiri Hindus protest in Jammu demand security after Lashkar Front terror group TRF's open threat to wipe out Hindus from Kashmir. Days after Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee claimed cash was being smuggled in cars, 5 arrested while ferrying 95 bundles of cash in a Bihar registered car. Shocking anti-woman rant by a top cleric says giving election tickets to women goes against their religion.
The most comprehensive exit polls, the fastest numbers, credible analysis.
The voter has actually voted you back for your governance.
Goa, Uttarakhand, will you be able to stitch it together? Are your planes ready? And why can you not perform in Punjab?
The most trusted anchors in the news fraternity.
Times Now has done a survey and projected a comfortable victory.
Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in a head-to-head contest
2017, how the color coding happened as opposed to 2022. With a state-of-the-art technology and the most experienced team of experts. Mandate 2022 exit polls. Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
Let's continue to get you the biggest story of the day, even as the second phase of polling, which is currently underway in Gujarat. Now, Prime Minister's home turf, which has been marked by fresh controversy, as the Prime Minister today exercised his franchise in Ahmedabad. A huge sea of people who were already present to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister. Even Modi chants could be heard. And the Prime Minister, right after casting his vote, showed his inked finger and walked to his brother's house straight away. Now, people present on both sides, the Prime Minister acknowledged as far as their greetings are also concerned. Let me we straight away go across to our team of reporters there. Remember, you're watching Times Now and the biggest teams of reporters there on the ground getting you all of the live updates. We have Madhav, Nibir, Ishan, Ravikant and also Aishwarya, Gurpreet and Swarali and Rishabh joining us this afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you. Madhav, starting first with you. But before that, let's listen in to the Prime Minister, what he has said, because this is what the objection the Congress party seems to be also raging as far as the model code of violation is concerned done by the Prime Minister. Listen in.
लोकतंत्र का ये उत्सव गुजरात के, हिमाचल के और दिल्ली के मतदाताओं ने बहुत ही उत्साह और उमंग के साथ मनाया। मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि उन्होंने बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से पूरे विश्व में भारत के लोकतंत्र की प्रतिष्ठा को बढ़े, इस प्रकार से चुनाव का संचालन करने की एक महान परंपरा विकसित की है और उसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण इस चुनाव में भी नजर आया। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन का भी हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
So the incident that has created political ripples across Gujarat with the Congress party alleging violation of the model code of conduct, where the Congress party accused the Prime Minister of holding a road show and continuing with his political campaigning on the day of the polling which was underway. Meanwhile, the BJP has mocked the Congress over the issue, saying that the grand old party has run out of election issues and this is no longer an issue, as the Prime Minister, being the son of the soil, was just there in his home ground acknowledging the people.
बिल्कुल कतई नहीं होना चाहिए, आचार संहिता का भंग है। प्रधानमंत्री अभी प्रचार में लगे हैं, गुजरात में सत्ता भाजपा की जाने लगी है, तो प्रधानमंत्री वोट देने की जगह ये जिस तरह से प्रचार और मीडिया में पूरे 2 घंटे छाए रहना चाहते, उसका मतलब ये है कि गुजरात में से भाजपा सरकार जा रही है।
The way they have violated the model code of conduct in Gujarat, especially during the polling day, it shows they have got a scant respect for election commission or the law of the land, and the election commission has got no spine to take any kind of action against the home minister or the prime minister. It was seen in Surat, the Aam Aadmi party candidate was not allowed to file the nomination. After filing the nomination, he was kidnapped and he was forced to withdraw the papers. This is the jungle Raj that we are seeing in the leadership of Mr. Modi.
Important thing is whether our Prime Minister had visited when a bridge in Ahmedabad came down and more than 100 people were killed. Why did not he visit there? He has visited polling stations. I always say that Bharatiya Janata Party, our Prime Minister, leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party, they are crazy for the power. They have no concern for the people. They have no concern for the country. So that is the reason he has visited polling station, just for the sake of power.
Well, not just the Congress, even Mamata Banerjee's TMC seems to be echoing the same sentiment. And Mamata Banerjee has been saying that the Election Commission should be held accountable, that holding a rally on the day of the election is not allowed, and EC has a special rule for the BJP which is illegal. So if the Prime Minister holds a rally on election day, then the BJP may get all of the seats. This is illegal and unconstitutional. This is what Mamata Banerjee has to say. Let's listen in.
If Prime Minister go and have a rally on election day, what do we expect? 100 they will get, they may get. But is it fair? Election day road show is banned. But for them, they may be excused.
Well, we have Tamal joining us live this afternoon. Tamal, it seems what the Congress party is raising the objections, Mamata Banerjee seems to be seconding it, saying that the Prime Minister was holding election campaign on the day of the polling. Tamal. All right, just getting connected with Tamal, but you heard Mamata Banerjee, who was speaking on a range of issues, as she also spoke on the current issue as far as the Congress party raising the objections of the Prime Minister, who they have been saying that was conducting poll campaigning on the day when people of 93 seats in North Gujarat have been coming out to vote today in the second phase. Yes, Tamal, Mamata Banerjee also agreeing with the Congress party here.
Well, Mamata Banerjee has essentially slammed the Election Commission, questioned the Election Commission not really intervening and pulling up BJP. Mamata Banerjee, mind it, during the run-up to 2021 Bengal Assembly Election, as a Chief Minister, was also banned for a day from campaigning because BJP had raised complaints about her to the Election Commission, stating that she had tried dividing voters, and thus she was reprimanded. She was not allowed to campaign for one single day, and she had gone on a dharna, quietly sitting and painting as a mark of protest. And today, when the Prime Minister, while going to cast his vote, had almost walked kilometers
all right,
to reach...
just as we speak, Tamal, we'll just come back to you. The Prime Minister has now reached Kamalam, which is... The Prime Minister has now reached the national capital, as what is being said and confirmed by our reporters right now. Prime Minister there after hectic campaigning and today casting his vote, as he had arrived in Ahmedabad on Sunday evening. Thereafter made a quick stop to meet his mother, and early this morning around 9 a.m. he went to cast his vote, and after that this is now at around 5 p.m. when the second phase of elections and elections altogether in the state of Gujarat is now over. The Prime Minister now heading back, and those pictures that we are getting of him being received by the BJP National President JP Nadda as well, we are getting those pictures even amid a lot of controversy of what we have been raising as far as the Congress party citing Model Code of Conduct violation. Let me go across to Madhav now. Madhav, the Prime Minister there done with the poll campaigning and also casting his vote this morning.
Well, in fact, he was done with the poll campaigning on Friday, after which he left for the national capital. He was back on Sunday evening, met with family members, and today has cast his vote. But yes, the Prime Minister and, his entire campaign has been very, very critical, very, very central for the BJP over here in Gujarat, and that has made a lot of difference. The BJP feels as far as its own fortunes are concerned in this entire election. Remember that he is someone who enjoys tremendous goodwill, a lot of popularity, not just here in Ahmedabad, but cutting across the entire state, and certainly, of course, is their biggest campaign phase in terms of their star campaigners here in Gujarat. Clearly, for the Prime Minister today, while he went to in fact cast his vote, there were people lined up on the streets, while the BJP says that that's just the Prime Minister and the affection that people show to him, which had in fact led to them being present there when he was casting his vote. The opposition, of course, is using this or at least taking this up. We'll have to see if there's a formal complaint that goes to the Election Commission, but certainly several statements saying that the Election Commission must take note, and they're calling this an election campaign which is not allowed strictly on polling day. Now that's as far as the war of words, as far as the Prime Minister's own visit to the polling station this morning is concerned. Whether the Election Commission chooses to take up this issue or not, or what is the view that they will formulate, remains to be seen at this point of time. But certainly all eyes on this event that took place this morning, because clearly the kind of popularity, the kind of response that the Prime Minister evokes was clearly on display early this morning when the Prime Minister went to cast his vote at around 9:15. Back to you.
Absolutely, but Madhav, if we talk about now the Prime Minister, his main focus now would be on the upcoming elections in the other states, because right after this year ends, there are other states now in the offing as the preparations are being done on an all-time high and at a greater speed on the BJP there sounding the poll bugle in the other states where the elections will be held next year.
Well, absolutely. In fact, the BJP is a party that is, constantly in poll prepared mode, and we had seen that even right after the UP elections of the Prime Minister, the very next day was seen campaigning on ground here in Gujarat, holding public rallies and public events. So clearly, of course, that's the mode in which the BJP functions. Next year, there are going to be several critical elections, the first of which is going to be Karnataka in May next year, and then in the end of the year is when the terms of the Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh assemblies do end. And so those are going to be BJP. Some of the big states, several other states also expected to head to the polls, but those are certainly amongst the bigger states where in fact we are going to see a direct fight between the Congress and the BJP on ground. There may be regional forces at play over there, but certainly not as significant as a direct fight between the Congress and the BJP that we've seen in recent years take place. And that's why it's going to be very important to see if the Congress, has to prevent the BJP's designs of, making India Congress smoked. If it has to really fight for its survival, it will not just have to fight in states like Gujarat, where the BJP has been in power for 27 years, but also in the other states where it has tasted power in the past decade and a half. And that's why it's going to be very, very important for the Congress party as well to do well in those big states for it to continue and to be able to give a challenge and a threat to the BJP as far as
because 2022 4 is also not that far as the general elections are concerned, but the main focus now would be on the 8th of December when the results are out, mainly of Gujarat there, because the second phase and the last phase of polling which is currently underway. Madhav, we'll just come back to you. Let's talk about the Aam Aadmi Party here as well, because they too have been levelling serious allegations as the Aam Aadmi Party seems to be confident as the elections continue, with the official handle of the party is just tweeted saying Parivartan. We also spoke to the Aam Aadmi Party Gujarat CM face Izzuddin Gadvi, and just listening to what he has to say as far as saying that BJP and the Congress are not the main factors now. It is the Aam Aadmi Party in the Parivartan with a heart emoji sign that has now been pasted on their official Twitter handle. Listen in.
देखो, लोगों में उम्मीद तो दिख रही है, लोग वोटिंग करने निकल रहे हैं और हमें ये लग रहा है कि कुछ अच्छा होने वाला है। फर्स्ट फेज में मैं मान रहा हूं कि 51 प्लस सीट हम निकाल रहे हैं। सेकंड फेज में अभी हम अंदाजा लगा रहे हैं, लेकिन वोटिंग होने के बाद पता चलेगा। लेकिन 52 प्लस सीट का हमें अंदाजा है सेकंड फेज में।
अच्छा, फर्स्ट फेज में वोटिंग कम हुई, 3.5% वोटिंग कम हुई, और सेकंड फेज में भी अब देखते हैं, चुनाव आयोग कोशिश कर रहा है कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग घर से बाहर निकले, तो इसका नुकसान किसे मान लें?
देखो, भाजपा से लोग परेशान हैं और फर्स्ट फेज में सौराष्ट्र और साउथ गुजरात, उसमें जो मुझे लगता है कि सरकार के खिलाफ एंटी कमेंसी वो तो लग रहा है कि जो लोग नाराज थे वो आए नहीं है। लेकिन जो हुई है वोटिंग, हमने जो इंटरनल किया और जिस तरह से सोर्स बता रहे हैं आईबी की रिपोर्ट से, भाजपा को फर्स्ट फेज में 30 मिल रही है, हमें 51 प्लस मिल रही है।
Well, Aishwarya is also joining us. Aishwarya, looking at the current situation, the Aam Aadmi Party seems to be banking on the incumbency factor and also the low voter turnout in the first phase.
Well, that's right. In fact, there was massive campaigning which was done by just not the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo Arvind Kejriwal before the first phase of elections in parts of Surat and also in Dwarka, where they are clearly banking on with Izzuddin Gadvi and Gopal Italia, in the first phase of in the first phase of elections in Gujarat, clearly gave their heart out, and in the second phase also we have seen that Arvind Kejriwal clearly promised of several freebies to the people of Gujarat, and also the Delhi model put in as their election campaign in Gujarat as well. Remember, there was a massive roadshow in Ahmedabad where Arvind Kejriwal, Rajya Sabha MP Raghav Chadha, Harbhajan Singh and Bhagwant Mann, Chief Minister of Punjab, did in Ahmedabad as well, and they are clearly hoping that in the second phase, where they are again going in 93 assembly seats, fighting tough against BJP and Congress, will get more than 25 to 30 seats, and clearly they are assured of victory, and that's what they have put on their Twitter handle as well, Parivartan, and that's what their election slogan was also in the entire Gujarat Assembly Election.
19.17 voter turnout as is being predicted as of now. Still around 4 hours to go till the time the voting till taking place in the second and the last phase of polling in the state of Gujarat. For the moment, Aishwarya, thanks very much for joining in. We'll continue with the election updates on the other side of a very short break. Stay tuned.
The most comprehensive exit polls, the fastest numbers, credible analysis.
The voter had actually voted you back for your governance.
Goa, Uttarakhand, will you be able to stitch it together? Are your planes ready? And why can you not perform in Punjab?
The most trusted anchors in the news fraternity.
Times Now has done a survey and projected a comfortable victory.
Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in a head-to-head contest.
2017, how the color coding happened as opposed to 2022 with a state-of-the-art technology.
All right, before we head into a short break, we stay with those pictures that are coming in of the Prime Minister, as this is the Rashtriya Padadhikari Baithak that is now taking place in New Delhi. This is the BJP office. The first pictures that are coming in is the Prime Minister shortly was welcomed by JP Nadda, the BJP national president, and it seems to be seen what would be the agenda that will be taken up today, as the Prime Minister this morning had quite a busy day as he cast his vote early this morning at around 9 a.m. and thereafter quickly made his way back to Delhi. So this is the Delhi BJP headquarters that we are getting those pictures, as the BJP Karyakartas, the workers and the leaders have also now joined in for this party meeting that is being chaired by the Prime Minister, as we stay with those live pictures that are coming in, because the BJP now will be going in the focus mode right after 5 p.m. when the elections get over. And it would be now a turning point for the BJP, whether or not they'll be able to restore its rule for consecutive 7th term in the state of Gujarat. Now, being the Prime Minister's home state, also the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, whose also pictures came in along with his family as they went out to cast their vote. Now, this comes as the BJP also is now looking for the preparation mode for next year's elections as well. Big states that will be underway as far as the polling is concerned, that will be soon announced next early this year itself. But the exit polls, this is something as the biggest team of experts that will be joining right here on Times Now. We will be getting you those live updates, but it seems that the Prime Minister and the team BJP already in a focus mode, as we are looking at those pictures coming in of this Baithak that is about to be chaired by the Prime Minister. JP Nadda, the party national president, who greeted the Prime Minister upon his arrival to the national capital, he has been campaigning non-stop. In fact, bigger and massive road shows that were conducted by the Prime Minister, almost a 50-kilometer long one that is being claimed by the BJP in Ahmedabad, consecutive back-to-back road shows, over 30 rallies, as the Prime Minister continued to be the star campaigner. The X factor for the state of Gujarat is concerned. Will the BJP retain the BJP party rule for the 7th consecutive term? That remains to be seen, because 3 days on from now, that is on the 8th of December, we will be getting the poll results live, as the team here of Times Now will be getting you the factual numbers and figures right from the morning 7 a.m. when we go live with our broadcast. But the Prime Minister there, of course, also being the center of controversy. The Congress party raises objection, as on the left the Prime Minister was making his way to the polling booth and also coming out thereafter speaking to the media. The Congress party has raised their objection, saying that this is a violation of the Model Code of Conduct. Sabyasachi joining us at this point. Sabyasachi, what is with this meeting that the Prime Minister is chairing in Delhi?
Well, absolutely. Prime Minister Modi is going to inaugurate the two-day national office bearer meeting of the BJP, which will lay down the party's political agenda as it readies for the next round of state polls and the all-important Lok Sabha election in 2024. And the party said in a statement that Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate and address the meeting of these party senior organizational leaders from across the country. And beside the national office bearers, president and general secretaries of the party state unit will also be attending the meeting, as is the practice. And the meeting is to be chaired by the BJP president JP Nadda. And the party's future strategy will be the key focus, and Prime Minister along with the senior leaders will take stock of its preparation for the next round of state assembly polls and review various ongoing organizational activities.
All right, so those pictures that are coming in of the Prime Minister inaugurating the two-day National Office Bearers meeting of the BJP at the headquarters to discuss the preparations, of course, when it comes to next year's assembly elections as well. But not to forget the upcoming 2024 Lok Sabha as well, elections that will be taking place. So the future strategy, also what is being said, Sabyasachi, may also be discussed in this meeting.
Well, absolutely. See, the party leaders will be engaged in organizational work around the year, and the meeting will serve as a stock-taking exercise as well. And various groups of party leaders, including union ministers, have been roped in to further strengthen its presence, especially in places where it lost in the 2019 Lok Sabha polls, and it's eyeing victory in 2024 Lok Sabha polls. And some electoral important states, including Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, besides Tripura and Chhattisgarh, are scheduled to have the assembly polls in run-up to the Lok Sabha elections. So these all topics will be in mind, and the discussion will take place on these topics.
Right, as Sabyasachi has been pointing out, JP Nadda, the BJP National Party President, also present there along with the Prime Minister, and all of the party's national office bearers in charge and co-in charge of all states, in charge of various front state presidents and general secretaries of the state organizations, also said to be participating in this 2-day-long meeting. Now, what is being said in this meeting of the BJP that is being chaired and inaugurated by the Prime Minister, the upcoming strategy of the party that will be discussed along with the review and the preparation for the assembly elections that will be held in several states next year. Various organizational activities ranging from booth committees will also be likely be discussed in this meeting. So the Prime Minister early this morning in Gujarat, now in the state, now in the capital Delhi, as he is just chairing as far as the BJP office bearers party meeting is concerned. We'll be back now after a short break.
The most comprehensive exit polls, the fastest numbers, credible analysis.
The voter had actually voted you back for your governance.
Goa, Uttarakhand, will you be able to stitch it together? Are your planes ready? And why can you not perform in Punjab?
The most trusted anchors in the news fraternity.
Times Now has done a survey and projected a comfortable victory.
Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in a head-to-head contest.
2017, how the color coding happened as opposed to 2022. With a state-of-the-art technology and the most experienced team of experts. Mandate 2022 exit polls. Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivchakkar.
हम ये भी पूछना चाहेंगे आज कि जब आपकी पार्टी एक रेप अक्यूज्ड राम रहीम को पैरोल पे छोड़ती है और मंत्रीगण
कोर्ट कौन चलाता है?
पैरोल कौन देता है?
कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है?
पैरोल कौन दे रहा है?
कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है? मैं दोबारा कह रही हूँ, कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है? आपको लगता है कॉन्शियंशियस सरकार, जहां पर मीडिया की नजर 24 घंटे है, जहां सिटीजन एंगेजमेंट है 24 घंटे, वहां पर इफेक्टिवली खुद को कटघरे में खड़े होने के लिए कोई भी राजनेता इस प्रकार का कोई कदम लेगा?
पर लोग जा रहे हैं,
नहीं है।
उनके प्रवचनों पर आपके मंत्री जाते हैं।
मैं दोबारा कहती हूं, अगर एक लॉ के मर्यादा में कोई भी कोर्ट कोई निर्णय लेता है, मैं दोबारा सीजीआई ने हाल फिलहाल में ये कहा कि भाई कोर्ट डरते हैं, मैं उस पर भी टिप्पणी नहीं कर रही हूं। मेरा ये आपसे पूछना है कि आपको लगता है कॉन्शियंशियस एक पॉलिटिशियन इस प्रकार का निर्णय लेगा? नहीं लेगा।
नहीं लिया, और पैरोल पे अगर कोर्ट की वजह से बाहर भी आए राम
तो फिर
रहीम,
दोबारा तो आप जब प्रश्न पूछ रही थी तो आपको कोर्ट के संदर्भ में कहना चाहिए था।
लेकिन वो बाहर अगर आए हैं तो आप उनकी
मैं दोबारा कह रही हूं कि अगर वो कोर्ट की वजह से बाहर आए हैं तो आप कटघरे में पॉलिटिशियन को क्यों खड़ा कर रहे हैं?
क्योंकि पॉलिटिशियन वहां बैठकर सत्संग देख रहे।
मैं गई थी।
नहीं, पर आपकी पार्टी के लोग गए थे।
मैं गई थी। इसका मतलब कोई पुरुष नेता कुछ करेगा तो आप पुरुष से नहीं कहेंगे, महिला आपके सामने आएगी उससे पूछेंगे।
हेडलाइन?
नो, नॉट अ हेडलाइन, दिस इज हार्डली वन।
नहीं, पर
जी नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन।
ये सब आपके कॉलीग्स हैं, ये वहां जाकर सत्संग में बैठते हैं, आपको बुरा नहीं लगता?
पहले तो मैं दोबारा कहती हूँ, आप जब सत्संग शब्द का इस्तेमाल करती हैं, कहीं ना कहीं आप इस बात को कुरेद रहे हैं, सिंस यू कॉल्ड मी अ हार्डकोर हिंदू टू बिगिन विद।
मैंने नहीं कहा, वो जवाहर सरकार ने कहा।
बट आई नो दैट यू हैव रीपोजिशन्ड इट एंड योर जक्सटापोजिशन इज वेल नोटेड। आप ये इसलिए कह रही हैं ताकि मेरे अंदर के हिंदू को कुरेद दें और बार बार कहें, अरे सत्संग में गए, सत्संग में गए, सत्संग में गए। दूसरे धर्म में आपको दिखाई दिए हैं कोई जो रेप के आरोपी हैं, मर्डर के आरोपी हैं? आप किसी भी मंच से किसी और धर्म के बारे में ऐसा बोलती हैं? या आपको हार्डकोर हिंदू आज मिला है मंच पे, तो इसलिए हिंदू है तो इससे पूछ लेते हैं।
अच्छा, अब सवाल पूछने के लिए पहले
हिंदू विद सरनेम कॉल्ड ईरानी। हाँ,
आप हिंदू हैं कि पारसी हैं शादी के बाद?
देखिए, पारसी रिलीजन में धर्मांतरण नहीं होता, और धर्मांतरण होता तो भी मैं गर्व से हिंदू हूं, मैं नहीं करती।
पहले कहा जाता था कि कांग्रेस तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करती है।
पहले ही कहा जाता था,
अब भी कहा जाता है। तो कांग्रेस तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करती है और आप मेजॉरिटेरियनिज्म की राजनीति करते हैं। आप पर
80 करोड़ नागरिकों को उनके घर में 28 महीने से मुफ्त का राशन मिल रहा है। 19 करोड़ आयुष्मान भारत के कार्ड डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हो चुके हैं।
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome. Thanks for tuning into Times Now. I'm Kritsween Walia. Let's quickly start up with the parallel election update we're tracking. Apart from the phase 2 polling in Gujarat, Akhilesh Yadav-led Samajwadi Party is also facing a crucial test today of saving its bastions of Mainpuri and Rampur from an ambitious BJP in high-stakes bipoles. Akhilesh's wife Dimple Yadav is pitted against BJP's Raghurat Singh Shakya in Mainpuri, who is an SP turncoat, remember. Now, even as the voting is currently underway in Mainpuri, Rampur and in Khatoli, the Samajwadi Party has alleged poll rigging attempt by the BJP. In fact, Akhilesh Yadav, Dimple Yadav and other SP netas have alleged that the SP voters are being stopped by the police from voting and that the cops are allegedly checking their voter IDs to harass them. The Samajwadi Party chief also alleged that Mainpuri district magistrate is not receiving their party's complaint call and that the Election Commission has turned a blind eye to this ground reality.
इलेक्शन कमीशन गाइडलाइन ये नहीं है कि आप पुलिस को ये आजादी दे दें कि आपका चेक करेंगे। जो उनके पास आईडी हैं, जो निर्धारित आईडी होते हैं, उनके तहत जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उन्हें वोट के लिए वापस किया जा रहा है। बल्कि रामपुर विधानसभा में जिस दिन से हम लोग वोट मांग करके आए हैं, जिस दिन से शुरुआत हुई है, उस दिन से प्रशासन लगा हुआ है कि वोट ना पड़ पाए। उन्होंने अपने अधिकारियों को मॉनिटर करने के लिए बैठाया हुआ है कि केवल आपको मैनपुरी लोकसभा मॉनिटर करनी है। बड़े बड़े अधिकारी बैठे हुए लगातार डीएम, एसओ, डीएम को फोन कर रहे हैं। सोचिए आप, लखनऊ से ये चल रहा है।
जो प्यार और स्नेह और आशीर्वाद मैनपुरी लोकसभा क्षेत्र के लोगों ने दिया है, मैं उनका तहे दिल से धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगी और कहना चाहूँगी कि वोट डालें। प्रशासन और सरकार चाहती नहीं है वोट प्रतिशत बढ़े और लगातार अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वे में काम कर रहे हैं, अनडेमोक्रेटिक वे में काम कर रहे हैं ये लोग। ये हमारा अधिकार है कि हम वोट डालें और जिस तरह के हथकंडे अपनाए जा रहे हैं सरकार द्वारा, प्रशासन द्वारा, मैं चुनाव आयोग से भी अपील करना चाहूँगी कि इस पे वो देखें, गहराई से देखें और आने वाला जो लोकसभा चुनाव है 2024 का, उसमें भी इसी तरह के हथकंडे अपनाए जाएंगे तो लोग भी सतर्क हो और चुनाव आयोग से भी अपील करेंगे।
प्रशासन, पुलिस अधिकारी ड्यूटियों में हेरफेर कर रहे हैं। प्रशासन के अधिकारी, चुनाव आयोग का ये आदेश था कि रैंडमाइज करके ड्यूटी लगाई जाएंगी और मेरे पास उसकी कॉपी थी, मैंने जब रिप्रेजेंटेशन दिया था उस पर स्पष्ट निर्देश था। रैंडमाइज करके ड्यूटी लगी, कंप्यूटराइज करके, लेकिन जब पोलिंग पर आ गए, पोलिंग पार्टियां बन गई, आ गई सब मंडी में, मैनपुरी में, तब उसमें लगभग 2000 कर्मचारियों को रोक के रिजर्व में इसलिए कर दिया गया कि उनके नाम के आगे यादव लिखा हुआ था। तो सब चुनाव आयोग के निर्देशों का उल्लंघन है सारा चुनाव में, लेकिन ये भूल जाते हैं कि समाजवादी पार्टी को सिर्फ यादव ही वोट नहीं देता है।
So those are allegations coming in from the Samajwadi Party side. Times Now also interestingly spoke to the voters in Rampur who have alleged that the police checked their IDs, tore them down and also beat them up. Listen in.
आपका वोट कहाँ पर है रामपुर?
हमारा वोट है घेर कटरबासा में बूथ नंबर 86 पे।
वोट करने गए तो क्या हुआ वहाँ?
वोट करने गए, हम वहाँ खड़े हुए थे, मशीन खराब थी वहाँ। हाँ। उसके बाद में पुलिस वालों ने आन के हमसे ये कहा कि आईडी दिखाओ, तुम बाहर निकलो। हमने बाहर निकल गया, आईडी दिखाओ, हमने आईडी दिखा दी। उन्होंने वो पर्ची जो थी बोलिंग बूथ वाली जिससे बोले वो फाड़ के फेंक दिया। मैं 10-12 आदमी को भगा दिया।
आपने बोला नहीं कि क्यों बाहर निकलो? मेरे पास आपके पास
हम बोलते तो डंडे खाते क्या?
डंडे मार रहे थे।
किनको मार रहे थे? आपके सामने मारा किसी को?
अरे दो जनों को मारा मेरे सामने यहाँ पर मारते हुए ले गए।
किस बात पे मारा?
वो बात देखा, वो पहचान पत्र वो मारते हुए ले गए।
तो देखा सीधा मारने लगे। आपको भी मारा?
जी हाँ, मैं मारा, चाटा मारा, आईडी छीन ली हमारी। हाँ, दोनों छीन लिए, भगा दिया। एक लड़को सामने में मारा।
विरोध नहीं किया आपने?
ना विरोध, इनके सामने मारा, इनकी पूछी, इनकी मारा।
ये पासपोर्ट छीना मेरा, पहचान पत्र, अब वो आधार कार्ड छीना। और मैंने सर ये मैं वोट डालने जा रही हूँ यहाँ पे, बोलेगा वोट निकल गया, छान के और मतलब ये डंडे लगाए और एक लड़कों को बहुत मारा। मुल्ला जी का लड़का है, वो घर में पड़ा हुआ है।
Let's quickly go across to our reporters joining us on this broadcast. We have Mayank joining us live from Rampur and Amit joining us live from Mainpuri. Mayank, to you first. We heard it from some of the voters themselves. Up until these allegations came in from the SP leaders, it was all under the realm of speculation. But now you have voters who say that the police indeed did end up tearing off their voter IDs. They were even thrashed by the police. So what's going on there?
Well, Christine, you are absolutely right in saying that till the point the SP candidate, Mohammad Asim Raza was making this claim, it was just the allegations on police, but there were many voters, especially mind you, in the region which is dominated, which is predominantly area of Muslim population. So they have objected to the overplaying hand by the police officials, saying that they were stopped before entering the polling booth. But the situation across Rampur Sadar Assembly constituency is largely peaceful, because police have said that they are ensuring every bit of law and order that they are thinking that could go out of hand. But the voters are clearly not pleased by that, saying that police are not asking them to enter. And one thing that has clearly come, and you even heard Mr. Akhilesh Yadav's bite, in which he is saying that police does not have the jurisdiction to check the ID cards of the
so
voters
Akhilesh
entering.
Yadav making some very serious charges. We heard from some of the voters there as well. We'll try and pick up more reactions. Now remember, voting is currently underway in Mainpuri, Rampur and Khatoli. Amid these allegations, the BJP in the meanwhile has exuded confidence that they're going to win these bypolls, while the Samajwadi Party is eyeing to keep its foothold even stronger in their bastion. So those are the kind of political responses coming in. Listen in.
जीतेंगे, बहुत वोटों से जीतेंगे।
पीछे कह रही कि पहली बार यहाँ कमल खिलाएंगे।
अरे लोग तो सब ढूंढती है।
फिर से शुरू करेंगे एक बार। पार्टी जी कैमरा लगा लीजिए, बताइए वोट देकर आएंगे जी, क्या समाजवादी पार्टी क्या?
अरे पार्टी जीते बहुत वोटों से।
लग रहा है बीजेपी ने पूरी चुनौती दी है।
बेईमानी करे तो कर ले।
नेताजी भी यहाँ की जनता को बहुत प्यार करते, तो अब यहाँ पर नेताजी से लेकर के हम लोगों ने बहुत विकास किया है। उसकी वजह से जनता, जब नेताजी नहीं हैं तो नेताजी श्रद्धांजलि स्वरूप यहाँ के मतदाता वोट डिम्पल यादव को करेंगे।
देखिए, 50 साल से रामपुर की जनता एक अंधेरे में थी और वो अंधेरा इन्हीं लोगों के द्वारा दिखाया गया था। आज अंधेरी रात छट चुकी है और सवेरा होने को है। हम रामपुर में उद्योगों के मुद्दे को लेकर जनता के बीच हैं और रामपुर का आज हिंदू, मुसलमान और नौजवान ये मन बना चुका है। 50 महीने में हम वो चीजें करके दिखाएंगे जो इन लोगों ने 50 साल में नहीं की। आज रामपुर के मुसलमानों में योगी आदित्यनाथ जी का विश्वास जो है वो एक अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है। यहाँ का मुसलमान योगी सरकार में अपने आप को बहुत सुरक्षित समझता है। तो यही सबसे बड़ा कारण है कि आज जो मुस्लिम समाज भी है वो भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ लगातार आ रहा है।
Let me quickly go across to Amir. Amir, a prestige battle for the BJP, a do-or-die battle for the Samajwadi Party, but amidst a lot of allegations. Yesterday, another strong allegation came in from Dimple Yadav herself.
Well, absolutely, and not just yesterday and not just today when SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav himself spoke to the media after casting his vote back in this particular polling booth out here in his native village of Saifai. But these allegations against the BJP, the local administration and the police have been flying thick and fast over the last 3 weeks or so, because initially it was about the posting of police officers here in the districts of Mainpuri as well as Etawah, because a certain area of the Mainpuri Lok Sabha seat also falls within the district boundaries of Etawah. And the allegation clearly from the Samajwadi Party's side was that the SSPs, the district police chiefs of both these districts, had actually done the transfers and postings of police officers as per their own whims and fancies, something that clearly favored the government of the day, the BJP government, and went against the Samajwadi Party. In fact, they clearly said that all such
now Mainpuri is certainly a Samajwadi Party stronghold since the longest time, and in that sense very crucial to the SP. Let's see how it turns out. Really watching out for what plays out on the 8th of December. Thank you both of you for joining us with those details. We shift our focus to Gujarat as the second phase of polling is underway in the state. The election in Prime Minister Modi's home turf has been marred with fresh controversies. Prime Minister Modi, remember, today exercised his vote in Ahmedabad. A huge sea of people was already present to welcome the Prime Minister, and Prime Minister, after having cast his vote, showed his inked finger, walked to his brother's house. People were present on both sides of the roads, chanting Modi slogans and waving the BJP flags. Those were some of the powerful visuals that came in, and immediately thereafter we also saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother herself reaching the polling booth and also casting her vote. So after the two casted their vote, along with Union Home Minister Amit Shah as well, some of the top BJP leaders across parties casting their vote on day 2, phase 2 of Gujarat polls. The Prime Minister thereafter headed to the national capital, and soon enough he was seen in the BJP headquarters in the national capital itself. Yesterday also, interestingly, after having sought blessings from her mother in Ahmedabad as well, he did hold a detailed meeting with some of the BJP leaders in the state of Gujarat, and currently he is at the BJP headquarters in the national capital. Let me quickly go across to Rishabh joining us live. Rishabh, we're keeping our eyes out for the polling percentage. Take us through the latest figures and the mood on ground.
So what we know right now that Gujarat has seen a polling percentage of around 34.74%. These are the figures that Election Commission has given till 1 p.m. We are at 140. So around 1 p.m. Gujarat has polled in 34.7% vote, out of which the highest has been in Sabarkantha area, which has noted a 39.7% vote, higher than the average, while the least is in Mahisagar, which is 29.72. 29.72 is the least from Mahisagar, while highest is in Sabarkantha, which is above 39%. So the pace is still similar to what we saw in the first phase, and it's 1 p.m. already, and 140 for that matter, and the polling percentage is something around 35% only. So the Election Commission's appeal, or the senior leaders, including the Prime Minister's appeal to come out and vote, hasn't been able to get the early voters.
The voting trend has been extremely interesting. Last two assembly elections, Congress has done better than the BJP in North Gujarat, but experts raising questions with a super mellow campaign by the Congress party this time around, also really not seeing the Aam Aadmi Party make much of a difference as far as North Gujarat is concerned. But in the meanwhile, let me quickly go across to Sabyasachi, because you have the Prime Minister Sabyasachi now at the BJP headquarters in the national capital. What's on the agenda?
Well, absolutely. See, not only Prime Minister, but along with Prime Minister, BJP President JP Nadda, all the National General Secretaries as well as the Vice President are present inside the BJP headquarters. And this particular meeting is being taken by the Prime Minister and BJP President JP Nadda to focus on the next target. That is the State Assembly elections which are coming up, followed by the 2024 Lok Sabha polls. So right now, the BJP will be focusing on the next move, on the next strategy as per the Lok Sabha polls and the State Assembly polls. And also they will be talking about the 2019 Lok Sabha polls where the seats that the BJP lost, so these particular seats will be talked about as to what can the BJP do to regain these seats. And also they would be talking about the present election that is going on in Gujarat and Himachal, what can be the next strategy as well. So this is the first meet after the elections in Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh at a larger scale, where along with Prime Minister, all the senior leaders of BJP, the union ministers are present under one roof to strategize their next move because in the next year, elections in the state of Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Tripura are coming up, followed by the big Lok Sabha poll. So now the BJP will be going all guns and making their strategies to make sure that they retain the Lok Sabha as well as the target the assembly elections in states like Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, which they lost last time. So clearly this particular meeting is going to be very crucial, where Prime Minister after the meeting will be having lunch with the party leaders as well inside the BJP headquarters. So this particular meeting will mark BJP's first step towards the state assembly elections as well as the Lok Sabha polls.
Okay, so aiming at the 2024 elections and setting the agenda straight, the Prime Minister, after having cast his vote, headed to the national capital to hold this detailed meeting at the BJP headquarters in the national capital itself. Stay on with us. The war of words continues. A lot of politics also that is taking place. A controversy that has now broken out after Prime Minister's walk towards the polling station, which many in the opposition are seeing as a roadshow. The TMC also now echoing the Congress's charge, says if Prime Minister holds a rally on the election day, then what do you expect? In that case, they might get 100 on 100 seats. But is this fair? So there is a reaction coming in from Mamata Banerjee, TMC Supremo and West Bengal Chief Minister. Listen in.
If Prime Minister go and have a rally on election day, what do we expect? 100 they may get. But is it fair? Election day roadshow is banned. But for them, they may be excused.
So we keep our eyes out for the kind of political reactions that are coming into this, to put this in perspective, to really get you more details with regards to what Mamata Banerjee has said. Remember, those are the visuals that you need to carefully look at. That's the Prime Minister walking towards the polling booth, and the Congress and the TMC now raising all of those questions on how this perhaps is in violation of the poll conduct, saying that this was nothing less than a roadshow. Let me go across to Tamal joining us on the phone line. Tamal, the Prime Minister walking towards the polling booth, the namaste gesture to everyone who was standing on both sides of the road, thereafter goes on to send a message of how people must turn up in large numbers to cast their vote. The TMC and the Congress both of the opinion that this is in violation of the Model Code of Conduct. This was nothing less than a roadshow.
Silence in the matter. The same election commission which had barred Mamata Banerjee in the run-up to 2021 Assembly election for a day from campaigning has wised that same election commission quiet today, something Mamata Banerjee is questioning. She is saying it's simply not in violation of Model Code of Conduct. A roadshow of this kind on the polling day is simply banned. It is not legal. And she is also suggesting that on the election day, Prime Minister holds a roadshow, then it is advantage BJP, and thus it is not fair on the part of the Election Commission. But most importantly, she has also echoed the Supreme Court sentiment as far as the procedure to induct somebody in the position of Chief Election Commissioner is concerned, that there is a process and it should be a transparent one, as who can get selected and who is getting selected by the government. There should be a described process that Mamata Banerjee thinks is the need of the hour. So yes, she has certainly hit out at BJP. She has hit out at the Election Commission, and she has lamented that when opposition does something wrong, they are reprimanded, but Election Commission stays quiet on BJP.
Okay, so the Election Commission is being unfair and not taking note of this is what is being alleged by several in the opposition, including the TMC. Swarali, to put this in perspective, how different was the Prime Minister's walk while he was headed to the polling booth than any other party leader who went to cast his vote? Because he showed his inked finger. There were no BJP banners or flags, but yes, certainly the Aam Aadmi in Gujarat, waiting for that one glimpse of the Prime Minister, certainly did end up chanting Modi Modi slogans.
Yes, so let me tell you, all the attention, all the eyes were on PM Modi when he went to cast his vote, but it turned out into something show like a rally, because when he went inside, he was waving his hand towards the people, and let me tell you, loads of people were waiting over there to just catch a glimpse of PM Narendra Modi. He was certainly waving towards it, and when he came out after voting, again, when he went by, he was waving towards the people over there. Now, if you look at it, there were no sloganeering regarding BJP by the party members or PM.
Everyone who resorted to Modi Modi chants were people who were queuing up to cast their vote. And in that sense, no semblance of party workers having gathered to hail Prime Minister Narendra Modi back then. Let's see how this plays out. Swarali, thank you for joining us. Voting underway in 93 assembly constituencies, mostly from north and central Gujarat. Times Now keeps you ahead with the latest figures coming in. Heading into a quick break for now.
The most comprehensive exit polls, the fastest numbers, credible analysis.
The voter has actually voted you back for your governance.
Goa, Uttarakhand, will you be able to stitch it together? Are your planes ready? And why can you not perform in Punjab?
The most trusted anchors in the news fraternity.
Times Now has done a survey and projected a comfortable victory.
Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in a head-to-head contest.
2017, how the color coding happened as opposed to 2022. With a state-of-the-art technology and the most experienced team of experts. Mandate 2022 exit polls. Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी में अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं देश की जनता को कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाने के लिए अड़ीग है, ऑफर है और हम लाकर रहेंगे। देखिए, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनसंघ से लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हमारी यात्रा का, आज तक की हमारी राजनीतिक यात्रा का एक वादा रहा है देश की जनता से। और न केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी, संविधान सभा ने भी देश भर के विधानमंडलों को और संसद को ये सलाह दी है कि जब भी उचित समय आए यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड इस देश में आना चाहिए, क्योंकि किसी भी पंथ निरपेक्ष राष्ट्र के लिए, राज्य के लिए धर्म के आधार पर कानून नहीं होने चाहिए। अगर राष्ट्र और राज्य पंथ निरपेक्ष है तो धर्म के आधार पर कानून कैसे हो सकते हैं? हर धर्म के मानने वाले के लिए एक कानून होना चाहिए जो देश के विधानमंडल और देश की संसद पारित करे। परंतु ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम सबने संविधान सभा के एक कमिटमेंट को भुला दिया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अलावे आज कोई पार्टी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के पक्ष में नहीं है, ना बोलते हैं। हाँ, हिम्मत कम होगी तो विरोध नहीं करेंगे, मगर ये नहीं कहेंगे कि हाँ लागू करिए, हम आपके साथ खड़े। हम लोकतंत्र के अंदर है, लोकतंत्र के अंदर एक स्वस्थ बहस जरूरी है। जब इतने सारे राजनीतिक दल का एक अभिप्राय हो और मेरे राजनीतिक दल का दूसरा अभिप्राय हो, मनसा चाहे कोई भी हो, वोट प्राप्त करने की हो या जो हो, अगर उनका एक अभिप्राय है कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड अभी नहीं लाना चाहिए, तो इस पर एक स्वस्थ और खुली बहस की जरूरत है। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जहां जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शासन है, वहां 3 राज्यों में अब तक, हिमाचल, उत्तराखंड और गुजरात में, हमने एक पैनल बनाया है और पैनल सुप्रीम कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड जज और हाई कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड चीफ जस्टिस की अध्यक्षता में बनाए हैं और सारे दल, समाज जीवन के सारे लोग और सभी धर्म संप्रदाय के लोग उनके सामने अपना अपना पक्ष रख रहे हैं। उस पर जो एडवाइस आएगी, इसके आधार पर हम काम करेंगे और स्वाभाविक रूप से इस प्रकार के शिखर सम्मेलन और इंटरव्यू में भी इस पर एक स्वस्थ बहस छिड़ी हुई है। तो देश की जनता को भी मन बनाने में इससे बहुत बड़ा मदद मिलता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी, मैं अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं देश की जनता को कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाने के लिए अड़िग है, ऑफर है और हम लाकर रहेंगे, परंतु सारी लोकतांत्रिक चर्चाओं की समाप्ति के बाद।
So Justice Lalit, Kiran Rijiju, the present Law Minister, has also made this point about certain degree of exceptionalism to the universal rule, so to speak. On that, I would like you to elaborate, obviously, and also, would you welcome it? Obviously, you are not in office right now, but theoretically, if the centre were to decide to file a petition against the NJAC judgment, do you think, if you were still there, would you have been open to hearing it? Would you have accepted it as a bona fide attempt at trying to revisit the entire issue?
See, very recently a petition came up before the bench presided over by the present Chief Justice, and the Supreme Court has shown willingness to consider or revisit, at least on paper, to see whether the NJAC judgment itself requires rehaul or recall. The matter hasn't reached a stage where...
Updates: top officials of the world's 20 largest economies began deliberations in Udaipur to shape the agenda for India's G20 presidency, with their first session focused on technological transformation. During a 2-day visit to India, German Foreign Minister paid floral tributes to Mahatma Gandhi at the Gandhi Smriti in Delhi. RBI's 3-day Monetary Policy Committee meeting began today, with all eyes on the committee's rate hike stance, if any, as inflation is still above the 6% target band. Centre's moved the Supreme Court, seeking a larger bench to hear civil services row. At present, the matter is listed before a 5-judge constitution bench. Telangana MLC K. Kavita has informed the CBI that she will not be able to meet the agency's officials on the 6th December in connection with its probe into the Delhi liquor policy case.
Mr. Salve, we are talking about transparency. Do you believe the government too needs to be transparent? For instance, if it chooses to return a file to the Supreme Court, collegium of a judge who has been nominated or cleared for appointment, should the public also not know why the file is being returned? To take this a step further, should the IB report and the background checks, etc., made public? Should it work the other way also?
This whole process, quite frankly, and if I may not mince my words, this whole process has become pretty hopeless. I'm sorry to say so. Today, the IB gives a report. Today you ask a person to become a judge. You ask the IB to report. The IB reports partly gossip. Do you want that to come in public domain? I don't want my personal life to come in public domain. I may not even want to be a judge. So this whole process, this whole system is incompatible with transparency. Let me tell you 3 reasons. First of all, and this is my firm belief, all judicial institutions hear cases in public, recess into their chambers and deliver judgments. What goes on inside chambers is never, ever the subject of public scrutiny. And if somebody was to ask a judge, in your meeting, when you arrived at a consensus or dissent, what did you discuss? It would be the worst form of contempt, because you're trying to undermine the judiciary. You're trying to interfere with the process by which this beautiful system works. So the judiciary's transparency is, the judiciary speaks through its judgments, and that's the transparency. What judges discuss once they go into their chambers has to be protected. Here is a function where the judges are trying to come into public domain. You want one judge to pass comments on a sitting colleague in the High Court. I don't think that's the right thing to do. 3 judges or 5 judges consider the appointment of a judge to the Supreme Court. I'm not going by the gossip you've heard of what discussions take place. I am telling you on a principle, please consider. One of the judges may say, frankly, I think his judgments are third rate. You want that to come in public? The person is a sitting Chief Justice. You are considering his name for the Supreme Court. This is a process which has to be fundamentally different. If you have this kind of a tension between the government and the judiciary, and we have seen that the government says on the one hand, you reduced us to a post office because the last word is with you. Many times, late Mr. Jaitley used to say, don't blame me, I'm the post office. I receive the file, I send it to the High Court, I get the file, I send it to them. In a situation like this, who takes responsibility? It's the court which has to today take responsibility. And in that, I don't think this system is compatible with the kind of transparency which you must have in the appointment of judges. We have to think of another way in which it is done, and in which the sanctity of a person's integrity is maintained. Look at the American system. You know, if you're agreeing to be appointed a Supreme Court judge, you will have a Senate hearing, and that Senate hearing can be excoriating. All sorts of things come up in a Senate confirmation proceeding. That's one system. Will it work for us? May not work for us. We have to find some institutional mechanism by which the institution and not our court does this job. Otherwise, the judges are bringing themselves and their internal confabulations into public domain. The judges are bringing on public record what they feel about each other. The judges are bringing on public record what their personal opinion is of the merits of other sitting judges. And I don't think that's a good thing to do.
Well, the session is named or titled as
Exit Polls. The fastest numbers, credible analysis.
The voter has actually voted you back for your governance.
Goa, Uttarakhand, will you be able to stitch it together? Are your planes ready? And why can you not perform in Punjab?
The most trusted anchors in the news fraternity.
Times Now has done a survey and projected a comfortable victory.
Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in a head-to-head contest.
2017, how the color coding happened as opposed to 2022. With a state-of-the-art technology and the most experienced team of experts. Mandate 2022 exit polls. Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
Hello and a very good afternoon to you. You're watching Breaking Ground on Times Now with me, Pratibha. First up, let's get you some breaking news that's coming in during the second phase voting in Gujarat. Poll violation being alleged by the parties, conspiracy of slow voting in the Muslim-dominated areas in the constituency. This is Jignesh Mewani, who's contesting on a Congress ticket, saying there is slow voting. Rishabh is joining us live with the details. Rishabh, big allegation coming in from the Congress leader Jignesh Mewani, taking to Twitter to claim there is a conspiracy of slow voting in the Muslim-dominated area booths of his constituency.
Definitely, Jignesh Mewani, who this time around is contesting on a Congress ticket. Remember, he is a sitting MLA. He was an independent MLA from 2017, where he won the election, and this time around he has joined Congress and is fighting on the Congress symbol, contesting on the Congress symbol. He is now alleging that in the Muslim areas, he has also named them in the tweet, Badargarh, Kanoda, Vegda and Mehmadpur. He's saying that the voting is allegedly being done slowly. The process has been slowed down by the administration, specifically in the Muslim majority booths, and that will not go in his favor. And that is what his allegation is, that fearing defeat, the government is allegedly trying to rig the voting, is what Jignesh Mewani is saying. As per the Election Commission data that we have, Vadgam, where Jignesh Mewani is contesting from, has seen around 37.94% of voting. This is the data that Election Commission has given till 1 p.m. Till 1 p.m., 37.94% of voting has happened in Vadgam, but the Congress candidate and sitting MLA Jignesh Mewani alleging that on the Muslim majority booths, the Election Commission or the administration is slowing down the process.
Right. In fact, voting also underway for the Vadgam constituency, so making a big charge there. But that's not the only poll violation, alleged poll violation that is making news today. After alleging that there was a poll code violation by the Prime Minister, the Congress party has upped the ante and has decided to move the Election Commission against the Prime Minister, saying the Prime Minister is a repeat offender. The Congress party is talking about this much. Remember, Prime Minister Modi had walked to the election booth where he cast his vote, and after that he also stepped out. As he walked through the way, Modi chants filled the air. A lot of supporters of Prime Minister Modi gathering around. Now the Congress party claiming this is a road show, even as the phase 2 polling is underway, wanting to approach the Election Commission over it.
Violation of the model code of conduct. This is not a level playing field. He has been doing this since 2017. He is a repeat offender, I'm afraid. And all the channels cover his road shows live. On the one hand, there is polling taking place. On the other hand, there is live publicity happening. So unless this is paid for by the party, we have no problem, but they don't pay for it. So why should the channels be deprived of money which is rightfully theirs? This can't be a free advertisement for one party at the expense of everyone else. We will of course approach the Election Commission, but apart from that, we'll also take legal action. Whatever legal steps are possible, we are discussing that internally, and we will come back to you on this. But the Election Commission, I'm afraid, especially this round of elections, has been found wanting. We've been approaching the Election Commission for various issues, but no, the Election Commission just doesn't heed.
My colleague Niyamika is joining us live with the details of that story. Niyamika, this is a charge that the Congress party has leveled time and again on Prime Minister Modi. Today as well, he walked to the poll booth to cast his vote. The Congress party claiming that this is a road show. The Prime Minister is a repeat offender.
Well, that's absolutely right, and on that charges only today the Congress party's national spokesperson Pawan Khera also held a press conference in which he has categorically mentioned that this should be considered as an advertisement, and all the expenses of whatever campaigning has been done by the Prime Minister should be borne by the party only. That is what he has mentioned, as he has alleged that the Election Commission has turned a blind eye because Prime Minister is a repeated offender of the model code of conduct. This is nothing new which he has done, and that is the reason why they have no trust on the Election Commission. And now the Congress party is also planning to take a legal action to approach the court regarding this matter, and that is what they are discussing, and a decision will be taken very soon regarding this entire matter, as they are saying that we have been complaining to the Election Commission on various issues, but the Election Commission Commission is not responding. Even a single notice hasn't been given to the BJP for repeated violation of not just model code of conduct but other laws as well related to the election campaigning, because they had also made a complaint for for a girl child being there during the campaigning of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in which a girl child has been seeking vote for the BJP in a video along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. For that matter also the Congress party had approached the Election Commission, but they had questioned that not even a single notice has been sent to either to Prime Minister or even to the BJP. So that is what they are saying, that they have no trust left in the Election Commission, and now they are going to approach the court regarding this matter.
Okay, all right, Nyamika. In fact, just about 3 hours to go for the voting to come to an end. This is, of course, the second and the final phase voting for the Gujarat elections, the all-important Gujarat elections. So, allegations also flying thick and fast. We have now the Congress party claiming that this is not a level playing field. The Election Commission has been biased, that Prime Minister Modi, and in fact, it's not just his roadshow, as the Congress party called it, but also Amit Shah's visit to the poll booth that the Congress party claimed was nothing but a roadshow.
Well, certainly, and they have also mentioned that all this is happening at a time when the Election Commission is completely silent over the matter, because they are saying that they are not questioning, they have turned a blind eye towards the BJP leadership who are violating the model code of conduct, because this is a day when the polling is happening for the Gujarat Assembly Election, and at that point of time the BJP leaders are doing basically a roadshow, what they are claiming, because we have seen that Prime Minister walked to the booth where he had cast his vote for the Gujarat Assembly elections, and that is why the Congress party is asking the Election Commission to raise this matter, to question the Prime Minister's walk towards the booth, because this is basically a campaigning which he had done and which is basically a violation of the model code of conduct. It should not be considered as a normal walk, because many of
Mr. Jagdish Thakur, because he is the one who made these allegations earlier today. Do stay on with us. Mr. Jagdish Thakur, you claim that the Prime Minister going to cast his vote is nothing but a roadshow.
जी, हम लोगों ने कल से ही चुनाव आयोग को लिखा था गुजरात में, और आज ये होने जा रहा था, तब भी हमने वहां पर मेल करके हमारी शिकायत दर्ज करवाई थी। हम जा रहे थे अभी चुनाव आयोग को, लेकिन अभी आधे घंटे पहले हमें जवाब मिला है कि प्रधानमंत्री जिस तरह से अपना वोट देने गए हैं उसमें कोई आचार संहिता का भंग नहीं होता है। ऐसा जवाब हमें चुनाव आयोग का मिल गया है। जो हमें शंकाएं थी कि यही जवाब होगा, वो ही चुनाव आयोग कर रही है। कल 3 हमारे कैंडिडेटों पे भाजपा के उम्मीदवार और वहां के लोगों ने हमला किया। आज हमारे एक्स मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट और हालोल के हमारे कैंडिडेट को 400 लोगों ने घेर लिया, 2 गाड़ियां तोड़ दी और वहां पर भी उन पर हमला किया। कहीं जगह पे हमारे जो बूथ है वहां धीमा मतदान चला जा रहा है, करने की वो कोशिश कर रही है चुनाव आयोग। कहीं पर कांग्रेस के वर्कर या कैंडिडेट को संरक्षण नहीं मिल रहा है। पूरी तरह भाजपा ये सरकारी मशीनरी और चुनाव आयोग को अपने कब्जे में लेके चुनाव लड़ रही है।
Okay, all right. Do stay on with us. C.R. Patil, the BJP heavyweight and also the state president of the BJP, also joining us. C.R. Patil ji, the allegation is that the Prime Minister's rally was a road show. Congress party ये कह रही है कि Election Commission उनकी बात नहीं सुन रही है. They are favoring the BJP.
देखो, गलत बात इलेक्शन कमीशन नहीं सुनेगी। हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब जब भी वोटिंग के लिए जाते हैं, इलेक्शन कमीशन ने तय किए हुए नियमों को सख्ताई से उसका पालन करते हैं और बाकी लोगों को भी मैसेज देते हैं कि अगर प्रधानमंत्री को नियम तोड़ने का अधिकार नहीं है तो बाकी के कार्यकर्ता भी ना तोड़े। और इसीलिए गुजरात के अंदर कोई वायलेशन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की ओर से नहीं होता और अपनी सुरक्षा की चिंता किए बिना वो वहां सरकारी गाड़ी लेकर जाना उचित नहीं माना उन्होंने और नियम का भंग न हो इसके लिए वो चलकर निकले। जब वो चलकर निकलते हैं और लोग अगर उनके नाम से मोदी मोदी कहेंगे तो वो तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कंट्रोल में तो लोग नहीं होते हैं। कांग्रेस को एलिगेशन करने के या कंप्लेन करने के जाने का उनका अधिकार है, पर उनको ये भी सोचना चाहिए कि उनके भी नेता कई जगह निकले, तो उनके नाम से क्यों नहीं कोई सूत्रचार हुआ।
अच्छा, I also want to take your response, CR पाटिल जी, क्योंकि जगदीश मेवानी ने भी यही कहा है कि उनके कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में स्लो वोटिंग हो रहा है। उन्होंने ये कहा है कि जो मुस्लिम डोमिनेटेड एरियाज हैं वहां पर भी वोटिंग को स्लो कर दिया गया है।
कमीशन के जो अधिकारी है वो प्रामाणिक अधिकारी है, वो अपना काम बहुत अच्छी तरह करते हैं, और अगर उनको कोई कंप्लेन है तो जरूर वो इलेक्शन कमीशन में जाकर कंप्लेन कर सकते हैं। और लास्ट टाइम भी जो फर्स्ट स्पेल में भी 63% वोटिंग हुआ, हमने तो कोई कंप्लेन नहीं की। आज भी जो जिस तरह चला कहीं पर जो एवरेज आ रहा है 7% 8% का, तो पूरे गुजरात में उसी तरह का चल रहा है। कोई पर्टिकुलर कोई ज्ञाति के बारे में बात करते हुए अगर मेवानी कहते हैं कि उनका यहाँ स्लो चल रहा है, तो उनको देखना चाहिए वहां जाकर क्या प्रॉब्लम है और उसको सॉर्ट आउट करना चाहिए।
ओके,
उसके लिए
आपको क्या लगता है ऐसे एलिगेशंस क्यों बनाए जा रहे हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री ने पोल कोड वायलेशन किया है या कहीं पे स्लो वोटिंग हो रहा है, जैसे जिग्नेश मेवानी ने कहा है? आपको क्या लगता है कि ऐसे एलिगेशंस क्यों आ रहे हैं कांग्रेस की तरफ से?
वो हारने वाले हैं, कांग्रेस बुरी तरह हार रही है, इसके लिए वो पहले से बहाने बना रही है, इसकी वजह से हम हार गए।
ओके, जगदीश ठाकुर जी हमारे साथ हैं। जगदीश जी, वुड यू लाइक टू रिस्पॉन्ड टू दैट? कांग्रेस पार्टी हार रही है, उनको पता है, इसीलिए ऐसे एलिगेशंस लगा रहे हैं।
देखो, कांग्रेस पार्टी यहाँ गुजरात में कितनी मजबूत है उसका प्रमाण ये है कि देश के प्रधानमंत्री, गृह मंत्री पूरी भाजपा की सरकार को लेके 1 महीने से गुजरात में पड़े हैं। उनकी जितनी भी राज्य की सरकारें हैं, उनके मुख्यमंत्री से लेके उनकी कैबिनेट को लेके गुजरात में घूम रहे हैं। उसका मतलब यह है कि गुजरात के लोग आज भाजपा के साथ नहीं हैं, और भाजपा के साथ न होने की वजह से 2-3 दिन से जो माहौल डर का बनाया है भाजपा ने, हमारे कैंडिडेटों पर हमला करना, हमारे कैंडिडेट को अगवा करना, हमारे लोगों को कोई संरक्षण नहीं देना, पुलिस या एसपी हमारी बात नहीं सुनता, चुनाव आयोग हमारी बात नहीं सुनता। कल रात को 2 बजे मैं और हमारे एक्स प्रेसिडेंट अर्जुन मोढवाडिया गांधीनगर चुनाव आयोग को मिलने गए, हमें मिले नहीं, फोन पे बात हुई। हमारा एक आदिवासी कैंडिडेट को 3-3.5 घंटे से उसका अता पता नहीं था, उस पर जानलेवा हमला हुआ, 5 गाड़ियां तोड़ दी गई। आज भी हमारे कालोल में हमारे कैंडिडेट को 400 लोगों ने घेर लिया, बुरी तरह से उसको पीटा है। ये सब बातें ये तो 2-3 एग्जाम्पल दे रहा हूं, पर हर जगह भाजपा पुलिस को लेके, अपने असामाजिक लोगों को लेके कांग्रेस पे हमला करा रही है। उसका कारण यही है, भाजपा के पैरों से गुजरात में जमीन खिसक रही है। गुजरात के लोग भाजपा को हटाना चाहते हैं और किसी न किसी प्रकार से भाजपा सत्ता में बने रहने के लिए ये पूरे हथकंडे कर रही है।
रिस्पॉन्ड टू दैट?
जी, हेलो।
हाँ पाटिल जी, योर रिस्पॉन्स।
देखिए, हमारे पास प्रधानमंत्री है, उनके पास नहीं है। हमारे पास अलग अलग राज्यों में मुख्यमंत्री है, हमारे पास केंद्र में सरकार है, तो वहाँ मंत्री भी है।
ओके,
तो वो आते हैं, इनके पास नहीं है, कोई केंद्र में सरकार नहीं है। एक राज्य में उनके पास मुख्यमंत्री है, वो यहीं पड़े रहते हैं, उसी को उन्होंने यहाँ पर इंचार्ज बना के रखा है। हमने तो ऐसा नहीं कहा कि उनको क्यों बनाया।
चलिए, टुडे द वोटिंग विल एंड एट 5 PM और 8th को रिजल्ट्स आ जाएंगे। CR पाटिल जी एंड जगदीश ठाकुर जी, थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग अस ऑन द ब्रॉडकास्ट। कांग्रेस पार्टी claiming that the election commission is siding with the BJP and not taking note of the serious poll code violations that the Congress party has highlighted. BJP saying it's a Congress party realizing that they're going to lose badly in these elections. We keep a track of these developments. For now, slipping into a quick break here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The most comprehensive exit polls, the fastest numbers, credible analysis.
The voter has actually voted you back for your governance.
Goa, Uttarakhand, will you be able to stitch it together? Are your planes ready? And why can you not perform in Punjab?
The most trusted anchors in the news fraternity.
Times Now has done a survey and projected a comfortable victory.
Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in a head-to-head contest.
2017, how the color coding happened as opposed to 2022. With a state-of-the-art technology and the most experienced team of experts. Mandate 2022 exit polls. Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivchakkar.
हम ये भी पूछना चाहेंगे आज कि जब आपकी पार्टी एक रेप अक्यूज्ड राम रहीम को पैरोल पे छोड़ती है और मंत्रीगण
कोर्ट कौन चलाता है?
पैरोल कौन देता है?
कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है?
पैरोल कौन दे रहा है?
कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है? मैं दोबारा कह रही हूं, कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है? आपको लगता है कॉन्शियंशियस सरकार जहां पर मीडिया की नजर 24 घंटे है, जहां सिटीजन्स एंगेजमेंट है 24 घंटे, वहां पर इफेक्टिवली खुद को कटघरे में खड़े होने के लिए कोई भी राजनेता इस प्रकार का कोई कदम लेगा?
पर लोग जा रहे हैं,
नहीं है।
उनके प्रवचनों पर आपके मंत्री जाते हैं।
मैं दोबारा कहती हूं, अगर एक लॉ के मर्यादा में कोई भी कोर्ट कोई निर्णय लेता है, मैं दोबारा सीजीआई ने हाल फिलहाल में ये कहा कि भाई कोर्ट डरते हैं, मैं उस पर भी टिप्पणी नहीं कर रही हूं। मेरा ये आपसे पूछना है कि आपको लगता है कॉन्शियंशियस एक पॉलिटिशियन इस प्रकार का निर्णय लेगा? नहीं लेगा।
नहीं लिया, और पैरोल पे अगर कोर्ट की वजह से बाहर भी आए राम
तो फिर
रहीम,
दोबारा तो आप जब प्रश्न पूछ रही थी तो आपको कोर्ट के संदर्भ में कहना चाहिए था।
लेकिन वो बाहर अगर आए हैं तो आप उनकी
मैं दोबारा कह रही हूं कि अगर वो कोर्ट की वजह से बाहर आए हैं तो आप कटघरे में पॉलिटिशियन को क्यों खड़ा कर रहे हैं?
क्योंकि पॉलिटिशियन वहां बैठकर सत्संग देख रहे।
मैं गई थी।
नहीं, पर आपकी पार्टी के लोग गए थे।
मैं गई थी। इसका मतलब कोई पुरुष नेता कुछ करेगा तो आप पुरुष से नहीं कहेंगे, महिला आपके सामने आएगी उससे पूछेंगे।
हेडलाइन?
नो, नॉट अ हेडलाइन, दिस इज हार्डली वन।
नहीं, पर
जी नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन।
ये सब आपके कॉलीग्स हैं, ये वहां जाकर सत्संग में बैठते हैं, आपको बुरा नहीं लगता?
पहले तो मैं दोबारा कहती हूं, आप जब सत्संग शब्द का इस्तेमाल करती हैं, कहीं ना कहीं आप इस बात को कुरेद रहे हैं, सिंस यू कॉल्ड मी हार्डकोर हिंदू टू बिगिन विद।
मैंने नहीं कहा, वो जवाहर सरकार ने कहा।
बट आई नो दैट यू हैव रीपोजिशन्ड इट एंड योर जक्सटापोजिशन इज वेल नोटेड। आप ये इसलिए कह रही हैं ताकि मेरे अंदर के हिंदू को कुरेद दें और बार बार कहें अरे सत्संग में गए, सत्संग में गए, सत्संग में गए। दूसरे धर्म में आपको दिखाई दिए हैं कोई जो रेप के आरोपी हैं, मर्डर के आरोपी हैं? आप किसी भी मंच से किसी और धर्म के बारे में ऐसा बोलती हैं? या आपको हार्डकोर हिंदू आज मिला है मंच पे तो इसलिए हिंदू है तो इससे पूछ लेते हैं?
अच्छा, अब सवाल पूछने के लिए पहले
हिंदू विद अ सरनेम कॉल्ड ईरानी। हाँ,
आप हिंदू हैं कि पारसी हैं? शादी के बाद
देखिए, पारसी रिलीजन में धर्मांतरण नहीं होता, और धर्मांतरण होता तो भी मैं गर्व से हिंदू हूं, मैं नहीं करती।
पहले कहा जाता था कि कांग्रेस तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करती है।
पहले ही कहा जाता था।
Welcome back. As voting for phase 2 is currently underway in Gujarat, a political controversy has erupted over the alleged assault of the Congress Danta candidate Kantibhai Kharadi. The leader has alleged that he was assaulted and abducted by the BJP candidate. He said that the BJP neta along with LK Barad and his brother were amongst those who attacked him, and that they were also allegedly carrying weapons with them. The politician also said that he had to run for 10 kilometers to escape, and for 2 hours they were in the jungle.
आज जो कुछ हुआ है वो हमारे लिए बहुत दुखद बाबत है।
हमने वो नहीं सोचा। मैं कांग्रेस का कैंडिडेट था, मैं कल चुनाव था, तो इसलिए मैं क्षेत्र में जा रहे थे। मैं कोई कितने आजीवन मुझे राह देख के बैठे थे, सब आइए जरा, एक चकदोरा लगा के आ रहे। तो मैंने सोचा ये कोई दिक्कत है नहीं, हम कैंडिडेट है। जो क्षेत्र है उस क्षेत्र में गया था, क्षेत्र छोड़ के बाहर गया नहीं। लेकिन सामने वाला कैंडिडेट के जो उसकी मर्जी होगी वो पहले से
changes which have taken place here. India and Germany have a long history of close and warm relations. We are marking the 70th year of the establishment of our diplomatic relationship last year. And our strategic partnership, which is more than 2 decades old, has really been bolstered by greater political exchanges, ever-expanding trade, more investment, and a stronger people-to-people relationship. 2022 has been a year of particular note for us. We've held the 6th India-Germany intergovernmental consultations in Berlin in May, and this was the first since the current government in Germany, led by Chancellor Scholz, came to power. And this unique mechanism of the IGC, it's really ensured a whole of the government interaction with multiple ministers on both sides meeting their counterparts. And it was notable that we saw the launch of the India-Germany partnership on green and sustainable development, and I think in our conversations today, actually SDGs and climate issues, even though that's not my direct jurisdiction, these were also part of our discussions. Now, the IGC gave me an opportunity to spend time with Minister Baerbock in Berlin at that time, and I really thank you again for the warmth of your hospitality then and for the time that you set aside for us to discuss things. Now, today we have really spent the morning exchanging views on the major international issues of the day apart from our bilateral relationship, and this included the conflict in Ukraine, the Indo-Pacific strategic situation, developments pertaining to Afghanistan and Pakistan to some degree, Iran, Syria, and really each one of us brought to this set of issues our perspectives, and I think at least I can say this, I found it very useful, very rewarding to listen to your perspectives on many matters. We also briefly touched upon the multilateral issues. You all know that India and Germany interact in the framework of the G4 when it comes to the reform of the UN Security Council. We had a discussion on India's G20 presidency, which comes just as Germany itself is concluding a very successful G7 presidency. And I know that we have Germany's strong support as we take up our responsibility in the G20. Among the issues we discussed was also cooperation in third countries, in other regions. I think today our relationship has matured to a point where our cooperation should be visible more and more to the rest of the world. So that was something we discussed. How can we make this happen more effectively? We already have some projects in Cameroon, in Ghana, and Malawi and Peru. But the idea was really how can we be doing very much more. I also welcome Germany's decision to participate in the India-Pacific Oceans Initiative that we had announced in 2019. Where our economic ties are concerned, you all know that India, Germany is our largest partner in the EU. I think we both recognize that the business climate today, the business enthusiasm today is very much stronger. And we certainly, as foreign ministers, would like to channelize that and use it as a positive source of energy for the relationship. We are today supporting the India-EU negotiations on trade, investment and geographical indicators. we hope that they will progress well. The third round of negotiations on the FTA has just concluded. But I think on a broader scale, I think both of us spent time talking about how to create more reliable and resilient supply chains. In the digital world, how to encourage more trust and transparency. I think we have a common interest, India and Germany, in ensuring not just a stronger global economy, but also a more secure global economy. So as you can see, on this range of issues, really it's been a very productive morning. There was some talk between us on people-to-people relationships. We have just signed the Migration and Mobility Partnership Agreement, and I do think that this will be a very strong signal for a greater, not just a greater flow of talent and skills between our two societies, but I think also as a basis for a more contemporary partnership. One issue which also came up were the visa challenges, and we hope that some of these are addressed in the coming months so that the backlog can be cleared, and I have every confidence that there will be that effort made by our partner. A specific issue which came up, some of you may be familiar with this case. This relates to a child called Ariha Shah. So we have concerns that the child should be in her linguistic, religious, cultural and social environment. This is her right. And our embassy is pursuing the matter with German authorities, but it was also a subject which I had brought up with the minister. Overall, I would say our bilateral relationship today is very wide, it's very deep, and it really covers, all the key areas: political, strategic, economic, S&T, people-to-people, education. But it can grow very much. And I think we, the two foreign ministers, I think are particularly committed to make that happen. Our meeting today, our discussions were helpful in that regard. Once again, really, Minister, I thank you so much for being here and for partnering me in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Her Excellency Minister Baerbock to make her remarks.
Thank you very much, and I will speak in German. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, lieber Subramaniam, Jai Shankar Ji, vielen Dank für den herzlichen Empfang heute hier in New Delhi. Ich habe meinen Besuch in Indien.
I started my visit to India today, as many have done before me, at the Memorial Gandhi Smriti, and I've always been deeply moved by India's rich history. But when I followed Gandhi's last steps today, I became acutely aware of the fact that India's path towards independence truly was not an easy one. Today, almost 75 years after the murder of Gandhi, there is a close bond between our democracies, a bond that unites us on the basis of shared values: human rights, freedom, democracy, trust in an order based on the law. Thank you very much for the open exchange we had today about all these topics, and this open exchange is possible also because, of course, this is my first official visit to India, but it truly doesn't feel like a first official visit. It rather feels like coming to see a good friend. And the fact that we have met several times already this year at the intergovernmental consultations, as you mentioned, in Berlin, the G20 meeting in Bali, or the UNGA in New York, shows how important the close coordination between friends is to us, especially in this year. The challenging situation the world finds itself in today makes this more than necessary, and it also illustrates that in these difficult times, it is important that we stand together as partners in values, that we really can grow together, and that we are doing so. My visit today could not be more timely. This month, as you said, India's G20 presidency and your presidency in the UN Security Council overlap with our G7 presidency. So you're also having the presidency of the United Nations Security Council. So, Minister Jaishankar, I would like to explicitly thank you for assuming the presidency of the G20, not only in a business as usual way, but you also made it very clear in our discussion that this is a very special task and that you will shape with great responsibility. So India is assuming global responsibility in this difficult moment. Responsibility for the most urgent tasks of our time. We have the global impact of the brutal war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, an illegal war that has brought the whole world into a very difficult situation, and it also creates difficulties for your country when it comes to energy supply and fertilizers. We see the climate crisis that has impacts worldwide, in India, in Europe, destroying livelihoods of people. So I am especially delighted that India, during its G20 presidency with the motto "One Earth, One Family, One Future," is putting a special focus on containing the climate crisis, thus highlighting our common responsibility when it comes to climate change. As industrialized nations, the G20 are not only responsible for 80% of global emissions, they are also responsible for a major part of climate-induced damage, also climate-induced damage that is still to come. So we are taking concrete steps in this regard as well. Germany and India will further expand their cooperation for accelerating the energy transition. Last week, in the framework of the climate conference, we have made available 10 billion euros up to 2030. And last year, for the first projects in 2023, we have agreed on projects worth 1 billion euros. Concrete projects intended to support India in covering its big energy demand by switching to socially and ecologically sustainable energy sources. By doing so, we are building on the negotiations we had at the COP, and we show that we stand ready as a partner for India, a partner for more climate protection and renewable energy sources. In addition to the climate crisis as the biggest security threat of our time, we have also, of course, spoken about regional challenges. With the adoption of the Indo-Pacific guidelines, Germany has clearly committed to strengthening the rules-based international order in the Indo-Pacific area on the basis of the UN Charter. With the visit of the frigate Bayern in Mumbai at the beginning of the year, we have also shown in this regard that we underpin these guidelines with concrete actions. In the future, we want to further intensify German-Indian cooperation in the field of security policy. So Germany wants to engage in the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative initiated by Prime Minister Modi. We are also putting a focus on the areas of climate and energy, and we will in particular support the Pacific states in their adaptation to climate change. And also when it comes to the bond between our people, that is so important, we are taking concrete steps today. With the Migration and Mobility Partnership that we have just signed, we are facilitating exchange between our countries. We are supporting, with the Migration and Mobility Partnership, we are supporting the life plans of skilled workers, students, and
So Indo-German Mobility Pact inked. In the meanwhile, let's quickly shift our focus back to the ongoing voting during phase 2 of Gujarat elections. As voting for phase 2 is currently underway in Gujarat, the political row has also erupted over alleged assault of a Congress Danta candidate Kanti Bhai Kharadi. The leader has alleged that he was assaulted and abducted by the BJP candidate Ladhu Pargi. He says that BJP Neta along with other BJP workers were amongst those who attacked him and that they were also allegedly carrying weapons with them. The politician also further said that he had to run for 10 kilometers to escape, and for 2 hours he was merely running around in the jungles trying to escape from the BJP cadres attack.
आज जो कुछ हुआ है वो हमारे लिए बहुत दुखद बाबत है। हमने वो नहीं सोचा। मैं कांग्रेस का कैंडिडेट था, मैं कल चुनाव था, तो इसलिए मैं क्षेत्र में जा रहे थे। मैं कोई कितने आजीवन मुझे राह देख के बैठे थे, सब आइए जरा, एक चकदोरा लगा के आ रहे। तो मैंने सोचा ये कोई दिक्कत है नहीं, हम कैंडिडेट है, जो क्षेत्र है उस क्षेत्र में गया था, क्षेत्र छोड़ के बाहर गया नहीं। लेकिन सामने वाला कैंडिडेट के जो उसकी मर्जी होगी वो पहले से नक्की करके बैठे होगा कि आज कांग्रेस का कैंडिडेट आज ये करने चाहते हैं कि ये करने का है। हम तो वो कभी सोचता नहीं है। मैं मेरे मतदाताओं के पास जा रहे थे, लेकिन वो ही रास्ता है उसके गांव में होके निकला था। तो पहले भी बोला था कि ये घोटे बोले कि इस तरह आने का मनाही है, ये लोकशाही का खून हो रहा है। लेकिन मैं निकला था, मेरे साथ 2, 4, 5 गाड़ियों भी साथ में थे और वहां
You heard from Kanti Bhai himself. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi also took to Twitter an alleged assault and abduction by BJP goons, he said. However, hours later the Congress candidate was found by the police, but the Congress has so far upped its ante against the Saffron Party over the alleged attack. More Congress voices coming in, listening.
कि हमारे कांति भाई खराड़ी जो विधायक भी रहे हैं और हमारे दाता से कैंडिडेट थे, उनकी 5-6 गाड़ी लेके वो वापस आ रहे थे अपने कार्यालय पे। भाजपा के लोगों ने उन पर हमला किया, उनकी गाड़ी को पलटी लगा दी। 6 गाड़ियों में से हमारे वर्करों को निकाल कर मारा। हाँ, मैं और हमारे पूर्व प्रमुख अर्जुन भाई मोढवाडिया और बलदेव जी ठाकुर वगैरह सब गांधीनगर मुख्य चीफ इलेक्शन को मिलने गए कि 1 घंटे के बाद हमारे विधायक से बात हुई। पुलिस को कहा कि उसकी फरियाद लिए जिन गुंडों ने हमारे विधायक, हमारे कैंडिडेट पे हमला किया है, उनके जेलों के सलाखे के पीछे डाले। ये लोकशाही है, लोकशाही में गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलती।
जब हम और आप अभी जाग रहे हैं, लोकतंत्र का प्रहरी चुनाव आयोग गहरी नींद में सो रहा है। हमने कई बार चुनाव आयोग को लिखा, चेतावनी दी कि डांता में चुनाव को डिसरप्ट किया जा सकता है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के गुंडे वहां शांति भंग कर सकते हैं। खबरें आ रही हैं कि हमारा कैंडिडेट कांति भाई खराड़ी एक आदिवासी नेता हैं, उनको किडनैप कर लिया गया है, उन पर जानलेवा हमला हुआ है। चुनाव आयोग अभी भी सो रहा है। हम इस देश के गृह मंत्री, इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री दोनों गुजरात से आते हैं और दोनों गुजरात मॉडल का दम भरते हुए घूमते हैं पूरे देश में। हम उनसे आग्रह करते हैं कि जागिए, लोकतंत्र को बचाइए, हमारे कैंडिडेट की रक्षा कीजिए, उसको तुरंत रिहा करवाइए।
Remember, Danta is one of the 93 seats that is currently seeing voting during the ongoing phase 2 of Gujarat polls. The BJP candidate, interestingly, from the seat against whom these allegations have been levelled, has hit back at the Congress, refuting all of these charges. Ladhu Pargi instead claims that it is him and his men who were attacked by the Congress candidate and others, that they were attacked with weapons instead. Listen in.
और मैं मेरी गाड़ी में सिर्फ मेरे बच्चे साथ में थे, मैं अकेला था, मैं सिर्फ 2 आदमी थे। और छोटा बामुद्रा तक पहुंचा तो सामने से 15 गाड़ी आ गई, सामने से 15 गाड़ी आ गई और मेरी गाड़ी को टक्कर लगा दी और मेरी गाड़ी रास्ते पे घूम गई और उसकी गाड़ी थी वो पलटी का, उसकी गाड़ी पलटी मार गई। इसमें मैंने देखा, जो मैंने मेरी एफआईआर में लिखवाया है वो नाम वाले उधर थे, उसके हाथों पे तलवार थे और धोखे थे। तो मैं डर के भागा कि वो इतना आदमी है तो मुझे मार डालेगा। मैं सिर्फ 2 आदमी थे तो मैं वहाँ से भाग चुका। वो इसमें वो आदमी तो बहुत थे, मैं तो सिर्फ 2 आदमी थे। उसको कैसे मैं किडनैप कर सकता, उसको मैं कैसे मार सकता। तो मैं भाग सका। वो जो मेरे फरियाद में भी वो ही लिखवाया है।
Second phase of voting is underway in the state of Gujarat, and we are present here in Danta Assembly constituency, and you can see behind me, this is where the clash point between the BJP and the Congress candidate took place last night, and this is the car of the Congress candidate Kanti Bhai, who alleges that the BJP candidate along with his supporter blocked the way here and created ruckus and tried to threaten and attacked him with swords and other weapons. And this, I would like to show you this is another car of the associate of Kanti Bhai, who is the Congress MLA, leveling allegation against the BJP. The allegations are very serious. Police is doing the investigation in the entire matter. Whether the BJP candidate has attacked or whether their involvement is into the entire allegation is something that will come out after the investigation.
Well, the incident is believed to have taken place late last night. Charges and counter charges flying thick and fast. Times now continues to get you the latest with regards to the ongoing voting during the phase 2 of Gujarat polls. Heading into a quick break for now.
The most comprehensive exit polls, the fastest numbers, credible analysis.
The voter has actually voted you back for your governance.
Goa, Uttarakhand, will you be able to stitch it together? Are your planes ready? And why can you not perform in Punjab?
The most trusted anchors in the news fraternity.
Times Now has done a survey and projected a comfortable victory.
Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in a head-to-head contest 2017.
How the color coding happened
as opposed to 2022.
With a state-of-the-art technology and the most experienced team of experts. Mandate 2022 exit polls. Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी में अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं देश की जनता को कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाने के लिए अड़ीग है, ऑफर है और हम लाकर रहेंगे। देखिए, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनसंघ से लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हमारी यात्रा का, आज तक की हमारी राजनीतिक यात्रा का एक वादा रहा है देश की जनता से। और न केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी, संविधान सभा ने भी देश भर के विधानमंडलों को और संसद को ये सलाह दी है कि जब भी उचित समय आए यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड इस देश में आना चाहिए, क्योंकि किसी भी पंथ निरपेक्ष राष्ट्र के लिए, राज्य के लिए धर्म के आधार पर कानून नहीं होने चाहिए। अगर राष्ट्र और राज्य पंथ निरपेक्ष है तो धर्म के आधार पर कानून कैसे हो सकते हैं? हर धर्म के मानने वाले के लिए एक कानून होना चाहिए जो देश के विधानमंडल और देश की संसद पारित करे। परंतु ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम सबने संविधान सभा के एक कमिटमेंट को भुला दिया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अलावे आज कोई पार्टी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के पक्ष में नहीं है, ना बोलते हैं। हाँ, हिम्मत कम होगी तो विरोध नहीं करेंगे, मगर ये नहीं कहेंगे कि हाँ लागू करिए, हम आपके साथ खड़े। हम लोकतंत्र के अंदर है, लोकतंत्र के अंदर एक स्वस्थ बहस जरूरी है। जब इतने सारे राजनीतिक दल का एक अभिप्राय हो और मेरे राजनीतिक दल का दूसरा अभिप्राय हो, मनसा चाहे कोई भी हो, वोट प्राप्त करने की हो या जो हो, मगर उनका एक अभिप्राय है कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड अभी नहीं लाना चाहिए, तो इस पर एक स्वस्थ और खुली बहस की जरूरत है। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जहां जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शासन है वहां 3 राज्यों में अब तक, हिमाचल, उत्तराखंड और गुजरात में, हमने एक पैनल बनाया है। और पैनल सुप्रीम कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड जज और हाई कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड चीफ जस्टिस की अध्यक्षता में बनाए हैं और सारे दल, समाज जीवन के सारे लोग और सभी धर्म संप्रदाय के लोग उनके सामने अपना अपना पक्ष रख रहे हैं। उस पर जो एडवाइस आएगी इसके आधार पर हम काम करेंगे और स्वाभाविक रूप से इस प्रकार के शिखर सम्मेलन और इंटरव्यू में भी इस पर एक स्वस्थ बहस छिड़ी हुई है, तो देश की जनता को भी मन बनाने में इससे बहुत बड़ा मदद मिलता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी, मैं अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं देश की जनता को कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाने के लिए अड़िग है, ऑफर है और हम लाकर रहेंगे, परंतु सारी लोकतांत्रिक चर्चाओं की समाप्ति के बाद।
So Justice Lalit, Kiran Rijiju, the present Law Minister, has also made this point about certain degree of exceptionalism to the universal rule, so to speak. On that, I would like you to elaborate, obviously, and also, would you welcome it? Obviously, you are not in office right now, but theoretically, if the centre were to decide to file a petition against the NJAC judgment, do you think, if you were still there, would you have been open to hearing it? Would you have accepted it as a bona fide attempt at trying to revisit the entire
exit polls, the fastest numbers, credible analysis.
The voter has actually voted you back for your governance.
Goa, Uttarakhand, will you be able to stitch it together? Are your planes ready? And why can you not perform in Punjab?
The most trusted anchors in the news fraternity.
Times Now has done a survey and projected a comfortable victory.
Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in a head-to-head contest 2017,
how the color coding happened
as opposed to 2022.
With a state-of-the-art technology and the most experienced team of experts. Mandate 2022 exit polls. Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
Back with the breaking news update. Remember, voting is currently underway as far as the repoll of 2 DDC constituencies in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, and a extremely shocking charge coming in from Farooq Abdullah, the National Conference President against the armed forces, has charged the Indian Army of booth capturing. He's alleged all of this against the army, says he was the Chief Minister, elections were happening, he went to Doda, didn't see anyone there, and the voting machine was placed inside the camp. Listen in first up.
दो इलेक्शन थे, मैं डोडा गया, डोडा में एक गांव में पहुंचा जहां इलेक्शन देना था उनको, वहां वोटिंग मशीन रखी थी। वहां पे मैंने किसी को नहीं देखा क्योंकि वो फौजी कैंप के अंदर उन्होंने वो मशीन रखी थी। और जब मैंने वहां पूछा यहां क्या हुआ, कहा कोई आया नहीं। मैंने उससे पूछा क्या हुआ, लोग किधर गए? उन्होंने कहा इन लोगों ने, हमें फौजियों ने कहा खबरदार मशीन के पास आओगे हम तुम्हारी टांगे तोड़ेंगे। आज मैं फौज से कहना चाहता हूं, खबरदार आप इलेक्शन में कोई ऐसा काम न करिएगा।
Let me quickly go across to Sohail joining us live with more details. Sohail, put this remark in perspective for our viewers. A shocker of a remark coming in from the National Conference President Farooq Abdullah. But why did he choose today to bring this up and make this kind of a scathing allegation against the armed forces?
Well, in fact, Farooq Abdullah made this statement after his today. He was addressing this gathering after the election as the NC president and made these remarks. We'll have to see, we have to understand why he made these strong charge against army. In fact, alleging that army had captured that polling booth there in Doda when he was chief minister, and on his visit he found people not in fact going to that polling booth and voting. And now
given the fact that several political outfits, in fact, in Kashmir have started their political campaign after 2019, after the abrogation of Article 370. Now, and National Conference, in fact, expects that the elections will be conducted in Jammu and Kashmir, and they have apprehensions, and time and again national conference have put in public domain that the administration here in Jammu and Kashmir, in fact the security agencies are also working in tandem with Bharatiya Janata Party. This is the allegation that national conference has been putting out, and in fact alleging Bharatiya Janata Party of using state machinery, using security forces. In fact, Umar Abdullah, Farooq Abdullah together made these allegations again today that the Jammu and Kashmir officials, in fact the security agencies, were selectively giving security cover to those people only who joined Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, in fact, they have dragged Indian Army into this debate as well, alleging that previously Indian Army, in fact, had alleging Farooq Abdullah is allegedly making these allegations against the Army that previously they have captured a good, and now, in fact, asking them not to do any such activity. Now, we have seen in past at multiple occasions Army has been denying these allegations, and in fact we have seen that during 90s.
Sohail, let's take in a word from Mr. Kavinder Gupta, also joining us on this broadcast on the phone line. Mr. Kavinder Gupta, what do you make of this? After having insulted our national flag, this is the remark that's coming in from NC President Farooq Abdullah, who's accusing the army of booth capturing while he was the Chief Minister.
देखिए, नंबर एक तो मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ कि फारूक अब्दुल्ला को इतने सालों बाद क्यों याद आया। दूसरा, इनको एप्रीहेंशन है कि आने वाले समय में जब भी इलेक्शन होंगे तो इनकी पार्टी का जो बेस खत्म हो चुका है तो लोग इनको उसका जवाब देने वाले हैं। ये पहले से ही इस प्रकार की बातें करके और आर्मी पर इल्जाम लगा करके अपनी बात को कहना चाहते हैं, जो बिल्कुल गलत है। जब आदमी चीफ मिनिस्टर रहता है तो यूनिफाइड कमांड का हेड होता है, जिसमें सभी फोर्सेस उनके मीटिंग्स होती हैं, उनके साथ बात होती है, प्लानिंग होती है, उसी हिसाब से एक्शन होता है। अब 10 साल पहले या 15 साल पहले जबकि ये बात कर रहे हैं, ये कितना लोग भी समझते हैं कि ये लोगों को गुमराह कर रहे हैं और इनकी बात का कोई असर होने वाला नहीं। इस प्रकार के लोगों को जो हमेशा देश के खिलाफ और आर्मी के खिलाफ बोलते, माफी मांगनी चाहिए। एक इलेक्शन कमीशन की तरफ से एक फेयर एंड फ्री इलेक्शन करवाए जाते हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि उस पर भी सवाल उठा रहे हैं, जो कि गलत है।
जी, इतने सालों बाद ऐसा बयान दे रहे हैं, ऐसे सवाल उठा रहे हैं आर्म्ड फोर्सेस पे। बीच में भी ऐसे बहुत सारे बयान इन्होंने दिए कविंदर गुप्ता जी, पर ये कुछ नई बात नहीं है। जेएनके के काफी मेन स्ट्रीम पॉलिटिशियन से हमने अक्सर ऐसी बातें सुनी है।
देखिए, जब ये लोग सत्ता से बाहर हो जाते हैं तो इस प्रकार की बातें निकलती हैं। जब सत्ता में रहे होते हैं तो फिर इनकी भाषा अलग होती है, तो लोग इसको समझने लगने, लोग इसको सीरियसली ना तो लेते हैं। लेकिन आर्मी पर इस प्रकार से इल्जाम लगाना बिल्कुल गलत है और इससे माफी मांगना जरूरी है।
जी, खासकर से एब्रोगेशन ऑफ आर्टिकल 370 के बाद ऐसे बयान और भी ज्यादा सुने जा रहे हैं। कविंदर गुप्ता जी, थैंक यू फॉर स्पीकिंग टू अस हियर ऑन टाइम्स नाउ। लेट्स वंस अगेन लिसन इनटू दैट रिमार्क कमिंग इन फ्रॉम एनसी प्रेसिडेंट फारूक अब्दुल्ला।
दो इलेक्शन थे, मैं डोडा गया। डोडा में एक गांव में पहुंचा जहां इलेक्शन देना था उनको, वहां वोटिंग मशीन रखी थी। वहां पे मैंने किसी को नहीं देखा, क्योंकि वो फौजी कैंप के अंदर उन्होंने वो मशीन रखी थी। और जब मैंने वहां पूछा यहां क्या हुआ, कहा कोई आया नहीं। मैंने उससे पूछा क्या हुआ, लोग किधर गए? उन्होंने कहा इन लोगों ने, हमें फौजियों ने कहा, खबरदार मशीन के पास आओगे हम तुम्हारी टांगे तोड़ेंगे। आज मैं फौज से कहना चाहता हूं, खबरदार आप इलेक्शन में कोई ऐसा काम न करिएगा।
Heading into a very quick break, but stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. We'll be right back with Gujarat election updates.
The most comprehensive exit polls, the fastest numbers, credible analysis.
The voter has actually voted you back for your governance.
Goa, Uttarakhand, will you be able to stitch it together? Are your planes ready? And why can you not perform in Punjab?
The most trusted anchors in the news fraternity.
Times Now has done a survey and projected a comfortable victory.
Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in a head-to-head contest 2017.
How the color coding happened
as opposed to 2022.
With a state-of-the-art technology and the most experienced team of experts. Mandate 2022 exit polls. Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
Salve, we are talking about transparency. Do you believe the government too needs to be transparent? For instance, if it chooses to return a file to the Supreme Court, collegium of a judge who has been nominated or cleared for appointment, should the public also not know why the file is being returned? To take this a step further, should the IB report and the background checks, etc., made public? Should it work the other way also?
This whole process, quite frankly, and if I may not mince my words, this whole process has become pretty hopeless. I'm sorry to say so. Today, the IB gives a report. Today you ask a person to become a judge. You ask the IB to report. The IB reports partly gossip. Do you want that to come in public domain? I don't want my personal life to come in public domain. I may not even want to be a judge. So this whole process, this whole system is incompatible with transparency. Let me tell you 3 reasons. First of all, and this is my firm belief, all judicial institutions hear cases in public, recess into their chambers and deliver judgments. What goes on inside chambers is never, ever the subject of public scrutiny. And if somebody was to ask a judge in your meeting, when you arrived at a consensus or dissent, what did you discuss? It would be the worst form of contempt, because you're trying to undermine the judiciary. You're trying to interfere with the process by which this beautiful system works. So the judiciary's transparency is the judiciary speaks through its judgments, and that's the transparency. What judges discuss once they go into their chambers has to be protected. Here is a function where the judges are trying to come into public domain. You want one judge to pass comments on a sitting colleague in the High Court. I don't think that's the right thing to do. 3 judges or 5 judges consider the appointment of a judge to the Supreme Court. I'm not going by the gossip you've heard of what discussions take place. I am telling you on a principle, please consider. One of the judges may say, frankly, I think his judgments are third rate. You want that to come in public? The person is a sitting Chief Justice. You are considering his name for the Supreme Court. This is a process which has to be fundamentally different. If you have this kind of a tension between the government and the judiciary, and we have seen that the government says on the one hand, you've reduced us to a post office because the last word is with you. Many times, late Mr. Jaitley used to say, don't blame me, I'm the post office. I receive the file, I send it to the High Court, I get the file, I send it to them. In a situation like this, who takes responsibility? It's the court which has to today take responsibility. And in that, I don't think this system is compatible with the kind of transparency which you must have in the appointment of judges. We have to think of another way in which it is done and in which the sanctity of a person's integrity is maintained. Look at the American system. You know, if you're agreeing to be appointed a Supreme Court judge, you will have a Senate hearing, and that Senate hearing can be excoriating. All sorts of things come up in a Senate confirmation proceeding. That's one system. Will it work for us? May not work for us. We have to find some institutional mechanism by which the institution and not our court does this job. Otherwise, the judges are bringing themselves and their internal confabulations into public domain. The judges are bringing on public record what they feel about each other. The judges are bringing on public record what their personal opinion is of the merits of other sitting judges. And I don't think that's a good thing to do.
Well, the session is named or titled as
Hello and a very good afternoon to you. You're watching Times Now. I'm Pratibha. It's a big day today as it's the second and the final phase polling in the Gujarat elections. Just about 2 hours to go for the voting to come to an end. And of course, after that, the exit poll results will be trickling in. We get you the sense of the ground, what's happening, what's expected today. The biggest team of reporters on the broadcast with us, Madhav, Rishabh, Gurpreet, Aishwarya, Ishan, Nibir, as well as Swarali are joining us on the broadcast. They will will be covering the length and breadth of the second phase of the elections, getting you the mood on the ground. First up, let's talk about the biggest talking point today. Prime Minister Modi himself casting his vote today. He walked to the polling booth, cast his vote, after which he addressed the media. Here's the message that he had.
लोकतंत्र का ये उत्सव गुजरात के, हिमाचल के और दिल्ली के मतदाताओं ने बहुत ही उत्साह और उमंग के साथ मनाया। मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि उन्होंने बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से पूरे विश्व में भारत के लोकतंत्र की प्रतिष्ठा को बढ़े, इस प्रकार से चुनाव का संचालन करने की एक महान परंपरा विकसित की है और उसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण इस चुनाव में भी नजर आया। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन का भी हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
Well, this message from the Prime Minister and the fact that he walked up to the polling booth and then walked out, roam around the area as well, has triggered some controversy as well. Political ripples across Gujarat, with the Congress party alleging violation of the moral code of conduct by the Prime Minister. The Congress party accused Prime Minister Modi of holding a road show on the day of the polling. Meanwhile, the BJP has mocked the Congress party over the issue and said that the grand old party has run out of election issues, which is why it keeps raking up this issue every single time.
कुल कतई नहीं होना चाहिए, आचार संहिता का भंग है। प्रधानमंत्री अभी प्रचार में लगे हैं, गुजरात में सत्ता भाजपा की जाने लगी है, तो प्रधानमंत्री वोट देने की जगह ये जिस तरह से प्रचार और मीडिया में पूरे 2 घंटे छाए रहना चाहते, उसका मतलब ये है कि गुजरात में से भाजपा सरकार जा रही है।
The way they have violated the model code of conduct in Gujarat, especially during the polling day, it shows they have got a scant respect for election commission or the law of the land. And the election commission has got no spine to take any kind of action against the home minister or the prime minister. It was seen in Surat. The Ahmedabad party candidate was not allowed to file the nomination. After filing the nomination, he was kidnapped and he was forced to withdraw the papers. This is the jungle Raj that we are seeing in the leadership of Mr. Modi.
Important thing is whether our Prime Minister had visited when a bridge in Ahmedabad came down and more than 100 people were killed. Why did not he visit there? He has visited polling stations. I always say that Bharatiya Janata Party, our Prime Minister, leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party, they are crazy for the power. They have no concern for the people. They have no concern for the country. So that is the reason he has visited polling station just for the sake of power.
So whether it is issues of corruption, the divide within the BJP and of course the anti-incumbency factor, for the first time of course the Aam Aadmi party also in the fray in the Gujarat polls as a serious contender. So these are going to be some of the issues that people are going to think of when they cast their ballot. I want to go across to Ishan, who is joining us from Godhra. It's one of the constituencies that is most watched. It's a bastion of the BJP, but remember this time around yet again the 2002 riots have found a mention, with the BJP saying that with our government we ensured that no such communal riots took place. Ishan, you've been talking to a lot of voters there. What's playing on their minds when they cast their vote? What are the key issues?
Well, it's varying from one location to another. If you visit this area, people will say that security of Gujarat and then country as a whole is primarily important to them, and there are development agendas that are taking place throughout the country, and so is in Gujarat. But if you go to other places, they think that there is still need to be done, and that is why they're voting for a change. And now if you travel to Surat, where we have been earlier, there people will have some other issues. Certain other areas are having issues like drinking water availability, and certain people have issues like education being more cheaper and available to them. We have been speaking to voters throughout, so they have been giving us different opinions about different things. But yes, Godhra will be in one interesting battle between BJP, Congress and other political parties as well, because remember, this is for the first time after AIMIM made inroads in civic polls that they are contesting this particular constituency. But what is interesting is, as political pundits believe, that by the entry of AIMIM, the winning margin that the Congress used to pull Muslim votes, so they might get divided into AIMIM and give some relief to BJP, because BJP last time around when they contested from this particular constituency, they won with just 248 votes. It was a close contest between Congress and the BJP. Whether or not they're able to bridge that gap and get more votes and to cross that line will be interesting to see, whether they have been able to gain belief of their voters in these months and in these years. That will be interesting to see. But yes, remember, AIMIM has also campaigned here. Yogi has been here. They have been giving throughout statements, because this is a place where Godhra incident riots took place in 2002, and then Bilkis Bano's episode also unfolded, which later on remission and then statement by the sitting MLA who is still contesting from this constituency made it more interesting. And there were allegations and counter allegations. We'll try and talk to some voters here, to speak to the women voters basically. Ma'am, आपके क्या इशू हैं? अगर औरतों की बात करें, आपके कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में आपको क्या लगता है, क्या इशूज हैं?
नहीं, मेरे तो कोई इशू नहीं है।
तो आप चाहती हैं कि लोग ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वोट देने आए, क्योंकि लो परसेंटेज रहा है पहले?
हाँ, वो तो मैं चाहती हूँ कि पूरा सपोर्ट रहे, मेरे कोई नहीं।
मैम, आपके लिए क्या लगता है, आपको क्या क्या है यहाँ पे?
नहीं, हमको तो
एज अ यंगस्टर्स को क्या लगता है कि क्या चाहिए होगा?
करना चाहिए वोटिंग 100% सबको।
तो क्या इश्यूज हैं यहाँ कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी के जो आपको चाहिए कि इम्प्रूवमेंट होना चाहिए जिस सेक्टर में?
इम्प्रूवमेंट तो बहुत ज़्यादा है, वो क्या बोल सकते हैं कोई ऐसे टॉपिक तो नहीं है।
So people have different opinions and different issues. Some people want education to be more cheaper. Some people want business and industries to be there at their doorstep, so the youth could stay well within their villages and boundaries and be with their families. So yes, different spectrum of demands and needs by people here in Godhra.
Okay, all right. Ishan, do stay on with us. Rishabh is also joining us from Ahmedabad. Remember, today Prime Minister Modi cast his vote, and of course the Union Home Minister Amit Shah as well. And this comes after the extensive campaign, the unprecedented campaign that came in from the Prime Minister, covering several constituencies within that area completely. So Rishabh, as people go to vote today, is that going to be playing in the minds of the people? Because for several people across Gujarat, when it comes to polls, it is the BJP, it's synonymous with the BJP and of course Prime Minister Modi.
Narendra Modi happens to be the homeboy when it comes to Ahmedabad per se. He enjoys that popularity. People do come on street to see him. We have seen that on December 1st as well as on December 2nd, how the people thronged the streets to had a glimpse of Prime Minister. We saw an example earlier this morning. Also, we have some women reporters with us. Let's talk to them and understand what their issues are. Ma'am, you're here to cast your vote. Have you already cast your vote?
I have.
When you press the EVM, what are the issues that you think of?
I feel that we are the people who are going to elect our leaders, and we really want that India should progress. It is still a developing nation, and we want that India should develop at a faster rate. There should be education, poverty line should vanish off. People should be literate enough to come out and vote their leaders.
Ma'am, if I say so, after the first phase election Commission came out with an appeal for the urban voters per se to come out and cast their vote. Even today, the voting percentage hasn't been that high. When we could talk about this constituency itself, the Chief Minister represents this constituency, it is only 30% till 1 p.m. What are the reasons? If I can take from you, ma'am, reason kya hai people are not coming out to vote?
It's a matter of concern. I personally feel, and I urge people to come out. It is not a day to to take off and relax back at home. It is election day. You should come out. I urge people to come out and vote your leader. You cannot afford to sit back, because once if a wrong leader, if the leader of not of your choice has been elected, then you would regret. So your vote does matter, and please come out and vote.
So please come out and vote. Let's try and talk to a few more people. Ma'am, you are here. What are the reasons that you guys are voting for today? आप आज किस लिए वोट कर रहे हैं? Issue क्या है आपके वोट करने?
For the good leader.
For a good leader.
Yeah.
And so since morning there have been war of words that Prime Minister should not have done the kind of road show that opposition is alleging. Does the voters see it as a violation of code of conduct?
No, I can't say the code of conduct, but I may feel that today is the very marriage days. There are so many functions are there, and so many people are not available here.
So you are saying that because of weddings in Ahmedabad or urban areas, the people are not coming out to vote?
Yeah.
So we have seen examples where the bride and groom have come to vote and then went for wedding, and here in Ahmedabad, be it the first phase or today, the people are not coming, and you are saying that it's cause of wedding as well.
Of course, because as for my example, today early morning we came here. There are so many lines here. 2 VIPs are coming. All the line was stuck here. We have to went back, क्योंकि हमें हमारा टाइम ऐसा वहाँ पे रखना था. Then we came back.
You're coming from a wedding?
Yeah. तो और सेकंड जो सीनियर सिटीजन लाइन बोला जाता है, जितना एडवर्टाइजमेंट है, देयर इज नो सेपरेट लाइन हियर. आप वहाँ पे जाके बोलोगे कि भाई वी आर अ सीनियर सिटीजन, देन आफ्टर दे आर टेकिंग इनसाइड.
So you heard it here. The gentleman is saying that because of wedding also, people are not coming out to vote. Let's try and talk to few more people. Sir, you are here. आप वोट करने आए हैं यहाँ पे. क्या issues है जिस पे आप वोट कर रहे हैं?
In morning I came and voted. Now my daughter came and I came along with her, so that she will also vote in a time.
Okay. So issues की क्या है sir?
Absolutely, there is no issue. There is a good improvement in last couple of years.
So you heard it here. Someone is saying that the issues are very limited. Some are saying that it's concerning that the voter percentage or voter turnout is not very high. Some are saying the reason behind low voter turnout is the wedding season here in Ahmedabad and other Ahmedabad centers.
Okay, all right. But this time around, it's always been for the last several decades a battle between the BJP and the Congress party. This time around, the Aam Aadmi party is also in the fray. In fact, the party seems confident as the polls continue. The official handle of the party also tweeting Parivartan, claiming that they are not just serious contenders, but they are seeing a big change in Gujarat as well. We also spoke to the Aam Aadmi Party Gujarat Chief Ministerial candidate Isudan Gadvi. Listen into what he said.
देखो, लोगों में उम्मीद तो दिख रही है. लोग वोटिंग करने निकल रहे हैं, और हमें ये लग रहा है कि कुछ अच्छा होने वाला है. फर्स्ट फेज में मैं मान रहा हूँ कि 51+ सीट हम निकाल रहे हैं. सेकंड फेज में अभी हम अंदाजा लगा रहे हैं, लेकिन वोटिंग होने के बाद पता चलेगा. लेकिन 52+ सीट का हमारा अंदाजा है सेकंड फेज में.
अच्छा, फर्स्ट फेज में वोटिंग कम हुई, 3.5% वोटिंग कम हुई, और सेकंड फेज में भी अब देखते हैं, चुनाव आयोग कोशिश कर रहा है कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग घर से बाहर निकले, तो इसका नुकसान किसे मान रहे हैं?
देखो, भाजपा से लोग परेशान हैं, और फर्स्ट फेज में सौराष्ट्र और साउथ गुजरात उसमें जो मुझे लगता है कि सरकार के खिलाफ एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है, वो तो लग रहा है कि जो लोग नाराज थे वो आए नहीं है. लेकिन जो हुई है वोटिंग, हमने जो इंटरनल किया और जिस तरह से सोर्स बता रहे हैं आईबी की रिपोर्ट्स, भाजपा को फर्स्ट फेज में 30 मिल रही है, हमें 51+.
Let's go across to Aishwarya Jain, who is joining us on the broadcast. Aishwarya, a lot of focus has been on the Aam Aadmi party. Is it going to eat into the votes of the Congress party? Is it a serious contender against the BJP? Because this is going to have a serious significance in the 2024 polls as well.
Well, this time around as well in Gujarat elections, Congress has called Aam Aadmi Party the B team of the BJP, while the AIMIM called the Aam Aadmi Party the clone of the Congress party. Now, whose votes Aam Aadmi Party will cut if compared to 2017, whether it will be Congress or whether it will be the BJP, is something that will remain that remains to be seen. But as far as what the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming is that the votes that they are getting is majorly from the Congress and the BJP, as Ishudan Gadvi clearly has stated that people are very much angry with the BJP, and therefore the reason perhaps they are voting in their favor, and they seem very confident this time that it is just not the seat sharing, but also they will have an impact in the Gujarat elections and they will be winning it. But and therefore the reason perhaps massive campaigning by the Aam Aadmi Party was done just in not the southern Gujarat, Dwarka region, Kutch region, but also in the northern Gujarat, in Ahmedabad as well. Day before yesterday, just on the day when the campaigning and before the phase 2 elections, it was Arvind Kejriwal, Bhagwant Mann, Harbhajan Singh, Raghav Chadda all came and did a road show on the day when Prime Minister also holded the longest road show in the capital city of Gujarat. So certainly it will be the time which will tell whether Aam Aadmi Party can make inroads in Gujarat as well, or it is just the claims that the Aam Aadmi Party is making, because BJP on the other side seems very, very confident, as they are clearly stating that they will be breaking their own record and there is no anti-incumbency, there is pro-incumbency in their favor in these elections.
All right, so less than 2 hours to go for the voting to come to an end. It's the big battle, prestige battle for the BJP, extremely crucial battle of survival for the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress Party. We continue getting you the voices of the people, the election mood on ground. For now, slipping into a quick break here. We'll be right back.
The most comprehensive exit polls, the fastest numbers, credible analysis.
The voter has actually voted you back for your governance.
Goa, Uttarakhand, will you be able to stitch it together? Are your planes ready? And why can you not perform in Punjab?
The most trusted anchors in the news fraternity.
Times Now has done a survey and projected a comfortable victory.
Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in a head-to-head contest.
2017, how the color coding happened as opposed to 2022. With a state-of-the-art technology and the most experienced team of experts. Mandate 2022 exit polls. Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
हम ये भी पूछना चाहेंगे आज कि जब आपकी पार्टी एक रेप अक्यूज्ड राम रहीम को पैरोल पे छोड़ती है और मंत्रीगण
कोर्ट कौन चलाता है?
पैरोल कौन देता है?
कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है?
पैरोल कौन दे रहा है?
कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है? मैं दोबारा कह रही हूँ, कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है? आपको लगता है कॉन्शियंशियस सरकार जहां पर मीडिया की नजर 24 घंटे है, जहां सिटीजन एंगेजमेंट है 24 घंटे, वहां पर इफेक्टिवली खुद को कटघरे में खड़े होने के लिए कोई भी राजनेता इस प्रकार का कोई कदम लेगा?
पर लोग जा रहे हैं,
नहीं है।
उनके प्रवचनों पर आपके मंत्री जाते हैं।
मैं दोबारा कहती हूं, अगर एक लॉ के मर्यादा में कोई भी कोर्ट कोई निर्णय लेता है, मैं दोबारा सीजीआई ने हाल फिलहाल में ये कहा कि भाई कोर्ट डरते हैं, मैं उस पर भी टिप्पणी नहीं कर रही हूं। मेरा ये आपसे पूछना है कि आपको लगता है कॉन्शियंशियस एक पॉलिटिशियन इस प्रकार का निर्णय लेगा? नहीं लेगा,
नहीं लिया। और पैरोल पे अगर कोर्ट की वजह से बाहर भी आए राम
रहीम, दोबारा तो आप जब प्रश्न पूछ रही थी तो आपको कोर्ट के संदर्भ में कहना चाहिए था।
लेकिन वो बाहर अगर आए हैं तो आप उनकी
मैं दोबारा कह रही हूं कि अगर वो कोर्ट की वजह से बाहर आए हैं तो आप कटघरे में पॉलिटिशियन को क्यों खड़ा कर रहे हैं?
क्योंकि पॉलिटिशियन वहां बैठकर सत्संग देख रहे।
मैं गई थी
नहीं, पर आपकी पार्टी के लोग गए थे।
मैं गई थी। इसका मतलब कोई पुरुष नेता कुछ करेगा तो आप पुरुष से नहीं कहेंगे, महिला आपके सामने आएगी उससे पूछेंगे।
हेडलाइन?
नो, नॉट अ हेडलाइन, दिस इज हार्डली वन।
नहीं, पर
जी नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन।
ये सब आपके कॉलीग्स हैं, ये वहां जाकर सत्संग में बैठते हैं, आपको बुरा नहीं लगता?
पहले तो मैं दोबारा कहती हूँ, आप जब सत्संग शब्द का इस्तेमाल करती हैं, कहीं ना कहीं आप इस बात को कुरेद रहे हैं, सिंस यू कॉल्ड मी हार्डकोर हिंदू टू बिगिन विद।
मैंने नहीं कहा, वो जवाहर सरकार ने
हाँ,
कहा।
बट आई नो दैट यू हैव रीपोजिशनड इट एंड योर जक्सटापोजिशन इज वेल नोटेड। आप ये इसलिए कह रही हैं ताकि मेरे अंदर के हिंदू को कुरेद दें और बार बार कहें अरे सत्संग में गए, सत्संग में गए, सत्संग में गए। दूसरे धर्म में आपको दिखाई दिए हैं कोई जो रेप के आरोपी हैं, मर्डर के आरोपी हैं? आप किसी भी मंच से किसी और धर्म के बारे में ऐसा बोलती हैं? या आपको हार्डकोर हिंदू आज मिला है मंच पे तो इसलिए हिंदू है तो इससे पूछ लेते हैं?
अच्छा, अब सवाल पूछने के लिए पहले
हिंदू विद अ सरनेम कॉल्ड ईरानी। हाँ,
आप हिंदू हैं कि पारसी हैं शादी के बाद?
देखिए, पारसी रिलीजन में धर्मांतरण नहीं होता, और धर्मांतरण होता तो भी मैं गर्व से हिंदू हूं, मैं नहीं करती।
पहले कहा जाता था कि कांग्रेस तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करती है।
पहले ही कहा जाता था,
अब भी कहा जाता है। तो कांग्रेस तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करती है और आप मेजॉरिटेरियनिज्म की राजनीति करते हैं। आप पर
80 करोड़ नागरिकों को उनके घर में 28 महीने से मुफ्त का राशन मिल रहा है। 19 करोड़ आयुष्मान भारत के कार्ड डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हो चुके हैं। 3 करोड़ 50 लाख से ज्यादा हॉस्पिटल एडमिशन हो चुके हैं। आपको कभी भी पता चला कि एडमिशन हॉस्पिटल में हिंदू का हुआ या मुसलमान का हुआ या?
Welcome back. Scathing observations by the top court on religious conversion, forced religious conversion. As the hearing is underway in the Supreme Court, the top court has made some scathing observations saying freedom of religion does not include forced conversions. Charity is most welcome, but it cannot be for conversion. No conversion through force, allurement or fraudulent means. Very, very crucial observations coming in from the Supreme Court as it hears the case on forced conversions. The centre has been given time to seek a stand of all the states regarding the anti-conversion law. Legal editor Harish Nair joining us on the broadcast with the details. Harish, very, very crucial development, perhaps also paving the way for a nationwide anti-conversion law. The Supreme Court saying that any kind of charity is welcome, but it cannot be for conversion.
Yes, that's right, Pratibha. Very, very important observation coming in from Justice Amit Shah led bench. It's hearing a PIL taking steps against conversion by force, and it sought stringent provisions in IPC to control fraudulent religious conversions. And already the centre and states, several states have supported such a PIL. Supreme Court has very clearly said freedom of religion does not include forced conversion. Charity is welcome but cannot be for conversion. No conversion can be allowed through force, allurement, fraudulent means or threat or promise of monetary benefits. And now centre has been given time to seek stand of all states regarding working of the anti-conversion law in those states. Justice Shah has said that we are here to set things right. Everybody has the right to accept any religion as per freedom of religion, but not by force, allurement or fraudulent means. Every charity is good, work is welcome, but purpose of charity cannot be conversion. We are looking what is the intention of it all. Remember, the centre has also in a very, very significant affidavit said that it's cognizant of the gravity and seriousness of the issue and is taking the issue in all seriousness, and in fact a very important enactment, a national law is very, very required to ensure that the cherished rights of socially and economically backward sections and also the women are protected, right, and they don't become victims of forced conversion. Likewise, a similar affidavit has also been filed by the Gujarat government supporting the enactment of a national law.
Okay, all right. right, Harish, thank you for joining us with those details. Remember, the centre has also told the court that it is seeking details from all the states as to how the state-specific laws are working. We're slipping to a quick break here on that note. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the top news.
The most comprehensive exit polls, the fastest numbers, credible analysis.
The voter had actually voted you back for your governance.
Goa, Uttarakhand, will you be able to stitch it together? Are your planes ready? And why can you not perform in Punjab?
The most trusted anchors in the news fraternity.
Times Now has done a survey and projected a comfortable victory.
Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in a head-to-head contest.
2017, how the color coding happened as opposed to 2022. With a state-of-the-art technology and the most experienced team of experts. Mandate 2022 exit polls. Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी में अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं देश की जनता को कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाने के लिए अड़ीग है, ऑफर है और हम लाकर रहेंगे। देखिए, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनसंघ से लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हमारी यात्रा का, आज तक की हमारी राजनीतिक यात्रा का एक वादा रहा है देश की जनता से। और न केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी, संविधान सभा ने भी देश भर के विधानमंडलों को और संसद को ये सलाह दी है कि जब भी उचित समय आए यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड इस देश में आना चाहिए, क्योंकि किसी भी पंथ निरपेक्ष राष्ट्र के लिए, राज्य के लिए धर्म के आधार पर कानून नहीं होने चाहिए। अगर राष्ट्र और राज्य पंथ निरपेक्ष है तो धर्म के आधार पर कानून कैसे हो सकते हैं? हर धर्म के मानने वाले के लिए एक कानून होना चाहिए जो देश के विधानमंडल और देश की संसद पारित करे। परंतु ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम सबने संविधान सभा के एक कमिटमेंट को भुला दिया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अलावे आज कोई पार्टी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के पक्ष में नहीं है, ना बोलते हैं। हाँ, हिम्मत कम होगी तो विरोध नहीं करेंगे, मगर ये नहीं कहेंगे कि हाँ लागू करिए, हम आपके साथ खड़े। हम लोकतंत्र के अंदर है, लोकतंत्र के अंदर एक स्वस्थ बहस जरूरी है। जब इतने सारे राजनीतिक दल का एक अभिप्राय हो और मेरे राजनीतिक दल का दूसरा अभिप्राय हो, मनसा चाहे कोई भी हो, वोट प्राप्त करने की हो या जो हो, अगर उनका एक अभिप्राय है कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड अभी नहीं लाना चाहिए, तो इस पर एक स्वस्थ और खुली बहस की जरूरत है। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जहां जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शासन है वहां 3 राज्यों में अब तक, हिमाचल, उत्तराखंड और गुजरात में, हमने एक पैनल बनाया है और पैनल सुप्रीम कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड जज और हाई कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड चीफ जस्टिस की अध्यक्षता में बनाए हैं। और सारे दल, समाज जीवन के सारे लोग और सभी धर्म संप्रदाय के लोग उनके सामने अपना अपना पक्ष रख रहे हैं। उस पर जो एडवाइस आएगी इसके आधार पर हम काम करेंगे। और स्वाभाविक रूप से इस प्रकार के शिखर सम्मेलन और इंटरव्यू में भी इस पर एक स्वस्थ बहस छिड़ी हुई है, तो देश की जनता को भी मन बनाने में इससे बहुत बड़ा मदद मिलता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी में अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं देश की जनता को कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाने के लिए अड़ीग है, ऑफर है और हम लाकर रहेंगे, परंतु सारी लोकतांत्रिक चर्चाओं की समाप्ति के बाद।
So Justice Lalit, Kiran Rijiju, the present law minister, has also made this point about certain degree of exceptionalism to the universal rule, so to speak. On that, I would like you to elaborate, obviously, and also, would you welcome it? Obviously, you're not in office right now, But theoretically, if the centre were to decide to file a petition against the NJSC judgment, do you think, if you were still there, would you have been open to hearing it? Would you have accepted it as a bona fide attempt at trying to revisit the entire issue?
Welcome back as we continue to track the ongoing voting that is underway with regards to phase 2 of elections in Gujarat. In the meanwhile, a big setback is coming for the Congress. Remember, controversy broke out after a Congress candidate from Danta had leveled some serious allegations against the BJP, and after the Danta candidate Kantibai Kharadi alleged that he was assaulted and abducted by the BJP candidate Laddu Padgi, the Election Commission has said that after immediate scrutiny, Kantibai Kharadi was neither attacked nor abducted. So scrutiny by Chief Returning Officer immediately after the presentation of Congress delegation, the Congress candidate from Danta, the Election Commission says was neither attacked nor abducted. So the Election Commission in that sense really clearing the air. Abhishek joining us live with more details. Allegations such as this of this nature were levelled by the Congress first up. The BJP said it was them who were in fact charged at with weapons by the Congress cadre. Now Election Commission clearing the air that all of those allegations that came in from Kantibai Kharadi were in fact false because neither was he attacked nor abducted, Abhishek.
Yes, definitely, and it is very much clear because, you know, after the Congress delegation met the Election Commission in the state, and they immediately ordered the probe into it, and the respective state machinery, the police department, in fact the SP was told to take cognizance of the same. In fact, we also heard the bite of SP Akshay Raj. He clearly said that, you know, primary after the investigation, it is very much clear that the claims being made in the media and the social media of abduction are very much false. In fact, he also went on to say that, you know, there are allegations being leveled by both the side, and there was a clash erupted between both of them, and right now medical report and FSL report are pending, and that's after that a legal consultation will be taken to take action. And as far as the Election Commission is concerned, he clearly said that, and in the press release it is clearly mentioned, you know, the Kantibai was approached by the police and was said whether you are interested in filing FIR or filing the complaint. He clearly denied and said that he is not interested in filing any complaint in this matter. And after the report submitted by the police administration, the Election Commission came to the conclusion that he was neither attacked nor kidnapped, as per the allegation being leveled in the morning by him against the BJP candidate. In fact, we also interviewed the BJP candidate. He also said his story, and he also said leveled allegation against Kantilal, where he said that out of frustration the entire act took place yesterday. So definitely, you know, the day started with a big allegation made by the Congress candidate, but now Election Commission has come out clear that he was neither attacked
or let go of it unchallenged, unopposed, and hence countered each and every allegation that came in from the Congress's side. But this is very interesting, Abhishek. What you're telling us is that the police in fact approached Kantibai asking him if he wants to file any complaint, but he said that he doesn't desire to do any of that.
Yes.
की थी ना उस टाइम भाजपा का खुद कैंडिडेट लादू पारगी था, और उसके साथ एल के बारर था, और उसका भाई वदन जी करके और भी था। वो सभी लोग आए थे, वो हथियारों के साथ आए थे, और नीचे उतरे तो तलवार लेके उतरे थे। तो सबको पास इतना बहुत टोला था। मैंने सोचा कि यहाँ रुकने की जरूरत नहीं है, रुकेंगे तो बहुत गड़बड़ होगी, तो अब निकल जाने में अच्छा है।
Okay, so those are the allegations leveled by Kantibai of the Congress. Abhishek, you heard the reaction there, clearly saying that all of that did happen late last night, but why is he in no mood to then file a complaint?
See, definitely, if we go by what the investigation has revealed till now, and the superintendent of police has given a bite in which he clearly said that, it was a fight from both the side, allegations were leveled from both the side, and, they are probing the matter, investigating into it. In fact, he also went on to say that, after the medical report, there were no serious injuries to be noted on ground of the workers who clashed with each other. In fact, the FSL report and the medical report are pending. After those reports, the SP will take a legal consultation and file a case against whoever so required. But as of now, as we speak, Election Commission has issued a press release and clearly said that he was neither attacked nor kidnapped on the basis of the report submitted by the police administration to the Election Commission. Back to you.
On with us because it was the Congress working president Jignesh Mevani who was the first to take it to social media and level all of those charges, buy into what Kantabai had told them. So let's see and hear it from Congress leaders first up to what the latest developments have come in. But these are the allegations made in the first place.
कि हमारे कांतेबाई खराड़ी जो विधायक भी रहे हैं और हमारे दाता से उनकी 5-6 गाड़ी लेके वो वापस आ रहे थे अपने कार्यालय पे, भाजपा के लोगों ने उन पर हमला किया, उनकी गाड़ी को पलटी लगा दी, 6 गाड़ियों में से हमारे वर्करों को निकाल कर मारा। हाँ, मैं और हमारे पूर्व प्रमुख अर्जुन भाई मोढवाडिया और बलदेव जी ठाकुर वगैरह सब गांधीनगर मुख्य चीफ इलेक्शन को मिलने गए कि 1 घंटे के बाद हमारे विधायक से बात हुई। पुलिस को कहा कि उसकी फरियाद लिए जिन गुंडों ने हमारे विधायक हमारे कैंडिडेट पे हमला किया है उनके जेलों के सलाखे के पीछे डाले। ये लोकशाही है, लोकशाही में गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलती।
जब हम और आप अभी जाग रहे हैं, लोकतंत्र का प्रहरी चुनाव आयोग गहरी नींद में सो रहा है। हमने कई बार चुनाव आयोग को लिखा, चेतावनी दी कि दांता में चुनाव को डिसरप्ट किया जा सकता है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के गुंडे वहां शांति भंग कर सकते हैं। खबरें आ रही हैं कि हमारा कैंडिडेट कांतिभाई खराड़ी एक आदिवासी नेता हैं, उनको किडनैप कर लिया गया है, उन पर जानलेवा हमला हुआ है। चुनाव आयोग अभी भी सो रहा है। हम इस देश के गृह मंत्री, इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री दोनों गुजरात से आते हैं और दोनों गुजरात मॉडल का दम भरते हुए घूमते हैं पूरे देश में। हम उनसे आग्रह करते हैं कि जागिए, लोकतंत्र को बचाइए, हमारे कैंडिडेट की रक्षा कीजिए, उसको तुरंत रिहा करवाइए।
Well, after having gone through the series of events, now the Election Commission has stated that neither was Kantibai, he was neither kidnapped nor he was attacked. The BJP candidate, interestingly though, from Danta seat, against whom these allegations have been levelled in the first place, has also hit back at the Congress, refuting all the charges. Ladoo Pargi, in fact, has claimed that it is him and his men who were instead attacked by the Congress workers.
और मेरी गाड़ी में सिर्फ मेरे बच्चे साथ में थे, मैं अकेला था, मैं सिर्फ 2 आदमी थे। और छोटा बामुद्रा तक पहुंचा तो सामने से 15 गाड़ी आ गई, सामने से 15 गाड़ी आ गई और मेरी गाड़ी को टक्कर लगा दी और मेरी गाड़ी रास्ते पे घूम गई और उसकी गाड़ी थी वो पलटी का, उसकी गाड़ी पलटी मार गई। इसमें मैंने देखा जो मैंने मेरी एफआईआर में लिखवाया है वो नाम वाले उधर थे, उसके हाथों पे तलवार थे और धोखे थे। तो मैं डर के भागा कि वो इतना आदमी है तो मुझे मार डालेगा। मैं सिर्फ 2 आदमी थे तो मैं वहाँ से भाग चुका। वो इसमें वो आदमी तो बहुत थे, मैं तो सिर्फ 2 आदमी थे। उसको कैसे मैं किडनैप कर सकता, उसको मैं कैसे मार सकता, तो मैं भाग सका। वो जो मेरे फरियाद में भी वो ही लिखवाया है।
And more breaking news update coming in. The latest update with regards to the voter turnout, it's improved to 50.51%. This is the latest that has been recorded at 3 p.m. as per the Election Commission of India. Let me go across to Abhishek joining us live from Ahmedabad. A certain improvement for sure, Abhishek. It's jumped to 50.51, but just 2 more hours to go. This is the latest that's been tracked till 3 p.m.
See, definitely, and this is what is expected, because last time, as per the first phase, we have seen the slow voting turnout. In fact, the percentage was also low, and after that, how the campaigning took place. In fact, all the parties, BJP, Aam Aadmi Party and Congress, have appealed to the voters to come out in large number and vote. In fact, youth, senior citizens, women should come out in large number. And if we compare it with the first phase, definitely it might go up. and it is increasing at the moment, and that is where we can say that the people of Gujarat are celebrating the festival of democracy and are coming out in large number to vote. Especially that is what is needed, and it's what's been appealed by all the BJP, in fact the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, to the voters to come out and exercise their right to cast their vote. And definitely how much ever the BJP and the Congress say that it's a bipolar battle, but it is definitely evident on the ground, and that Aam Aadmi Party is being underestimated.
But
whether
there
they
are
can
concerns
turn
still,
those
Abhishek, because mere 63% turnout was reported by the end of the voting as far as phase 1 is concerned. So far, if we go by the stats at 3 p.m, it's been recorded at 50.51%. Remains to be seen the kind of trend that comes in the next 2 hours. Thank you, Abhishek, for that. We shift our focus to another interesting update. Remember, Akhilesh Yadav-led Samajwadi Party is also facing a crucial test of saving its bastions of Mainpuri and Rampur from an ambitious BJP in high-stakes bipoles today. Akhilesh's wife, Dimple Yadav, is in fact pitted against BJP's Raghurat Singh Shakya in Mainpuri, who is an SP turncoat. Now, even as the voting is currently underway in Mainpuri, in Rampur and Khatoli, the Samajwadi Party has alleged poll rigging attempt by the BJP. Akhilesh Yadav, Dimple Yadav and several SP netas have alleged that the Samajwadi Party voters are being stopped by the police from voting, from casting their vote, and that the cops are allegedly checking their voter IDs to harass them. The Samajwadi Party chief also alleged that Mainpuri district magistrate is not taking the party's complaint call, and election commission has turned a blind eye to this reality on ground.
इलेक्शन कमीशन गाइडलाइन ये नहीं है कि आप पुलिस को ये आजादी दे दें कि आपका चेक करेंगे। जो उनके पास आईडी हैं, जो निर्धारित आईडी होते हैं, उनके तहत जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उन्हें वोट के लिए वापस किया जा रहा है। बल्कि रामपुर विधानसभा में जिस दिन से हम लोग वोट मांग करके आए हैं, जिस दिन से शुरुआत हुई है, उस दिन से प्रशासन लगा हुआ है कि वोट ना पड़ पाए। उन्होंने अपने अधिकारियों को मॉनिटर करने के लिए बैठाया हुआ है कि केवल आपको मैनपुरी लोकसभा मॉनिटर करनी है। बड़े बड़े अधिकारी बैठे हुए लगातार डीएम, एसओ, डीएम को फोन कर रहे हैं। सोचिए आप, लखनऊ से ये चल रहा है।
जो प्यार और स्नेह और आशीर्वाद मैनपुरी लोकसभा क्षेत्र के लोगों ने दिया है, मैं उनका तहे दिल से धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगी और कहना चाहूँगी कि वोट डालें। प्रशासन और सरकार चाहती नहीं है वोट प्रतिशत बढ़े और लगातार अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वे में काम कर रहे हैं, अनडेमोक्रेटिक वे में काम कर रहे हैं ये लोग। ये हमारा अधिकार है कि हम वोट डालें, और जिस तरह के हथकंडे अपनाए जा रहे हैं सरकार द्वारा, प्रशासन द्वारा, मैं चुनाव आयोग से भी अपील करना चाहूँगी कि इस पे वो देखें, गहराई से देखें, और आने वाला जो लोकसभा चुनाव है 2024 का, उसमें भी इसी तरह के हथकंडे अपनाए जाएंगे, तो लोग भी सतर्क हो और चुनाव आयोग से भी अपील करेंगे।
पुलिस ने बूथ भी कैप्चर कर रखे हैं और जितने बूथ तक लोगों के पहुंचने के रास्ते हैं सब पर इतने पिकेट बना रखे हैं, इतनी बैरिकेडिंग कर रखी है कि लोग वहां तक पहुंच ही नहीं सकते। मुस्तकिल फोन आ रहे हैं, वीडियो भी हैं, सब चीजें हैं। और रामपुर का जो अभी तक का पोल है वो भी ये बता रहा है कि वोट नहीं डालने थे। बहुत बुरा हाल है यहाँ। पुलिस ने एकदम लोगों पे अत्याचार शुरू कर दिया है, डांटी डंडे मार रहे हैं, लोग जख्मी हैं, लोगों के हाथ टूटे हैं। इलेक्शन कमीशन में तो हम कब से जा रहे हैं कि पुलिस हमारे साथ ये अत्याचार कर रही है। इलेक्शन कमीशन संज्ञान नहीं ले रहा है।
प्रशासन, पुलिस अधिकारी ड्यूटियों में हेरफेर कर रहे हैं। प्रशासन के अधिकारी, चुनाव आयोग का ये आदेश था कि रैंडमाइज करके ड्यूटी लगाई जाएंगी और मेरे पास उसकी कॉपी थी, मैंने जब रिप्रेजेंटेशन दिया था उस पर स्पष्ट निर्देश था। रैंडमाइज करके ड्यूटी लगी, कंप्यूटराइज करके, लेकिन जब पोलिंग पर आ गए, पोलिंग पार्टियां बन गई, आ गई सब मंडी में, मैनपुरी में, तब उसमें लगभग 2000 कर्मचारियों को रोक के रिजर्व में इसलिए कर दिया गया कि उनके नाम के आगे यादव लिखा हुआ था। तो सब चुनाव आयोग के निर्देशों का उल्लंघन है सारा चुनाव में। लेकिन ये भूल जाते हैं कि समाजवादी पार्टी को सिर्फ यादव ही वोट नहीं देता है।
जो बर्बरता हो रही है, गिरफ्तार किए जा रहे हैं, मारा जा रहा है, पीटा जा रहा है, मोहल्ले
मोहल्लों में जाकर पुलिस कह रही है कि वोट डालने मत निकलना। तारामंडल के पीछे एक मोहल्ले में इतना धमकाया पुलिस ने कि लोग अपने घरों में ताले डालकर पलायन कर गए वहां से। और ये तो हर जगह ही कहा जा रहा है कि वोट डालने मत जाना।
So these are the slew of reactions that came in from the Samajwadi Party. In the meanwhile, we also spoke to the voters in Rampur who've also alleged that the police checked their IDs, tore their IDs down, and then also ended up thrashing some of the voters who reached the booth to cast their vote. Listen in to these reactions that have come in from Ground Zero.
आपका वोट कहाँ पर है रामपुर?
हमारा वोट है घेर कटाबास्ता में बूथ नंबर 86 पे।
वोट करने गए तो क्या हुआ वहाँ?
वोट करने गए, हम वहाँ खड़े हुए थे, मशीन खराब थी वहाँ।
हाँ।
उसके बाद में पुलिस वालों ने आन के हमसे ये कहा कि आईडी दिखाओ, तुम बाहर निकलो। हम बाहर निकल गए। आईडी दिखाओ, हमने आईडी दिखा दी। उन्होंने वो पर्ची जो थी बोलिंग बूथ वाली जिससे बोले वो फाड़ के फेंक दिया। मैं 10-12 आदमियों को भगा दी।
आपने बोला नहीं कि क्यों बाहर निकलो, मेरे पास आपके पास
हम बोलते तो डंडे खाते क्या?
डंडे मार रहे थे।
किनको मार रहे थे? आपके सामने मारा किसी को?
अरे दो जनों को मारा मेरे सामने, यहाँ पर मारते हुए ले गए।
क्यों, किस बात पे मारा?
वो बात देखा, वो पहचान पत्र वो मारते हुए ले गए।
तो देखा सीधा मारने लगे। आपको भी मारा?
जी हाँ, मैं मारा, चाटा मारा, आईडी छीन ली हमारी।
आईडी छीन ली?
हाँ, दोनों छीन ली, भगा दिया। एक लड़को सामने में मारा।
विरोध नहीं किया आपने?
ना विरोध, इनके सामने मारा, इनकी पूछी, इनकी मारा।
ये पासपोर्ट छीना मेरा, पहचान पत्र, अब वो आधार कार्ड छीना। और मैंने सर ये मैं वोट डालने जा रही हूँ यहाँ पे, बोलेगा वोट निकल गया, छान के, और मतलब ये डंडे लगाए और एक लड़कों को बहुत मारा। मुल्ला जी का लड़का है, वो घर में पड़ा हुआ है।
So yes, voting is currently underway in Mainpuri, Rampur and Khatoli. And amid these allegations, the BJP has come out to exude confidence that they're going to win these bipoles. The Samajwadi Party is also eyeing to keep its foothold even stronger in their bastions.
जीतेंगे, बहुत वोटों से जीतेंगे।
पीछे कह रही कि पहली बार यहाँ कमल खिलाएंगे।
अरे लगाओगे तो सब ढूंढती है।
फिर से शुरू करेंगे एक बार। पांडे जी कैमरा लगा लीजिए, बताइए वोट देकर आएंगे जी, क्या समाजवादी पार्टी का?
अरे पार्टी जीते, बहुत वोट
देख के बताओ। लग रहा है बीजेपी ने चुनौती दी है।
नेताजी भी यहाँ की जनता को बहुत प्यार करते थे और यहाँ पर नेताजी से लेकर के हम लोगों ने बहुत विकास किया है। उसकी वजह से जनता, जब नेताजी नहीं हैं तो नेताजी श्रद्धांजलि स्वरूप यहाँ के मतदाता वोट डिम्पल यादव को करेंगे।
देखिए, 50 साल से रामपुर की जनता एक अंधेरे में थी और वो अंधेरा इन्हीं लोगों के द्वारा दिखाया गया था। आज अंधेरी रात छट चुकी है और सवेरा होने को है। हम रामपुर में उद्योगों के मुद्दे को लेकर जनता के बीच हैं और रामपुर का आज हिंदू, मुसलमान और नौजवान ये मन बना चुका है। 50 महीने में हम वो चीजें करके दिखाएंगे जो इन लोगों ने 50 साल में नहीं की। आज रामपुर के मुसलमानों में योगी आदित्यनाथ जी का विश्वास जो है वो एक अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है। यहाँ का मुसलमान योगी सरकार में अपने आप को बहुत सुरक्षित समझता है। तो यही सबसे बड़ा कारण है कि आज जो मुस्लिम समाज भी है वो भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ लगातार आ रहे हैं।
Shifting our focus to more news, we're tracking former Tamil Nadu Deputy Chief Minister OPS paid floral tributes to former Chief Minister Jayalalitha on her death anniversary in Chennai. Review petition was filed against acquittal of 3 death row convicts in the Chawla gang rape and murder case in Supreme Court on behalf of the victims' parents. A suo motu case has been registered in connection with painting walls with joint CFI slogans at 9 places in Karnataka, Shivamoga. Search for the accused is still underway. Amid the ongoing Karnataka-Maharashtra border controversy, Kannada Rakshana Vedike activists again staged a protest in Belgavi against the visit of Maharashtra ministers. 5 people have been arrested while trying to ferry cash to Alipurdwar in North Bengal. 94 bundles of cash were hidden inside the stepney of the car. In the Meanwhile, let's quickly shift our focus to the latest with regards to the film Kashmir Files and the latest comment that was made by an Israeli filmmaker. Why it is in the news once again is because Kashmiri Hindus have been staging a protest in JNK. This specifically after the Lashkar-e-Toiba's offshoot, the TRF released a list yesterday of Kashmiri Hindus and alleged that non-locals and Kashmiri Hindus were taking away land and jobs in Kashmir. The terror outfit also added Delhi's regime was pushing the fascist Hindutva agenda and they will not let that happen. The TRF further vowed to continue attacking Kashmiri Hindus who have been spoiling the atmosphere as per them in the valley. They further released the list of Kashmiri Hindus who have been provided employment under the Prime Minister's scheme.
See, right now you can see that the Kashmiri Hindu employees, they are protesting against the recent threat letter that has come from the Lashkar-e-Toiba side. Yesterday they gave an online threat saying that we are not allowing them to work here in Kashmir Valley, that they have threatened to wipe them out. They are saying that how they are going to settle down, how they are spreading their vicious tentacles.
हम सिंगल डिमांड कर रहे हैं, आप हमें कश्मीर के बाहर रिलोकेट कीजिए, वहाँ पर हमारे जाने सुरक्षित नहीं है। आपने बहुत वादे किए थे हमें बचाने के लिए, लेकिन आज जब वो बारी आ गई है आपने हमें बचाना है, आप मुंह फेर रहे हैं।
देखिए, ये तो बहुत बड़ी चिंता का विषय है कि ये ऑफिशियल डॉक्यूमेंट जो डायरेक्टर स्कूल एजुकेशन एक ट्रांसफर का लिस्ट जारी किया था, ये कैसे उन जहादी ताकतों के हाथ लग गए, ये क्या दिखाना चाहते हैं? मुझे लगता है कहीं ना कहीं इनसाइडर्स भी इसमें मिले हुए हैं। इसकी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, पुलिस को इसकी तह तक जाना चाहिए और इन सारी चीजों को, ताकि जो एम्प्लॉय की जो सिक्योरिटी के रिलेटेड जो इश्यूज हो, इनको और कड़े इकदामात उठाने की जरूरत है पुलिस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को।
See, this document has names of about 57 officials. They are saying at the time when Kashmiri Hindus are on terror radar, more than 24 people have been killed since last year, which include Kashmiri Hindus and non-locals. How come the document falls into the hands of the terror outfit TRF? They want heads to roll, action to be initiated, matter to be properly investigated.
Well, this current threat to Kashmiri Hindus has given a reality check to many who have branded the plight of Kashmiri Hindus as vulgar and propaganda. Yes, we're talking about the recent comment that came in from Israeli screenwriter Nadav Lapid, who called the Kashmir Files vulgar and propaganda. In fact, filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri also trained guns at Lapid once again and termed this recent threat by TRF as the effect of remarks made by him at the Goa Film Festival.
All of us disturbed and shocked by the 15th film, by the movie Kashmir Files, that felt to us like a propaganda, vulgar movie, inappropriate for an artistic competitive section of such a prestigious film festival. I feel totally comfortable to share openly these feelings here with you on stage, since the spirit that we felt in the festival can surely accept also a critical discussion, which is essential for art and for life.
This has once again triggered a lot of war of words between the BJP and the other JNK parties, the mainstream political parties, with the BJP blaming the terror factory Pakistan for aiding and abetting terror activities in the valley. The opposition, some from JNK, blaming the centre and its policies in the region behind the anger of Kashmiri Hindus.
This is a worrisome pattern. Every time peace comes to the valley, where Hindus, Muslims, everybody want to live in peace, they spurn terror. Again, there is a renewed effort that starts happening from Pakistan and Pakistan-based terrorist organizations to somehow, through targeted killings, spread fear. Of course, our armed forces have always gone out and taken action against those who have perpetrated these kind of heinous crimes. But at the same time, one has to see the pattern. Has it got to do anything with the politics of Pakistan? Has it got anything to do with the change of guard in the army? These are questions that cannot go unnoticed.
I strongly condemn it. But who is responsible for this? It is Bharatiya Janata Party. Amit Shah ji is in charge of Kashmir. It is Union territory. As a Home Minister of the country, all agencies in Kashmir are working under Amit Shah ji, and they claim that everything is in order. So why it is happening? It is happening because you never consult people of the Kashmir. It has happened because you have never consulted leaders of the Kashmir. That is the reason it is happening there. And I say it is BJP and Amit Shah ji are responsible for this.
It's time for us to head into a very quick break, but don't go anywhere. In an hour's time, top of 5 p.m, we start putting out the figures of Times Now exit poll. The fastest numbers, the most accurate numbers here on Times Now. Stay tuned.
The most comprehensive exit polls, the fastest numbers, credible analysis.
The voter has actually voted you back for your governance.
Goa, Uttarakhand, will you be able to stitch it together? Are your planes ready? And why can you not perform in Punjab?
The most trusted anchors in the news fraternity.
Times Now has done a survey and projected a comfortable victory.
Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in a head-to-head contest 2017, how the color coding happened as opposed to 2022.
With a state-of-the-art technology and the most experienced team of experts. Mandate 2022 exit polls. Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
Salve, we are talking about transparency. Do you believe the government too needs to be transparent? For instance, if it chooses to return a file to the Supreme Court, collegium of a judge who has been nominated or cleared for appointment, should the public also not know why the file is being returned? To take this a step further, should the IB report and the background checks, etc., made public? Should it work the other way also?
This whole process, quite frankly, and if I may not mince my words, this whole process has become pretty hopeless. I'm sorry to say so. Today, the IB gives a report. Today you ask a person to become a judge. You ask the IB to report. The IB reports partly gossip. Do you want that to come in public domain? I don't want my personal life to come in public domain. I may not even want to be a judge. So this whole process, this whole system is incompatible with transparency. Let me tell you 3 reasons. First of all, and this is my firm belief, all judicial institutions hear cases in public, recess into their chambers and deliver judgments. What goes on inside chambers is never, ever the subject of public scrutiny. And if somebody was to ask a judge in your meeting, when you arrived at a consensus or dissent, what did you discuss? It would be the worst form of contempt, because you're trying to undermine the judiciary. You're trying to interfere with the process by which this beautiful system works. So the judiciary's transparency is, the judiciary speaks through its judgments, and that's the transparency. What judges discuss once they go into their chambers has to be protected. Here is a function where the judges are trying to come into public domain. You want one judge to pass comments on a sitting colleague in the High Court. I don't think that's the right thing to do. 3 judges or 5 judges consider the appointment of a judge to the Supreme Court. I'm not going by the gossip you've heard of what discussions take place. I am telling you on a principle, please consider. One of the judges may say, frankly, I think his judgments are third rate. You want that to come in public? The person is a sitting Chief Justice. You are considering his name for the Supreme Court. This is a process which has to be fundamentally different. If you have this kind of a tension between the government and the judiciary, and we have seen that the government says on the one hand, you reduced us to a post office because the last word is with you. Many times, late Mr. Jaitley used to say, don't blame me, I'm the post office. I receive the file, I send it to the High Court, I get the file, I send it to them. In a situation like this, who takes responsibility? It's the court which has to today take responsibility. And in that, I don't think this system is compatible with the kind of transparency which you must have in the appointment of judges. We have to think of another way in which it is done, and in which the sanctity of a person's integrity is maintained. Look at the American system. You know, if you are agreeing to be appointed a Supreme Court judge, you will have a Senate hearing, and that Senate hearing can be excoriating. all sorts of things come up in a Senate confirmation proceeding. That's one system. Will it work for us? May not work for us. We have to find some institutional mechanism by which the institution and not our court does this job. Otherwise, the judges are bringing themselves and their
Comprehensive exit polls. The fastest numbers, credible analysis.
The voter has actually voted you back for your governance.
Goa, Uttarakhand, will you be able to stitch it together? Are your planes ready? And why can you not perform in Punjab?
The most trusted anchors in the news fraternity.
Times Now has done a survey and projected a comfortable victory.
Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in a head-to-head contest 2017. How the color coding happened as opposed to 2022.
With a state-of-the-art technology and the most experienced team of experts. Mandate 2022 exit polls. Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
And a very good evening to you. You're watching Times Now. I'm Pratibha. Just an hour to go for the voting in the second phase polling of Gujarat elections to come to an end. The second phase polling is underway in Gujarat, the election where Prime Minister Modi's home turf has been marred with fresh controversy. The Prime Minister today exercised his franchise in Ahmedabad. A huge sea of people were already present to welcome the Prime Minister. After he cast his vote, he showed his ink finger and walked to his brother's house. People present on both sides of the road chanted Modi and waved BJP flags. The Congress party now saying that this was a road show by the Prime Minister.
लोकतंत्र का ये उत्सव गुजरात के, हिमाचल के और दिल्ली के मतदाताओं ने बहुत ही उत्साह और उमंग के साथ मनाया। मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि उन्होंने बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से पूरे विश्व में भारत के लोकतंत्र की प्रतिष्ठा को बढ़े, इस प्रकार से चुनाव का संचालन करने की एक महान परंपरा विकसित की है और उसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण इस चुनाव में भी नजर आया। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन का भी हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
2014 से लेके राष्ट्रीय लेवल पर जो कुछ डेवलपमेंट के काम हुए हैं वो लोग देखते हैं, उसको नज़रअंदाज नहीं कर सकते और इसी आधार पर ये वोटिंग हो रहा है। उनको कहा कि आप बहुत कड़ी मेहनत करते हैं देश के लिए, थोड़ा आराम भी करो।
मेरी असेंबली का हर एक वोट इस असेंबली के विकास और मॉडल के नाम पे पड़ेगा। वो मॉडल जो गुजरात का बना है, उस मॉडल को विरम गांव के छोटे से तहसील के गांवों तक पहुंचाना है। आज का हर एक वोट भरोसे पे पड़ा है, आज का हर एक वोट विश्वास पे पड़ा है। वो विश्वास और भरोसा श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी। पिछले 20 साल से वो गुजरात जो एक जमाना हुआ करता था, गुजरात में हर दिन दंगे होते थे, फसाद होते थे, पिछले 20 साल से एक भी दंगा नहीं हुआ। तो सुरक्षा के नाम पर हर वोट गुजरात में पड़ रहा है, सलामती के नाम पर हर वोट पड़ रहा है और निश्चित रूप से वो सलामती और सुरक्षा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के शासन में लोगों को मिली है। बीजेपी का विधायक चुना जाएगा और गुजरात में 150 से अधिक सीटों के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी।
तो आंदोलन को कैसे देखते हैं, क्योंकि आप अभी कह रहे थे कि आंदोलन के कारण ही यहाँ पे मिले हैं, जितनी भी लोड थी वो मिल गया है, तो आंदोलन को कैसे देखते हैं आप?
अब आंदोलन है ही नहीं, क्या आंदोलन तो समाप्त हो गए।
तो अगर हार्दिक जीतता है तो उसकी प्रायोरिटी क्या रहेगी, क्योंकि अभी गांव वालों से बात हो रही थी, यहाँ पे आप वोट कास्टिंग कर रहे थे, एजुकेशन और डेवलपमेंट को लेके कह रहे हैं, तो क्या प्रायोरिटी रहेगी?
फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी तहसील को जिला बनाना है और एजुकेशन और हेल्थ पे काम करना है।
My colleagues Rishabh, Swarali and Eshan join us live on the broadcast with the details as they cover every aspect of this election. Rishabh joining us from Ahmedabad. Rishabh, the Prime Minister and the Union Home Minister going to cast their vote, but that has also hit some controversy. But remember, even when the Prime Minister had campaigned extensively in the 50-kilometer long campaign, the Congress party had called it desperation. Now, today, as he walked to the polling booth, the Congress party is saying it is the BJP's campaign until the last moment.
Definitely, if you see, Pratibha, even back in 2019 when Prime Minister voted and walked back till the cavalcade, which was way outside the 200-meter radius, Congress had a similar complaint back then that there was a road show and this is against the model code of conduct. This time around also, when the Prime Minister walked out, showed his inked finger and walked to his brother's house, which is in the same lane as Ishan School, the polling center for Prime Minister. The Congress party has a similar allegation that this is against the model code of conduct, this is a breach of model code of conduct, and BJP is quite clear that the Grand Old Party is out of issues, and that's the reason that they are creating a hue and cry for such non-issue things. And so BJP is defiant, saying nothing has been done to breach the model code of conduct. This is all Congress party and the propaganda.
Okay, all right. Meanwhile, more political reactions also coming in. Remember, it's not just the Congress party that has alleged poll code violation. The TMC's big charge on the BJP now coming in. The TMC continuing its attack, saying fill pockets and rig the elections. The standard tactic of the BJP right before the Gujarat elections. The centre allows electoral bond sale for 15 additional days. Rules of the game can only be changed when it favours the BJP. This is what the TMC has now alleged.
If Prime Minister go and have a rally on election day, what do we expect? 100 they may get. But is it fair? Election day road show is banned. But for them, they may be excused.
And well, these allegations have come in not just from the TMC, but the Congress party also now accusing the BJP of violating the poll code of conduct.
कुल कतई नहीं होना चाहिए, आचार संहिता का भंग है। प्रधानमंत्री अभी प्रचार में लगे हैं, गुजरात में सत्ता भाजपा की जाने लगी है, तो प्रधानमंत्री वोट देने की जगह ये जिस तरह से प्रचार और मीडिया में पूरे 2 घंटे छाए रहना चाहते, उसका मतलब ये है कि गुजरात में से भाजपा सरकार जा रही है।
The way they have violated the model code of conduct in Gujarat, especially during the polling day, it shows they have got a scant respect for election commission or the law of the land. And the election commission has got no spine to take any kind of action against the home minister or the prime minister. It was seen in Surat. The Ahmedabad party candidate was not allowed to file the nomination. After filing the nomination, he was kidnapped and he was forced to withdraw the papers. This is the jungle Raj that we are seeing in the leadership of Mr. Modi.
Important thing is whether our Prime Minister had visited when a bridge in Ahmedabad came down and more than 100 people were killed. Why did not he visit there? He has visited polling stations. I always say that Bharatiya Janata Party, our Prime Minister, leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party, they are crazy for the power. They have no concern for the people. They have no concern for the country. So that is the reason he has visited polling station just for the sake of power.
Swarali, this is the charge that has come in from the Congress party and the opposition leaders, but the BJP saying that this is the Congress party perhaps realizing that they are not going to get victory this time around as well in Gujarat. So the political war of words continuing, but as far as the voting is concerned, less than an hour to go. Are you seeing more and more voters also now come in to cast their ballot?
If we see voters turnout, it's average 50%, and last 1 hour is remaining, and no, the people coming in to pour their votes are reducing. Like earlier, in early hours of afternoon, there were a lot of people and queues were seen in this polling center. And now if you look at the controversial flares that has been took during the day, Jignesh Mewani, also a Congress leader, took to Twitter alleging that from the Muslim dominating areas intentionally low voter turnout is been shown. But also on the other hand, Kanti Kharadi, Congress alleged that he was being abducted, but when all the investigation, which is still under process, came out at that time, even the election commission said that it immediately took action, and by 3:58 p.m. they were on Twitter taking the cognizance of what had happened. And according to the police ordeal, on that spot, there was a clash between both the parties, and there is no mention of word abduction in FIR. So if we look at the entire day's politics, there were a lot of controversial hitbacks from the Congress side, and also BJP, defending themselves. Back to you.
Okay, all right. Let's also talk about the third factor this time around, with the Aam Aadmi Party also coming into the picture. The party now seems confident as the polls continue. The official handle of the party also tweeting Parivartan, hinting at a big change in Gujarat this time around. In fact, we also spoke to the chief ministerial candidate of the party, Yashodhan Gadhvi. Here's what he said.
देखो, लोगों में उम्मीद तो दिख रही है, लोग वोटिंग करने निकल रहे हैं, और हमें ये लग रहा है कि कुछ अच्छा होने वाला है। फर्स्ट फेज में मैं मान रहा हूँ कि 51 प्लस सीट हम निकाल रहे हैं। सेकंड फेज में अभी हम अंदाजा लगा रहे हैं, लेकिन वोटिंग होने के बाद पता चलेगा। लेकिन 52 प्लस सीट का हमारा अंदाजा है सेकंड फेज में।
अच्छा, फर्स्ट फेज में वोटिंग कम हुई, 3.5% वोटिंग कम हुई, और सेकंड फेज में भी अब देखते हैं, चुनाव आयोग कोशिश कर रहा है कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग घर से बाहर निकले, तो इसका नुकसान किसे मान लें?
देखो, भाजपा से लोग परेशान हैं, और फर्स्ट फेज में सौराष्ट्र और साउथ गुजरात, उसमें जो मुझे लगता है कि सरकार के खिलाफ एंटी कमेंसी है, वो तो लग रहा है कि जो लोग नाराज थे वो आए नहीं है। लेकिन जो हुई है वोटिंग, हमने जो इंटरनल किया और जिस तरह से सोर्स बता रहे हैं आईबी की रिपोर्ट्स, भाजपा को फर्स्ट फेज में 30 मिल रही है, हमें 51 प्लस मिल रही है।
All right, there has been a lot of discussion about what the equation of the Aam Aadmi Party will be. Ishan is joining us live from Godhra. Ishan, every single time during the elections in Gujarat, Godhra is mentioned. This time around, it's even more prominent because of the fact that the convicts in the Bilkis Bano case were, let out. Apart from that, anger over the candidates that the BJP had chosen as well. Do you see that sentiment resonating or on ground? Because in several other constituencies, for the voters, it's not about the candidate in that particular constituency, but the party, say the BJP versus the others that is in the contest.
Well, absolutely right. That has been the main image. Wherever we have gone, people know that they are, those who are staunch supporters of a particular party, they know who they want to vote for. And when it comes to BJP particularly, these voters have, said that why they have chosen, or people have said why they have chosen BJP. They just know that they are voting for the Bharatiya Janata Party. They may not have certain reflections with that particular person fighting that particular assembly. But remember, when it comes to Aam Aadmi Party, they are very confident that the magic that they showed in Punjab after Delhi, that is something they want to reflect in this particular place. But we haven't seen that reflect on the ground while covering and going through several places, because I have covered Punjab, I have covered those elections. That was a different complete wave, but that may not reflect on the ground, given the fact that Arvind Kejriwal and other key players of Aam Aadmi Party are claiming that they are very well within the fight. At the same time, BJP is completely dismissing their role. Let me just go and talk to some voters who have come here. This lady is being taken by two other people who have come with her. She has come. ये बताइए कि आपने इनको वोट दे, क्या उम्र है इनकी और कितना मुश्किल है इनके लिए वोट देने के लिए?
इनको 70 के आसपास है उसकी उम्र।
तो यहाँ तक लाने में आपको कितनी दुविधा हुई है? कोई?
हाँ, बहुत तकलीफ, बाहर से लाना पड़ता है।
When she entered the polling station, we saw two people carrying her. Actually, there are generally wheelchair arrangements made by the election commission, but we didn't see that particular wheelchair around this particular place. So all the elderly men who came here and braved all odds and came to vote, because this is not just this something which political parties across the party line have been appealing people to come out to vote. We saw around 50+% till 4 p.m. today. We are expecting that number will go up, but remember, at polling stations the numbers are going down as the sun is setting and the polling is coming to an end. This polling station was full earlier with people. Now we can see just 1 or 2 people at these 3 centers around me. Women participation we have seen in urban areas increasing. There are a lot of women who have come out to vote in these particular areas. At least where I have been to a couple of polling stations, and there I have seen women participation is there, and women are coming out even in rural areas to cast their vote. But see, this elderly lady being carried by 2 other people because she came here facing difficulties and facing all odds to cast a vote. Remember, there are attempts being made by the election commission to make sure that these polling stations are friendly to elderly people and people with differently able people. But despite that, there are still challenges that needs to be overcome, and that is why election commission is in a process of trying to revamp the system so that there could be a change and people like her could come and cast their vote. And when we talk about the competition, wider competition, I'll just end with that the BJP has dismissed, at least in words, that the Aam Aadmi Party is not their contestant and they are fighting with Congress because AAP, they feel, will not be able to make its mark.
Absolutely. But in the last 5 years, a lot has changed. Remember, in 2017, the BJP had been reduced to a double number seat, to 99 seats that the party won. But back then, there were several challenges of the agitations that were taking place. This time around, the challenges are completely different. Rishabh, the Aam Aadmi Party has come in this time around, and that's one of the biggest challenges for the BJP, apart from the factors of anti-incumbency. But it seems like in the last 5 years, the biggest challenges of the BJP, the party seems to have overcome and then come to this. In fact, Sonali, let me come to you on that. For the people, especially with the voters there, what is it that they have in mind when they cast their ballot? Because they are deciding the future of Gujarat for the next 5 years.
Yes, as only the 1 hour is remaining, the number of people pouring into vote is reducing. Let's try and talk to people over here. आपका नाम बताइए.
भारती पंड्या.
आपने जब वोट किया, क्या चल रहा था दिमाग में?
अच्छा चल रहा था. वोट देना चाहिए, जरूरी है.
डेमोक्रेसी के लिए वोट देना बहुत
जरूरी है.
आप हमें ये बताइए कि तीनों पार्टियां जो है कैंपेन करी है, 27 साल से भाजपा का राज है गुजरात में. इस बार 3 पार्टियां लड़ रही हैं, भाजपा, कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी. आप कैसे सोचती है, कैसे देखती हैं?
हम भाजपा भी चाहिए, भाजपा आना ही चाहिए.
भाजपा आना ही चाहिए, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी जो खुद की जगह बनाने की कोशिश कर रही है.
भाजपा चाहिए हम.
जी, इनसे भी जानने की कोशिश करेंगे ये क्या कह रहे हैं. सर, आप बताइए, आपका नाम क्या है?
2 मिनट में जरा जाके आऊँ.
आप जब वोट करने जाएंगे तो क्या होगा दिमाग में?
मतलब
क्या लेके चलते, क्या इश्यूज को लेके, किन मुद्दों को लेके आप वोट करते हैं?
वोट तो अभी फॉर द सेक ऑफ नेशन जो होता है, दैट वी हैव टू सी द इंटरेस्ट है ना.
अच्छा, तो यंग वोटर्स भी हैं हमारे साथ, इनसे जानने की कोशिश करेंगे. आप वोट करने जा रही हैं, लास्ट 1 घंटा बाकी, फर्स्ट टाइम आप कर रही हैं, क्या है दिमाग में?
जो फ्यूचर के लिए जो अच्छा होगा उनको ही हम वोट करेंगे, उनको ही सपोर्ट करेंगे. तो फिर देखते हैं किसको वोट करना है.
अच्छा, हमें ये बताइए कि इस बार अगर इलेक्शन को देखें तो 3 पार्टियों में मुकाबला है, आम आदमी पार्टी, कांग्रेस और बीजेपी. लास्ट टाइम के अगर हम वोट को देखें तो बीजेपी के वोट घटे थे, भले ही उनकी सरकार आई थी. इस बार कैसे देखती है आप इसको?
Whatever it is, but BJP is the only thing.
अच्छा, महिला सुरक्षा की बहुत बात करते हैं गुजरात में. आप युवा है, महिला है, सेफ फील करती हैं आप?
Okay, so
do you feel safe in Gujarat, because it's known for the safety and it's always said that Gujarat is a safe state?
Yeah, I feel so.
You do feel So here we had young voters who are going to vote for the first time, and they have shared their experience with us, saying that they do feel safe, and they are clearly saying that they are going to opt for BJP because they have worked a lot. But we have been talking to people since morning, and somewhere Aam Aadmi Party has also made its space in the minds of people. People have started thinking for some kind of change. So now it will be very, very interesting, because last time BJP had 99 seats, and this time it's a triangular fight. So it will be very, very interesting to look after what will be the results for BJP, Congress and Aam Aadmi Party.
Absolutely. Well, Rishabh, coming to you on that note, low voter turnout, is it going to be a worry for the BJP? That was the discussion after the first phase polling in Gujarat. Now, in the second phase, the voter turnout seems a little better than what it was in the first phase. How is it impacting the parties? And more importantly, now with less than 1 hour to go for the polling to end, do you see more and more voters now coming out to cast their ballot?
Well, Pratibha, I'll give you a 360 view of the polling station that I am at. You'll find very less voters now. Ahmedabad is the lowest voter turnout as of now, hardly around 44% till 3 p.m. with hardly 45 minutes left, actually 40 minutes left for polling. The voter turnout has been very less. Remember, last time around there were 27 such seats where the difference between the first and the second candidate was less than 500, and that is a cause of worry for all the parties, because when the margin is less, when the voting percentage is less, it can swing anyway, and that is the reason that all the parties are trying to send more and more voters to polling booth. But sadly, toward the end of election, there were people here in the morning, there were queues here in the morning, but by the time 3 o'clock, 3:30, the numbers have gone really down. We have few voters with us. Let's try and talk to them and understand why this low voter turnout. Ma'am, you're here to vote. It's only 44% in Ahmedabad voting. Why are urban population not coming out?
Maybe there's a reason that why people might be thinking that it is not that much important. Nowadays generation needs to know the importance of voting. So I really request our generation to please come and vote.
Still 40 minutes left, and it's an assembly constituency, so not far away voters are coming in, close by voters are coming in. Ma'am, what do you think that the voter turnouts are so less? Like there's so very few people coming in.
True. Maybe people are aware about it, and pata nahi, it's a working day, maybe people are turning out less, or maybe exam times hai to kam aa rahe, kya hai pata nahi, but actually generation aapko aana chahiye. I don't know why you guys are not turning out to vote, or what is going wrong. But
young voters are actually less. Since morning we are seeing here, Pratibha, the senior citizens have come in, the mid-age people have come in, but the first-time voters or the young voters, specifically at this polling station or polling station that we have been to, 2-3 polling stations in Ahmedabad, the younger generation have not turned up for voting, and that is definitely a cause of worry. Remember, Election Commission came up with an appeal to the urban voters that come out and vote. There were constituencies which saw 10% less polling as compared to 2017 in the first phase, like Jamnagar North or Surat East or Rajkot West. But this in second phase also, till 3 p.m. it was 50.51%, with Ahmedabad as low as 44%, and that definitely is a cause of worry for even the political parties right now.
That's right. In fact, the Election Commission had said that the urban apathy continues. As of today, at 3 p.m. 50.51% is a voter turnout that has been recorded, so slightly better than what it was in the first phase. Ishan, in the constituencies, and this is one of the criticisms that came in from the Election Commission as well, that this is urban apathy. In the cities, the number of voters is extremely dismal as compared to the rural areas. In Kodra, what are you looking at? Generally it's also considered then that when there is a lot of anger, or when the people want to come out in huge numbers in support of the party in power, that's when the voter turnout is much higher.
Well, first let me directly go to this girl who is a first-time voter. We have seen that there is less participation of youngsters in choosing their franchise or going for polling. As a youngster, this is your first vote. How did you first feel like as a voter today? And second, that why do you think that youngsters are staying away?
Youngsters should vote definitely, because I think in coming generation we are only the ones who are going to stay here, so we should vote definitely. And I will say to all of the youngsters that go and vote today, because one vote also matters a lot.
So एज ए यंगस्टर आपको क्या लगता है कि आपके क्या इश्यूज हैं आपकी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में, या आपके क्या एस्पिरेशंस है जिस पे आपके लोकल एमएलए या लोकल जो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव है उनको खरा उतरना चाहिए?
आई डोंट नो, आई थिंक उनको अच्छा काम करना चाहिए, जो पब्लिक की डिमांड रहती है, जो रोड्स हैं वो ठीक होने चाहिए.
एजुकेशन से बात करें, बिकॉज यू आर यंगस्टर, सो एजुकेशन इज मस्ट बी अ प्राइम इंपॉर्टेंस. सो व्हाट डू यू थिंक एजुकेशन वाइज शुड इम्प्रूव?
ऑफ कोर्स एजुकेशन सिस्टम और बेटर हो सकता है. जैसे मैनेजमेंट होता है कॉलेजेस में, वो अच्छा नहीं होता इतना, तो वो अच्छा होना चाहिए. और स्कूल में सब अच्छा होना चाहिए, कोई क्लीनलीनेस होनी चाहिए टॉयलेट्स में एंड ऑल, यही है.
So as you heard, this youngster saying that there is a need for the governments. As I said earlier, that there are spectrum of people say having different opinions and different take on what they really want.
Yes.
Let's also speak to one of the voter from this constituency. Sir, आज आप क्या सोच के वोट कर रहे हैं? क्या लगता है आपको डेवलपमेंट होना चाहिए? क्या लगता है आपको किस मुद्दे पर आप वोट देंगे?
हमारी डेवलपमेंट अच्छी खासी डेवलपमेंट होनी चाहिए, हो तो रही है लेकिन और ज़्यादा होनी चाहिए.
क्यों लगता है आपको कि यंग जनरेशन जो है वोटर से ये पीछे हट रही है? यंगस्टर्स का पार्टिसिपेशन थोड़ा कम है.
नहीं, ये तो पता नहीं.
ओके, ऑलराइट.
क्या लगता है? लेट्स आल्सो स्पीक टू सम यंगस्टर्स हु आर एंटरिंग दिस पोलिंग स्टेशन. आप ये बताइए, एज ए यंगस्टर आपको क्यों लगता है कि लोग पीछे हट रहे हैं थोड़े वोटिंग से? यंगस्टर्स का कमी क्यों है, और आप क्या सोच के आज वोट दे रहे हैं?
ये तो हमको पता नहीं, लेकिन हम जो भी है दे रहे हैं वोट. लगता है यही है, देता है वोट, देते हैं.
तो वोट देने से आपको लगता है कि उन्नति आती है, कुछ बदलता है आपके एरिया में?
वो तो अब वोट देने के बाद पता चलेगा ना, वोट देने के बाद पता चलेगा.
So Pratibha, as you heard that people having different views about different things.
That's right. So it's a very important message that the voters are giving out, that come out and cast your vote, because this is the day you get to decide who is going to govern for the next 5 years. Thanking Rishabh, Surali and Nishan for joining us with those voices coming in from Gujarat. We continue getting you these developments. For now, slipping into a quick break. We'll be right back.
Most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
हम ये भी पूछना चाहेंगे आज कि जब आपकी पार्टी एक रेप अक्यूज्ड राम रहीम को पैरोल पे छोड़ती है और मंत्रीगण
कोर्ट कौन चलाता है?
पैरोल कौन देता है?
कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है?
पैरोल कौन दे रहा है?
कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है? मैं दोबारा कह रही हूँ, कोर्ट कौन चला रहा है? आपको लगता है कॉन्शियंशियस सरकार, जहां पर मीडिया की नजर 24 घंटे है, जहां सिटीजन्स एंगेजमेंट है 24 घंटे, वहां पर इफेक्टिवली खुद को कटघरे में खड़े होने के लिए कोई भी राजनेता इस प्रकार का कोई कदम लेगा?
पर लोग जा रहे हैं,
नहीं है.
उनके प्रवचनों पर आपके मंत्री जाते हैं.
मैं दोबारा कहती हूं, अगर एक लॉ के मर्यादा में कोई भी कोर्ट कोई निर्णय लेता है, मैं दोबारा सीजीआई ने हाल फिलहाल में ये कहा कि भाई कोर्ट डरते हैं, मैं उस पर भी टिप्पणी नहीं कर रही हूं. मेरा ये आपसे पूछना है कि आपको लगता है कॉन्शियंशियस एक पॉलिटिशियन इस प्रकार का निर्णय लेगा? नहीं लेगा.
नहीं लिया. और पैरोल पे अगर कोर्ट की वजह से बाहर भी आए राम
रहीम, फिर दोबारा तो आप जब प्रश्न पूछ रही थी तो आपको कोर्ट के संदर्भ में कहना चाहिए था.
लेकिन वो बाहर अगर आए हैं तो आप उनकी,
मैं दोबारा कह रही हूं कि अगर वो कोर्ट की वजह से बाहर आए हैं तो आप कटघरे में पॉलिटिशियन को क्यों खड़ा कर रहे हैं?
क्योंकि पॉलिटिशियन वहां बैठकर सत्संग देख रहे.
मैं गई थी.
नहीं, पर आपकी पार्टी के लोग गए थे.
मैं गई थी. इसका मतलब कोई पुरुष नेता कुछ करेगा तो आप पुरुष से नहीं कहेंगे, महिला आपके सामने आएगी उससे पूछेंगे.
हेडलाइन?
No, not a headline. This is hardly one.
नहीं, पर
जी नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन.
ये सब आपके कॉलीग्स हैं, ये वहां जाकर सत्संग में बैठते हैं, आपको बुरा नहीं लगता?
पहले तो मैं दोबारा कहती हूँ, आप जब सत्संग शब्द का इस्तेमाल करती हैं, कहीं ना कहीं आप इस बात को कुरेद रहे हैं. सिंस यू कॉल्ड मी हार्डकोर हिंदू टू बिगिन विद.
मैंने नहीं कहा, वो जवाहर सरकार ने कहा.
बट आई नो दैट यू हैव रीपोजिशन्ड इट एंड योर जक्सटापोजिशन इज वेल नोटेड. आप ये इसलिए कह रही हैं ताकि मेरे अंदर के हिंदू को कुरेद दें और बार बार कहें अरे सत्संग में गए, सत्संग में गए, सत्संग में गए. दूसरे धर्म में आपको दिखाई दिए हैं कोई जो रेप के आरोपी हैं, मर्डर के आरोपी हैं? आप किसी भी मंच से किसी और धर्म के बारे में ऐसा बोलती हैं? या आपको हार्डकोर हिंदू आज मिला है मंच पे, तो इसलिए हिंदू है तो इससे पूछ लेते हैं?
अच्छा, अब सवाल पूछने के लिए पहले
हिंदू विद अ सरनेम कॉल्ड ईरानी. हाँ,
आप हिंदू हैं कि पारसी हैं शादी के बाद?
देखिए, पारसी रिलीजन में धर्मांतरण नहीं होता, और धर्मांतरण होता तो भी मैं गर्व से हिंदू हूं, मैं नहीं करती.
पहले कहा जाता था कि कांग्रेस तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करती है.
पहले ही कहा जाता था,
अब भी कहा जाता है. तो कांग्रेस तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करती है और आप मेजॉरिटेरियनिज्म की राजनीति करते हैं. आप पर
80 करोड़ नागरिकों को उनके घर में 28 महीने से मुफ्त का राशन मिल रहा है. 19 करोड़ आयुष्मान भारत के कार्ड डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हो चुके हैं. 3 करोड़ 50 लाख से ज्यादा हॉस्पिटल एडमिशन हो चुके हैं. आपको कभी भी पता चला कि एडमिशन हॉस्पिटल में हिंदू का हुआ या मुसलमान का हुआ या पारसी का हुआ या जैन का हुआ या बौद्ध का हुआ? क्या नल का पानी किसी भी नलके से टपकने से पहले जल जीवन मिशन में पूछता है किसके घर में खुल रहा है? बिजली की तार जब जा रही है मोदी सरकार में किसी घर में, तो करंट वहां पे आने से पहले पूछता है घर किसका है? सड़क जो बना रहे हैं मोदी जी, सड़क पूछती है आपसे आप कौन से धर्म के?
मोस्ट कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव एग्जिट पोल्स, द फास्टेस्ट नंबर्स, क्रेडिबल एनालिसिस.
The voter has actually voted you back for your governance.
Goa, Uttarakhand, will you be able to stitch it together? Are your planes ready? And why can you not perform in Punjab?
The most trusted anchors in the news fraternity.
Times Now has done a survey and projected a comfortable victory.
Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in a head-to-head contest.
2017, how the color coding happened as opposed to 2022. With a state-of-the-art technology and the most experienced team of experts. Mandate 2022 exit polls. Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
Hello and welcome and a very good afternoon. I'm Siddharth Talia and I'm watching Live Wire. Now we have big breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where the National Conference President, Mr. Farooq Abdullah, has charged the army of booth capturing. This comes after he was, of course, chosen to be the party president for another tenure. Now, Farooq Abdullah's allegations against the army, he said that I was chief minister and elections were happening. I went to Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. I did not see anyone there. The voting machine was placed inside the camp. I was told that no one came to vote. I went to the people and asked them why they did not cast their vote, and the people there told him that the army had warned them and told them not to vote. Farooq Abdullah went on to say that today I asked the army to not repeat that kind of an activity when elections are held, and in the event that does happen, he'll be the first person to speak out against the army. These are the comments coming in from Farooq Abdullah, who was chosen once again to be the National Conference President. Let's listen to what he said.
इलेक्शन थे, मैं डोडा गया. डोडा में एक गांव में पहुंचा जहां इलेक्शन देना था उनको. वहां वोटिंग मशीन रखी थी. वहां पे मैंने किसी को नहीं देखा, क्योंकि वो फौजी कैंप के अंदर उन्होंने वो मशीन रखी थी. और जब मैंने वहां पूछा यहां क्या हुआ, कहा कोई आया नहीं. मैंने उससे पूछा क्या हुआ, लोग किधर गए? उन्होंने कहा, इन लोगों ने हमें, फौजियों ने कहा, खबरदार मशीन के पास आओगे हम तुम्हारी टांगे तोड़ेंगे। आज मैं फौज से कहना चाहता हूं, खबरदार आप इलेक्शन में कोई ऐसा काम न करिएगा।
Well, let me go across to Sohail for more on this. Sohail, what really is the basis for Farooq Abdullah to be claiming that the army was allegedly involved in booth capturing, and what kind of reactions is this now eliciting from the likes of the BJP in Jammu and Kashmir?
Well, in fact, friends has been accusing Bharatiya Janata Party of using state machinery here, in fact security forces, saying that in fact alleging that Bharatiya Janata Party political who joined BJP. These allegations have been coming out. Now, Farooq Abdullah, who was re-elected as party president today here in Naseembagh, Srinagar, there was a party delegate session that the National Conference had called. While addressing party worker area, Farooq Abdullah made these allegations against the army, saying, in fact, narrating this one particular. He was the chief minister of Jammu and Kashmir, were happening, and he, in fact, went to Dora area of Jammu and Kashmir, there in a village. He saw polling machine, in fact, being placed inside an army camp, and in fact, locals being warned not to come out and vote. This is a strong allegation that Farooq Abdullah, in fact, has leveled, in fact, against the Indian army. Now, political reactions are still awaited. In fact, Bharatiya Janata Party will be coming out and strongly objecting to these allegations, because the Indian army is the institution that has actively come out and, in fact, supported the Civil Administration Election Commission of India back during 90s and onwards as well, to, in fact, make that atmosphere conducive for holding elections in Jammu and Kashmir, be it the 1996 elections or 2002. The Indian Army has been actively, in fact, working with...
Right, and Sohail, what's also interesting is that now that, of course, he's been re-elected, well, let me in fact go across to Major General K.K. Sinha on the phone line for his response. So, Sohail, I'll just come to you in a bit. I'll come back to Sohail once again. We're trying to patch that line with Major General Sinha there. Sohail, one might in fact even claim that since he's now been voted in once again as the President of the National Conference, this is the kind of soft separatism and criticism of the armed forces that normally the so-called mainstream parties in Jammu and Kashmir indulge in when they're seeking some kind of legitimacy. What's the response coming to that?
Well, in fact, and very rightly, as you pointed out, previously we have seen these mainstream political parties, be it National Conference or PDP, coming out and, in fact, accusing Indian security forces of different things. Now, allegation coming out, in fact, against Indian army by Farooq Abdullah, this allegation of booth capturing. But
right, so I have to interrupt you there. We once again have Major General K.K. Sinha on the phone line for his perspective. General Sinha, thank you so much for speaking to us. A damning allegation coming from Farooq Abdullah accusing the army during his tenure as Chief Minister of booth capturing. What's your response to that shocking claim being made by Mr. Abdullah?
Good afternoon. This type of retrospective claim and something that it amounts to rumor mongering and the falsehood which he wants to propagate. Now Farooq, army is absolutely apolitical and no one, the whole world knows about it. Army never gets into a something on an election or anything or anywhere in India. Whether it is Jammu and Kashmir, and I have been there for a very long time, 30 odd years I have traveled over there. Never even there is a iota of doubt that the army is absolutely a political army. Now at this time, in retrospect, now he is saying something which no one believes, because he is the man who has been always accusing, army on something or other. And he has of the view that, the Pakistan is the party of red. Without Pakistan, nothing can be happening. If a guy has got that type of thinking, you can understand.
Absolutely. Maligning the security forces, like you said, General Sinha, to seek some kind of legitimacy in Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you so much there for your perspective. We'll turn our attention now to events in Uttar Pradesh, where there's a bipole underway in different parts of the state, including Mainpuri, which has been traditionally a bastion of the Samajwadi Party. Now, Akhilesh Yadav led Samajwadi Party is facing a crucial test today of protecting its bastions, not just in Mainpuri, but also Rampur, against an ambitious Bharatiya Janata Party in a high-stake election. Akhilesh Yadav's wife, Dimple Yadav, is pitted against the BJP's Raghurat Singh Shakya, who was, of course, an erstwhile member of the Samajwadi Party who then defected to the BJP. Now, even as the voting has been underway since morning in Mainpuri, Rampur, as well as Katoli, among other places, the Samajwadi Party has alleged that there's been rigging by the BJP of this particular election. Dimple Yadav, Akhilesh Yadav and other Samajwadi Party netas have alleged that the Samajwadi Party voters have been stopped by the police from voting and that the cops are allegedly checking their voter IDs in order to harass them. The Samajwadi Party chief also alleged that the Mainpuri district magistrate has not been receiving the party's complaint calls and that the election commission as well has turned a blind eye to the reality on the ground.
इलेक्शन कमीशन गाइडलाइन ये नहीं है कि आप पुलिस को ये आजादी दे दें कि आपका चेक करेंगे। जो उनके पास आईडी हैं, जो निर्धारित आईडी होते हैं, उनके तहत जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उन्हें वोट के लिए वापस किया जा रहा है। बल्कि रामपुर विधानसभा में जिस दिन से हम लोग वोट मांग करके आए हैं, जिस दिन से शुरुआत हुई है, उस दिन से प्रशासन लगा हुआ है कि वोट ना पड़ पाए। उन्होंने अपने अधिकारियों को मॉनिटर करने के लिए बैठाया हुआ है कि केवल आपको मैनपुरी लोकसभा मॉनिटर करनी है। बड़े बड़े अधिकारी बैठे हुए लगातार डीएम, एसओ, डीएम को फोन कर रहे हैं। सोचिए आप, लखनऊ से ये चल रहा है।
जो प्यार और स्नेह और आशीर्वाद मैनपुरी लोकसभा क्षेत्र के लोगों ने दिया है, मैं उनका तहे दिल से धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगी और कहना चाहूँगी कि वोट डालें। प्रशासन और सरकार चाहती नहीं है वोट प्रतिशत बढ़े और लगातार अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वे में काम कर रहे हैं, अनडेमोक्रेटिक वे में काम कर रहे हैं ये लोग। ये हमारा अधिकार है कि हम वोट डालें और जिस तरह के हथकंडे अपनाए जा रहे हैं सरकार द्वारा, प्रशासन द्वारा, मैं चुनाव आयोग से भी अपील करना चाहूँगी कि इस पे वो देखें, गहराई से देखें और आने वाला जो लोकसभा चुनाव है 2024 का, उसमें भी इसी तरह के हथकंडे अपनाए जाएंगे तो लोग भी सतर्क हो और चुनाव आयोग से भी अपील करेंगे।
पुलिस ने बूथ भी कैप्चर कर रखे हैं और जितने बूथ तक लोगों के पहुंचने के रास्ते हैं सब पर इतने पिकेट बना रखे हैं, इतनी बैरिकेडिंग कर रखी है कि लोग वहां तक पहुंच ही नहीं सकते। मुस्तकिल फोन आ रहे हैं, वीडियो भी हैं, सब चीजें हैं और रामपुर का जो अभी तक का पोल है वो भी ये बता रहा है कि वोट नहीं डालने थे। बहुत बुरा हाल है। यहाँ पुलिस ने एकदम लोगों पे अत्याचार शुरू कर दिया है, डांटी डंडे मार रहे हैं, लोग जख्मी हैं, लोगों के हाथ टूटे हैं। इलेक्शन कमीशन में तो हम कब से जा रहे हैं कि पुलिस हमारे साथ ये अत्याचार कर रही है। इलेक्शन कमीशन संज्ञान नहीं ले रहा है।
प्रशासन, पुलिस अधिकारी ड्यूटियों में हेरफेर कर रहे हैं। प्रशासन के अधिकारी, चुनाव आयोग का ये आदेश था कि रैंडमाइज करके ड्यूटी लगाई जाएंगी और मेरे पास उसकी कॉपी थी, मैंने जब रिप्रेजेंटेशन दिया था उस पर स्पष्ट निर्देश था, रैंडमाइज करके ड्यूटी लगी, कंप्यूटराइज करके। लेकिन जब पोलिंग पर आ गए, पोलिंग पार्टियां बन गई, आ गई सब मंडी में, मैनपुरी में, तब उसमें लगभग 2000 कर्मचारियों को रोक के रिजर्व में इसलिए कर दिया गया कि उनके नाम के आगे यादव लिखा हुआ था। तो सब चुनाव आयोग के निर्देशों का उल्लंघन है सारा चुनाव में। लेकिन ये भूल जाते हैं कि समाजवादी पार्टी को सिर्फ यादव ही वोट नहीं देता है।
जो बर्बरता हो रही है, गिरफ्तार किए जा रहे हैं, मारा जा रहा है, पीटा जा रहा है, मोहल्लों में जाकर पुलिस कह रही है कि वोट डालने मत निकलना। तारामंडल के पीछे एक मोहल्ले में इतना धमकाया पुलिस ने कि लोग अपने घरों में ताले डालकर पलायन कर गए वहां से। और ये तो हर जगह ही कहा जा रहा है कि वोट डालने मत जाना।
Now, Times Now also managed to speak to voters in the Assembly constituency of Rampur, who've now alleged that the police checked their identity cards, tore it down and also beat them up. Let's listen into these ground reactions.
आपका वोट कहाँ पर है रामपुर?
हमारा वोट है घेर कटरबासा में बूथ नंबर 86 पे।
वोट करने गए तो क्या हुआ वहाँ?
वोट करने गए, हम वहाँ खड़े हुए थे, मशीन खराब थी वहाँ। उसके बाद में पुलिस वालों ने आन के हमसे ये कहा कि आईडी दिखाओ, तुम बाहर निकलो। हमने बाहर निकल गया, आईडी दिखाओ, हमने आईडी दिखा दी। उन्होंने वो पर्ची जो थी बोलिंग बूथ वाली जिससे बोर्ड वो फाड़ के फेंक दिया। मैं 10-12 आदमियों को भगा दिया।
आपने बोला नहीं कि क्यों बाहर निकलो, मेरे पास आपके पास
हम बोलते तो डंडे खाते क्या?
डंडे मार रहे थे
भाई, डंडे किनको मार रहे थे? आपके सामने मारा किसी को?
अरे दो जनों को मारा मेरे सामने, यहाँ पर मारते हुए ले गए।
किस बात पे मारा?
वो बात देखा, वो पहचान पत्र वो मारते हुए ले गए।
तो देखा सीधा मारने लगे। आपको भी मारा?
जी हाँ, मैं मारा, चाटा मारा, आईडी छीन ली हमारी। हाँ, दोनों छीन ली, भगा दिया। एक लड़को सामने में मारा।
विरोध नहीं किया आपने?
ना विरोध, इनके सामने मारा, इनकी पूछी, इनकी मारा।
ये पासपोर्ट छीना मेरा, पहचान पत्र, अब वो आधार कार्ड छीना। और मैंने सर ये मैं वोट डालने जा रही हूँ यहाँ पे, बोलेगा वोट नहीं डाल दिया, छीन छान के। और मतलब ये डंडे लगाए और एक लड़कों को बहुत मारा, मुल्ला जी का लड़का है, वो घर में पड़ा हुआ है।
Now voting's been underway since morning in Mainpuri as well as Khatoli and Rampur. Now despite these allegations being levelled on the ground, the Bharatiya Janata Party has exuded confidence that they're going to win these polls by a significant margin, while the Samajwadi Party is trying to keep its foothold even stronger in areas that have traditionally been the party's bastions.
जीतेंगे, बहुत वोटों से जीतेंगे।
पीछे कह रही कि पहली बार यहाँ कमल खिलाएंगे।
अरे आगे तो सब ढूंढती है।
पांडे जी रुक रहो आप, खड़े हो जाओ, फिर से शुरू करेंगे। एक बार पांडे जी कैमरा लगा लीजिए, बताइए वोट देकर आएंगे जी, क्या समाजवादी पार्टी क्या?
अरे पार्टी जीते बहुत वोटों से।
लग रहा है बीजेपी ने पूरी चुनौती दी है।
बेईमानी करे तो कर ले।
नेताजी भी यहाँ की जनता को बहुत प्यार करते थे और यहाँ पर नेताजी से लेकर के हम लोगों ने बहुत विकास किया है। उसकी वजह से जनता, जब नेताजी नहीं हैं तो नेताजी श्रद्धांजलि स्वरूप यहाँ के मतदाता वोट डिम्पल यादव को करेंगे।
देखिए, 50 साल से रामपुर की जनता एक अंधेरे में थी और वो अंधेरा इन्हीं लोगों के द्वारा दिखाया गया था। आज अंधेरी रात छट चुकी है और सवेरा होने को है। हम रामपुर में उद्योगों के मुद्दे को लेकर
Big news coming in pertaining to the Gujarat elections. Times Now has accessed the Congress party's letter that's been written to the Election Commission saying that Prime Minister Modi and the roadshow that the Congress claims he held on polling day are in complete contravention of the Model Code of Conduct. Now this is a complaint that's gone from the Congress to the Election Commission, and the Congress in its letter has also alleged that the ECI officials were behaving in an extremely impolite manner once the complaint had been brought to their notice. The complaint is with regards to the Prime Minister Modi's presence at a polling booth today, and the Congress party claims that while he was on his way to the polling booth to cast his vote, he actually undertook a road show that was in complete contravention of what the Model Code of Conduct says. Let me go across to Aishwarya for all the updates coming in with respect to this specific complaint on the part of the Congress party. Aishwarya, if you could just take us through the contents of that letter and that complaint.
Letter to the Chief Election Commissioner regarding the roadshow that the Congress have been claiming that Prime Minister Modi did while he casted his vote. And in this particular letter written by Ballubhai Patel, who is the Election Co-Coordination Committee Chairman of the Congress Party, has stated that as per the Model Code of Conduct, a roadshow or any other type of permission is not permissible or on the polling day, and the Prime Minister has completed a roadshow on his way to cast his vote, and this is a gross contravention to the rules, and this activity is not permissible under the rules. Hence, he clearly has stated that this is continuous bending of the rules of influencing voters shamelessly, and therefore the reason the Election Commission of India should take appropriate steps regarding this matter. Remember, it was the Congress delegation who tried to reach out to the Congress to the Election Commission as well earlier, but no response was there, and therefore the reason perhaps in this letter, they have also complained that they tried to reach out to the Office of Election Commission, but nothing.
And the Congress party has also alleged that the Election Commission of India officials have not been behaving in a polite manner following the lodging of this complaint. Thank you so much for taking us through the contents of that letter. Aishwarya, will shift our attention now briefly to Jammu and Kashmir, where Hindus have staged a protest in Jammu and Kashmir after the Lashkar-e-Toiba's offshoot, the Resistance Front, released a list of Kashmiri Hindus and alleged that non-locals and Kashmiri Hindus were taking away land as well as jobs in Jammu and Kashmir. The terror outfit also added that Delhi's regime was pushing what they call a fascist Hindutva agenda and that they will not let it happen. The TRF also vowed to continue attacking Kashmiri Hindus who they claim have been spoiling the atmosphere in the valley. The TRF also released the list of Kashmiri Hindus who've been provided employment under the Prime Minister's scheme.
See, right now you can see that the Kashmiri Hindu employees, they are protesting against the recent threat letter that has come from the Lashkar-e-Toiba side. Yesterday they gave an online threat saying that we are not allowing them to work here in Kashmir Valley, that they have threatened to wipe them out. They are saying that how they are going to settle down, how they are spreading their vicious tentacles.
हम सिंगल डिमांड कर रहे हैं, आप हमें कश्मीर के बाहर रिलोकेट कीजिए, वहां पर हमारे जाने सुरक्षित नहीं है। आपने बहुत वादे किए थे हमें बचाने के लिए, लेकिन आज जब वो बारी आ गई है आपने हमें बचाना है, आप मुंह फेर रहे हैं।
देखिए, ये तो बहुत बड़ी चिंता का विषय है कि ये ऑफिशियल डॉक्यूमेंट जो डायरेक्टर स्कूल एजुकेशन एक ट्रांसफर का लिस्ट जारी किया था, ये कैसे उन जहादी ताकतों के हाथ लग गए, ये क्या दिखाना चाहते हैं? मुझे लगता है कहीं ना कहीं इनसाइडर्स भी इसमें मिले हुए हैं। इसकी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, पुलिस को इसकी तह तक जाना चाहिए और इन सारी चीजों को, ताकि जो एम्प्लॉय की जो सिक्योरिटी के रिलेटेड जो इश्यूज हो, इनको और कड़े इकदाम उठाने की जरूरत है पुलिस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को।
See, this document has names of about 57 officials. They are saying at the time when Kashmiri Hindus are on terror radar, more than 24 people have been killed since last year, which include Kashmiri Hindus and non-locals. How come the document falls into the hands of the terror outfit TRF? They want heads to roll, action to be initiated, matter to be properly investigated.
Well, that's a wrap on this bulletin, but before we let you go, it's going to be the most comprehensive exit poll coverage of the elections in Himachal Pradesh as well as Gujarat. The voting in the second phase of the Gujarat polls is expected to conclude within about an hour and a half. We're all waiting with bated breath for the exit poll numbers to come out shortly after that. Stay tuned. Do not miss our coverage on Times Now.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी में अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं देश की जनता को कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाने के लिए अड़ीग है, अफर है और हम लाकर रहेंगे। देखिए, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनसंघ से लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हमारी यात्रा का, आज तक की हमारी राजनीतिक यात्रा का एक वादा रहा है देश की जनता से। और न केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी, संविधान सभा ने भी देश भर के विधानमंडलों को और संसद को ये सलाह दी है कि जब भी उचित समय आए यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड इस देश में आना चाहिए, क्योंकि किसी भी पंथ निरपेक्ष राष्ट्र के लिए, राज्य के लिए धर्म के आधार पर कानून नहीं होने चाहिए। अगर राष्ट्र और राज्य पंथ निरपेक्ष है तो धर्म के आधार पर कानून कैसे हो सकते हैं? हर धर्म के मानने वाले के लिए एक कानून होना चाहिए जो देश के विधानमंडल और देश की संसद पारित करे। परंतु ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम सबने संविधान सभा के एक कमिटमेंट को भुला दिया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अलावे आज कोई पार्टी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के पक्ष में नहीं है, ना बोलते हैं। हाँ, हिम्मत कम होगी तो विरोध नहीं करेंगे, मगर ये नहीं कहेंगे कि हाँ लागू करिए, हम आपके साथ खड़े। हम लोकतंत्र के अंदर है, लोकतंत्र के अंदर एक स्वस्थ बहस जरूरी है। जब इतने सारे राजनीतिक दल का एक अभिप्राय हो और मेरे राजनीतिक दल का दूसरा अभिप्राय हो, मनसा चाहे कोई भी हो, वोट प्राप्त करने की हो या जो हो, अगर उनका एक अभिप्राय है कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड अभी नहीं लाना चाहिए, तो इस पर एक स्वस्थ और खुली बहस की जरूरत है। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जहां जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शासन है, वहां 3 राज्यों में अब तक, हिमाचल, उत्तराखंड और गुजरात में, हमने एक पैनल बनाया है और पैनल सुप्रीम कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड जज और हाई कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड चीफ जस्टिस की अध्यक्षता में बनाए हैं और सारे दल, समाज जीवन के सारे लोग और सभी धर्म संप्रदाय के लोग उनके सामने अपना अपना पक्ष रख रहे हैं। उस पर जो एडवाइस आएगी, इसके आधार पर हम काम करेंगे और स्वाभाविक रूप से इस प्रकार के शिखर सम्मेलन और इंटरव्यू में भी इस पर एक स्वस्थ बहस छिड़ी हुई है। तो देश की जनता को भी मन बनाने में इससे बहुत बड़ा मदद मिलता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी, मैं अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं देश की जनता को कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाने के लिए अड़िग है, ऑफर है और हम लाकर रहेंगे, परंतु सारी लोकतांत्रिक चर्चाओं की समाप्ति के बाद।
So Justice Lalit.
Shifting our focus to more news, we're tracking former Tamil Nadu Deputy Chief Minister OPS paid floral tributes to former Chief Minister Jayalalitha on her death anniversary in Chennai. Review petition was filed against acquittal of 3 death row convicts in the Chawla gang rape and murder case in Supreme Court on behalf of the victims' parents. A suo motu case has been registered in connection with painting walls with joint CFI slogans at 9 places in Karnataka, Shivamoga. Search for the accused is still underway. Amid the ongoing Karnataka-Maharashtra border controversy, Kannada Rakshana Vedike activists again staged a protest in Belgavi against the visit of Maharashtra ministers. 5 people have been arrested while trying to ferry cash to Alipurdwar in North Bengal. 94 bundles of cash were hidden inside the stepney of the car.
Mr. Salve, we are talking about transparency. Do you believe the government too needs to be transparent? For instance, if it chooses to return a file to the Supreme Court, collegium of a judge who has been nominated or cleared for appointment, should the public also not know why the file is being returned? To take this a step further, should the IB report and the background checks, etc., made public? Should it work the other way also?
This whole process, quite frankly, and if I may not mince my words, this whole process has become pretty hopeless. I'm sorry to say so. Today, the IB gives a report. Today you ask a person to become a judge. You ask the IB to report. The IB reports partly gossip. Do you want that to come in public domain? I don't want my personal life to come in public domain. I may not even want to be a judge. So this whole process, this whole system is incompatible with transparency. Let me tell you 3 reasons. First of all, and this is my firm belief, all judicial institutions hear cases in public, recess into their chambers and deliver judgments. What goes on inside chambers is never, ever the subject of public scrutiny. And if somebody was to ask a judge in your meeting, when you arrived at a consensus or dissent, what did you discuss? It would be the worst form of contempt, because you're trying to undermine the judiciary. You're trying to interfere with the process by which this beautiful system works. So the judiciary's transparency is, the judiciary speaks through its judgments, and that's the transparency. What judges discuss once they go into their chambers has to be protected. Here is a function where the judges are trying to come into public domain. You want one judge to pass comments on a sitting colleague in the High Court. I don't think that's the right thing to do. 3 judges or 5 judges consider the appointment of a judge to the Supreme Court. I'm not going by the gossip you've heard of what discussions take place. I am telling you on a principle, please consider. One of the judges may say, frankly, I think his judgments are third rate. You want that to come in public? person is a sitting Chief Justice. You are considering his name for the Supreme Court. This is a process which has to be fundamentally different. If you have this kind of a tension between the government and the judiciary, and we have seen that the government says on the one hand, you reduced us to a post office because the last word is with you. Many times, late Mr. Jaitley used to say, don't blame me, I'm the post office. I receive the file, I send it to the High Court, I get the file, I send it to them. In a situation like this, who takes responsibility? It's the court which has to today take responsibility. And in that, I don't think this system is compatible with the kind of transparency which you must have in the appointment of judges. We have to think of another way in which it is done and in which the sanctity of a person's integrity is maintained. Look at the American system. You know, if you're agreeing to be appointed a Supreme Court judge, you will have a Senate hearing, and that Senate hearing can be excoriating. All sorts of things come up in a Senate confirmation proceeding. That's one system. Will it work for us? May not work for us. We have to find some institutional mechanism by which the institution and not our court does this job. Otherwise, the judges are bringing themselves and their internal confabulations into public domain. The judges are bringing on public record what they feel about each other. The judges are bringing on public record what their personal opinion is of the merits of other sitting judges. And I don't think that's a good thing to do.
Well, the session is named or titled as Winds of Change in New India. Ideally, I think it should be titled Storms of Change in Rising New India. Because New India started in May 2014 and moving on 8 years, it has shaped into Rising New India. As the vision or the initiative of Prime Minister Modi has started taking place, making India a rising new India in a gathering global gloom. Because there is a lot of challenges globally. At the same time,
Very good evening, viewers. It's the dot of 5, and I just want to begin by saying that it's our pleasure once again to bring to you the ringside view of election coverage. Now, viewers, on the 8th, as you all know, the results for both the Himachal and the Gujarat Assembly elections will be out. They will be out for all of us to know, but we hope today, as we have done for almost a decade and a half, viewers, to bring you an approximation of the result. And we will do so in about 1.5 hours from now, when we begin to kick off the first set of projections that we will get because of our pollster ETG. We have with us today Padmaja Joshi and of course Jay Mrug, who needs no introduction. He has been with us since the day one of Times Now's launch, bringing you cephalological insights and breaking down for you data like no one else does in this business. He is perhaps the most distinguished and also, of course, viewers, the most knowledgeable cephalogist around. We also have, of course, with us, viewers, today a panel of experts that is going to put their minds to these projections and give you an assessment of where the story actually lies. Times Now is known as the election news headquarters, viewers, because as I told you, we leave no stone unturned in bringing to you the absolute facts associated with an election that you can take home and break down. Now, fundamentally, viewers, and I will elaborate on that in just a few moments, we have up in the air a number of elections in the last 1 week. We've had elections in Himachal, we've had elections in, of course, Gujarat, the phase 2 ending today. We'll bring you some turnout figures to update you on how many people have actually voted. We've had an election hotly contested local body but high stakes election in the union capital. We are having one as we speak, ending in the next few hours in Mainpuri, Uttar Pradesh, where the Yadav Khandan, so to speak, is fighting an existential battle to stay relevant in Uttar Pradesh. It's their bastion that goes for a Lok Sabha bipole. And of course, upcoming in the next few weeks is going to be the Panchayat election in Bengal. All these elections make up a story. We'll come to all of that later. But the big story, Padmaja, comes out of Gujarat, where it is being thought to be a triangular contest.
Absolutely, and many will vouch after a very long time there is this kind of excitement about an election in Gujarat, despite the fact that even last time around it was a very closely fought one. Why? It is because of the entry of the Aam Aadmi Party. Now let me say this right at the outset, and we've all heard it, Rahul. A lot of people think that the Aam Aadmi Party is more about media hype than actual substance, but trouble on the ground, and bear me out on this, Jay, when you speak to people, maybe they do not talk about actually voting for the Aam Aadmi Party, but I would say, having travelled in Gujarat, there were so many seats